Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Villain Deku Had Altered Memory. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic.
Uraraka woke up falling, or at least to the sensation of falling. She jerked awake in her large bed, her legs and arms flailing as she was snatched out of the nightmare. For a brief moment, she was tangled in a sea of blankets and sheets and thought she'd actually fallen into the choppy water. But then a cool breeze and the sounds of the city blew in from her open window and she stilled. She stared at the ceiling for a minute before she slid her hands over her face and took a deep breath. By the time she pulled her hands away and opened her eyes, her heart had stopped pounding in her chest. It had been almost a month since she last had the dream. Why had it come back out of the blue? She had thought it might finally leave her alone. But no, it came back to her last night, so unforgiving. Even now, it clung to her desperately, hanging in the corner of her mind as if afraid she might forget it completely. She had to get up. She had to get out of bed. She had to get on with her day. Like she did every morning she had off work, Uraraka took a long, hot shower first. She took her time with her hair and with washing herself, like she could scrub away anything with a loofah. After that, she made herself breakfast in her small but cozy kitchen while the radio played in the background. She walked around her apartment aimlessly in a pink bathrobe and worn-through slippers drinking a cup of tea. Only when she caught sight of her calendar did she come to a halt. It was his birthday today. As if on cue, the phone rang, forcing Uraraka to look away. She should answer it, but she knew what it would be about, even if she didn't know who exactly was on the other end. She waited for the answering machine to pick it up, her single voice telling the caller to leave a message, and then listened as Tsu left a voicemail. "Hey, Ochako, I was calling to see if you wanted to have lunch," her best friend said on the machine. "No sense in lying. You shouldn't be alone today. Call me back, please, or I'll try again later." That was Tsu for you, straight and to the point. She always said what was on her mind, even if it made other people uncomfortable. Uraraka didn't mind. Tsu wouldn't be the only one calling today, but she would be one of the few who would be open about why. It didn't matter what any of her friends said. She'd know what they were trying to do. It was sweet, truly, but she couldn't let herself get wrapped up in this. More than anything, she was desperate for things to be normal. Deep down, she knew her attempts to make it so during the day would only make it worse for her come tonight. She'd probably call Tsu babbling through tears, but Uraraka wanted to at least pretend like she was strong enough to handle this on her own, even if she didn't have to. Besides, weren't they suffering too? Weren't they sad as well? She should tend to their grief. She was being selfish. Later, she'd call Tsu back later, but for now, Uraraka went about the rest of her morning routine. She took a walk around the quiet neighborhood she'd moved into 2 years ago. It wasn't much, but it was very nice in her opinion and low in crime, almost like villains actively stayed out of the area. She ran errands, going to the bank and the farmer's market, smiling at neighbors and making friendly small talk with the vendors. The sun shined, and everyone was so happy. However, when she came home to a silent and empty apartment, no amount of natural light could lift the dark cloud brewing in her mind. She dropped the bags and sunk down into a crouch with her back pressed against the front door, covering her face as if to shield herself. The phone rang again, probably had been ringing while she was out since she turned her cell off, and Uraraka waited to hear a close friend's concerned voice. Would it be Aitsa this time or Momo? Maybe it would be Hatsum or even Todoroki. It was none of them. Instead, it was Bakugou. "Hey, Uraraka, you better be decent because I'm going to be over there in like 5 minutes. Bakugou's voice said with all the delicacy of a wrecking ball. "We're going day drinking." There was no preamble. "No, are you doing okay? Or, do you need some company? Or it'll be alright." It was just plain old Bakugou blowing his way in. He'd never changed in that respect. When it came to any defensive walls she might have put up, he blew them up and stepped right over the rubble, like they weren't even there, like they didn't matter to him. Uraraka could be mad, probably should be mad, but it felt nice not to be treated like glass. Just as he warned, the doorknob rattled a few minutes later and swung open. Having stood and cleaned herself up, Uraraka was putting the items from her errands away in the pantry, but stopped to gawk in confusion as Bakugou stepped inside her place and kicked the door shut behind him. "Excuse me," she greeted incredulously, "but I don't remember giving you a key." "You didn't," Bakugou simply told her. Like that was all she needed to know. Definitely not. Him having a key to her place was a new development as far as she was concerned. He rolled his eyes. I made a second copy of it like 10 months ago. During the dark days when everyone acted like they couldn't leave her alone for more than a day. No one else had stolen her keys to make a copy as far as she knew. Never used it before though. Stupid thing acted like it didn't want to work at first. A part of her wanted to hold out her hand and tell him to hand it over. Another part of her realized it would be futile. He didn't have a backup just in case she did demand it. Not that it mattered in the end. He could do whatever he wanted and he'd done it out of concern. It wasn't like he came over all the time or something. That what you're wearing? Bakugou asked as he sat down on one of the stools at the counter that separated the kitchen from the living room. She had thought it looked cute when first looking for apartments. Someone could sit down and chat with whoever was in the kitchen or living room. Uraraka looked down at her outfit. Black leggings with a long, faded red sweatshirt that hung over her shoulders, and a black sports bra showing. It was a lazy outfit to match her slow-going day. She peered at Bakugou shrewdly. Yes, what's wrong with it? Nothing, Bakugou replied with a grunt, continuing to eye her strangely. Do you want me to change? Bakugou waved a dismissive hand. No, I don't give a sheet what you wear. Then why the hell had he brought it up? Sometimes, he drew attention to the smallest details and made her think twice over nothing. Whatever. She liked this outfit, so she was wearing it. After all, it wasn't like they were going to some fancy restaurant. You done? Yeah. Uraraka turned to face him. So where are we going? It's a surprise. Uraraka huffed. So the same place as usual. Got it. The fact that she hadn't fought him at all was either a testament to how tired she was or proof she didn't really want to be alone. It wasn't the first time she and Bakugou had hung out like this. But it wasn't a weekly thing. He was off doing his own hero thing and she was doing hers. They had different lives and lived in different cities, although he wasn't far away. One surprising thing was that they never crossed each other's paths accidentally anymore. Every interaction between them was intentional and initiated by him. But he had become a normal part of her life. They didn't call each other daily and sometimes she didn't hear from him for a week. But then he'd shoot her a text, she'd email him an article, or they just found themselves at lunch and that was that. It wasn't an easy friendship, it never was with Bakugou, but it was something consistent, pleasant. The fact that Bakugou never truly changed comforted her, even if he was different from when they were in school. She wouldn't say he was soft, but he wasn't as sharp around the edges anymore. He could still be cutting when he wanted, and she didn't doubt his temper for a second, but he'd learned how not to blow up at the drop of a hat. They walked half a mile down the street to a reasonably nice bar. It had nice outdoor seating and a surprisingly large selection of craft beers and sake. Their food was even good. She had found the place shortly after moving here while exploring the area. According to Bakugou, it was the only decent place in her neighborhood. If they had lunch or dinner, it was either here or somewhere by his place or further in the city. For July, it wasn't uncomfortably hot, so they got a table outside. Bakugou immediately ordered for them. We need 2 orders of gyozo and your most expensive bottle of sake. Scratch that. Make it 2 sakes. Bakugou! Uraraka gasped. What? Bakugou scoffed as the server scurried away. I'm not drinking sheet sake. Uraraka's cheeks burned a little pinker. But, it's what? I make a boatload of money. This is nothing. As usual, Bakugou wasn't modest, but he wasn't outright bragging either. It was simply the truth. In the top 10, he was more than well off. She admittedly made good money as well, enough to support herself happily and give her parents a comfortable life, but old habits died hard. The implication that he was paying for all this didn't escape her. He wouldn't say that outright either, but if she so much as moved to pull out her wallet, he'd snap at her. This was him being nice, helpful, caring, a friend. She took it, knowing today was as big a deal for him as it was for her. Even if he wouldn't admit it. He wouldn't tell her the exact truth, and she wouldn't force it out of him. When their drinks arrived, along with 2 waters, Bakugou shoved one sake bottle over to her side of the table and then opened his to pour himself a cup. His courtesy extended as far as paying and nothing more, but it only made her smile. What are you even doing here, Bakugou? She asked. I'm drinking, Bakugou replied almost childishly. When Uraraka set the bottle down and gave him a look, he huffed out a sigh. You know why? I can take care of myself. I know that. Bakugou pointed a finger at her. But here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna avoid the subject, get drunk, and then talk about him. You're gonna cry yourself out. I'm gonna make you laugh, carry your drunk ass home, and put you to bed. Finally, you're gonna thank me and go the F to sleep. It wasn't funny in the slightest. This night was going to end with her in tears. She didn't like admitting that. Hearing it said out loud made her hackles raise. Do you think I'm so weak that I'll cry all over you? I'm not underestimating your strength, Uraraka, Bakugou told her bluntly. She didn't think he would ever use her given name. She'd have a heart attack if he did. You're one of the strongest person I know. Anyone else would have fallen apart and crashed. But not you. When the appetizers arrived, Bakugou picked up his chopsticks and pointed them at her accusingly. Now you better eat because I'm ordering a stupid amount of food. Just like that, they switched gears. It was easy to do with Bakugou, who could drive a conversation like he would a sports car, completely in control and at breakneck speed. He delved easily into his most recent hero activity, going from a multiple villains takedown to his complaint about a sidekick he loathed but seemingly kept around so he could complain about him. Bakugou was the kind of guy that could talk about himself a lot, and you were somehow grateful. It was entertaining, but mostly Uraraka didn't want to talk about herself right now. She wanted the blissful ignorance that came with listening to someone who could make the world spin around them. She enjoyed his stories. They were always peppered with colorful language and vivid imagery. He immersed her in his world and swept her away from everything else. They were on their second bottle of sake with more appetizers on the way, and Uraraka hadn't even blinked. She sat there raptured, laughing at inappropriate moments that made him gripe and throwing in teasing comments that brought a smirk to his lips. It was an easy flow. She always forgot that until they were in these moments. That it could be easy. That she could breathe. Even with him. I saw on the news what you did last week, Bakugou said abruptly. His cheeks were pinker than he would admit, the sake finally taking its toll on him, but she knew she was worse. Evening was almost upon them. They'd been here for so long. The sun was starting its slow descent behind the city skyline. The orange haze made Bakugou glow like fire, his sandy hair and red eyes sticking out even more than usual. Uraraka smiled shyly into her glass of water. It wasn't much. It was FNG cool is what it was, Bakugou corrected. You saved 10 people from a burning building and then caught the bastard that started it. FNG cool. Deep down, Uraraka knew she had done well. After consuming a terrible amount of alcohol over the span of a few hours, she could even admit she was proud of herself. However, it was hard to feel that way when the one person who mattered the most, the one save she'd needed to make, had slipped right from her fingertips. Not literally, of course. She hadn't touched him at all, missing him by mere centimeters. She could still feel the swish of empty air when she desperately reached out for him. She had to save those people. She had to save everyone. She had to make up for who she hadn't saved. And she hadn't. She lost him. She'd missed him and fallen out of the sky to catch him, and she still, oh, it was happening. Just as Bakugou told her it would. Despite being knee-deep in drinking, Bakugou spotted the sudden shift in her demeanor, warning him it was finally time. Her eyes dropped to her hands in her lap, and he set his cup on the table and leaned back in his seat. She wished she hadn't drank so much. She didn't want to talk about it like this. She wouldn't be able to control herself, yet she wouldn't have talked about it at all if she wasn't in this state. Uraraka could go weeks without talking to anyone about it until a reporter asked her how Uravity was faring after the devastating loss of Deku. I know it's been almost a year, Uraraka mumbled, her voice so damn small, but I still miss him. Bakugou stayed silent for once. It was her time to talk. This entire day was her time to talk, but he'd filled up the space until she was ready. It doesn't happen often anymore, but sometimes I forget he's gone. I'll come home, expecting to smell takeout and smoke from when he attempted to cook a fancy meal and failed, or I'll roll over, half awake, and reach out for him and there's nothing. He's not there. It's like he was never there to begin with. Any of her other friends would have reached out to hold her hand, switch to the seat next to her, get up and wrap their arms around her shoulders. Bakugou did none of those things. He stayed in his seat, watching her silently, and listened. His face was remarkably passive considering who he was, his eyes unreadable. Most people didn't think Bakugou was capable of patiently listening, but she knew better. There was a quiet before the worst of storms, and this one was hers. He was this huge part of my life, and not just because we were. Uraraka rubbed her eyes. And when he was gone, he was gone. I didn't even get the chance to say goodbye. He didn't let me. After 11 months, she didn't know whether to be angry or upset anymore. He'd done what he did because he was a hero. It was who he was. He saved her life because she couldn't save his. In his eyes, if his fate was sealed in order to save hers, then that was that. There was no other option. He had been ready to die to save someone else. But it wasn't fair. He was more important than her. His place in the world was more than hers could ever be. The 10 people she saved from a burning building was nothing compared to the 100 he'd saved during an earthquake. She would never be the hero he had been yet, he'd still sacrificed himself to ensure she would live. And I'm just expected to move on with my life, Uraraka said, tears slipping down her face. Just as Bakugou had said, she was going to cry in public. How humiliating. Did you see that article online the other day? Oh, the one about whether or not you were dating that pro-hero. Kaima would. Bakugou wrinkled his nose in distaste. A bit old for you, isn't he? It was a brief attempt to lighten the mood and Uraraka made to laugh, but then she started to cry instead, so all in all, a bit of a fail. She appreciated it though. F what they have to say. No one expects you to do anything except live. Take all the time you need. Never date again. Who gives AF dash? That's easy for you to say, Uraraka mumbled. You apparently have a new lay every week. Bakugou rolled his eyes. That's fing stupid. He smirked at her. It's every other week. That half-laugh/half cry slipped out of her again. She couldn't react any other way. Bakugou didn't snap at her for it, but he didn't pity her either. There was no poor little Uraraka lost her boyfriend coming from him. It was understanding that there were some chasms that couldn't be filled. Sometimes they had to be climbed. He was supposed to be the greatest hero there ever was, Uraraka whispered. It was a testament to how much he had grown that Bakugou didn't respond to that statement at all. And I couldn't save him. I couldn't do anything. Bullshit, Bakugou snapped, not meanly. You nearly died trying to save him. You literally plummeted in a free fall in an attempt to reach him again. The only reason you didn't end yourself trying to save him was because he had the foresight to see how blind you were to yourself. They'd gone over this before, but they needed to again one more time. She knew he was right. She knew she was being irrational. But she needed to hear it said once more. If it's anyone's fault, it's mine for not aiming right. I couldn't get you to where you needed to be to reach him in time. A spike of panic flashed through Uraraka, a painful tug on her heart. He had never said anything like that before, only that it wasn't her fault. Bakugou, you did your very best. You did everything you could. Bakugou tipped his head back and closed his eyes. Did I though? I keep asking myself if I could have done more. Maybe if I'd gone out there with you. Maybe if I'd been able more damage to that damn villain, so that Deku wouldn't have had to use everything he had against him mid-air over FNG Ocean. He sighed and leaned forward, looking terribly uncomfortable at having opened up. All I could do in the end was make sure that you didn't go under too. That's what he wanted. I knew it the second he used the last bit of his strength to push you away from the water right before he hit it. That was the nightmare though, wasn't it? That they had done everything they possibly could have done to save him and they had still failed. What kind of heroes did that make them? The moment Deku had leapt from the cliff, the blast off so strong that it had knocked them all back, Uraraka had known that nothing was going to be the same. It was either stop the villain now or let the city explode. They'd watched from their pathetic spots on the ground, covered in blood, sweat, and mud, as Deku collided fist first like a rocket into the villain and exploded with a power that none of them would ever be able to grasp. There had only been a moment of cheer and relief before they had realized that Deku was falling towards the ocean and falling fast. He was always falling in her dreams and, just as she hadn't that night, she could never reach him then. I keep thinking that one day I'll wake up and it'll just be normal that I'm by myself. Uraraka bit her lip. One day I'll be able to put on my suit and not question myself about whether I'm worthy enough. Bakugou bolted forward in his seat so fast that he bumped into the table, the empty sake bottles and their glasses clinking as they trembled in the wake of his anger. Don't you ever fing question yourself like that. Okay? You're an incredible hero. Deku knew that. You could tell that by the way he looked at you like you were the fing moon and stars. When she didn't look totally convinced, he clenched his hands into fists on top of the table. You had your whole world turned upside down and most people would have shattered. 2 weeks after, you went back to work, back to saving lives, back to kicking ass. I'm still pissed at you for that. You needed way more time. I couldn't sit around and do nothing. Uraraka told him hotly, tears flooding her eyes again. I couldn't just stand there and act like the world had stopped turning, even if it felt like it had for me. That's not the kind of hero Deku was, and I wasn't going to let it be me. There were still people that needed to be saved, needed to be helped, and I promised myself that I would do that for him. That I'd do it for me, to prove that I was worth it. There was a shadow over Bakugou's face, one that she couldn't quite place, as he said in an uncharacteristically quiet voice, "You've always been worth it." He knew that right from the start. The words were spoken with no less aggression than usual despite how quiet he was. But they were just the right things to say. Uraraka could feel the walls bursting inside of her, punctured by such a simple statement. She curled her legs up in the chair so she could wrap her arms around them and press her face into her knees. Tears spilled out of her eyes and he let her cry. She didn't care if there were people around them. She didn't care if anyone she knew saw her. She didn't care if the paparazzi showed up and snapped pictures of her weeping and made some ridiculous tabloid, although she was certain Bakugou would blow a gasket and physically haul them away. She just let the tears come until they stopped. Eventually they did. As all things did, her tears came to an end. When it happened, she took a deep breath and lifted her face, the cool breeze of the evening chilling the tears on her face. Bakugou took one look at her and screwed up his face. "You look like your face is melting." "It's my makeup, you idiot," Uraraka told him. "Next time be prepared for emotional sheet and wear waterproof makeup." Despite everything, the pain, the absence, and the longing for something far gone, Uraraka felt a little lighter. She also felt the beginnings of a headache, but that was usually what happened after drinking and a heavy cry spell. Bakugou pushed a water towards her and she accepted it gratefully. "Your sheet at comforting, you know. Good thing I'm just here to drink," Bakugou responded. "Now go clean your face before people start to think that I broke up with you or something." Uraraka thought to comment on him not caring about what people thought, but agreed that she did probably look like sheet. Besides, a splash of water against her face would help her feel fresher. She hurried to the bathroom so she could fix herself up, fishing out her phone in the process. The amount of missed calls and unanswered text messages made her cringe. But truth be told, she'd forgotten all about it while they'd been talking. The first and only person she responded to was Tsu, who she knew would spread the word for her. "Chaco. Sorry I haven't answered any of your calls." "I'm fine." "Tsu, are you sure? You haven't answered anyone. We've been worried." "Chaco. Again sorry. I've been busy. Had my phone turned off." "Tsu. Busy?" "Chaco. Been with Bakugou for most of the day." Tsu explains why he never answered our texts. "We just thought he was being an ass." That made Uraraka giggle a little, though it brought a few tears to her eyes as well. Everyone was handling this their own way. She should have talked to everyone earlier, but it had just felt so daunting. The idea of telling all her friends that she was fine. It was hard, but she would make it. No, she didn't need them to come over, it had been overwhelming. And then Bakugou had blown in and just swept her away from all of it like it was nothing, and he didn't care what everyone else thought they should do for her. Still, she felt guilty for ignoring them. Her friends were hurting too. Deku's death hadn't affected only her. It would be a day late, but she would talk to them tomorrow. Maybe it was the alcohol flooding her veins, giving her a false sense of confidence. But she felt like tomorrow was going to be a new day. Like she was going to wake up and know in her heart that, no, things would never be the same again and she would always miss Deku and love him too. But she would be the hero he knew she was and she would smile for real when she thought back to him. When Uraraka returned to the table, Bakugou was pouring the last bit of their sake into her cup. "Oh no, I can't." He raised an eyebrow and pushed the glass towards her. "I can't." She laughed a little. "Did you see how I was walking over here?" "Yeah, not wobbly enough," Bakugou countered, putting all the pressure on her. She concentrated on the cup, picked it up, and then drank it. Granted, it wasn't much, but it was enough to make her feel woozy. He grinned at her, all teeth and vicious, and then stretched back in his seat like a cat, his t-shirt raising up to expose skin. "That's much better." Uraraka eyed him and put her hands on her hips, which might have been a little intimidating if she wasn't swaying a little on the spot. "Trying to get me drunk to take advantage of me?" Bakugou stood up slowly, as if he had nowhere else he'd rather be than right in her space, and said, "Who says I need to get you drunk first?" in such an outrageously suggestive low tone that Uraraka burst out laughing. The alcohol made it so much worse. She felt like she was shooting from one emotion to the other, but this one she embraced. Felt good to laugh. It had felt good to cry in all honesty. She'd been hiding from it all day, but now that she'd done it and it was out in the open, she felt relieved. She barely caught sight of the checkbook on the table, already taken care of, before Bakugou all but pushed her out of the bar so she wouldn't try to sneak a peek at the damage. He knew her too well. Unfortunately, he had also known that that last bit of sake would do her in. The walk home would have been painful if not for the cool breeze that brushed against her. They did it in silence, him with his hands in his pockets and her with her hands clutching the strap of her purse. More than likely it was because both of them needed to focus on walking without looking like a couple of drunk idiots, which they probably did anyways. Bakugou was doing a pretty good imitation at not being drunk, but his steps were sluggish and his eyes kept sweeping over to her like he was making sure she was still standing. By the time they reached the steps of her apartment, Uraraka found herself groaning and slumping against him. Her eyelids were so heavy and she was so tired. Her mind screamed at her to just drift off where she stood. She didn't want to walk up the stairs. She was only on the second floor, but it seemed so far away. Maybe she could get away with sleeping in her car. That seemed like a reasonable idea right now. I knew this would happen, Bakugou sighed, even though it was his fault for getting her this drunk in the first place. She turned to tell him that when he bent down and slid his arms underneath her, picking her up like she was nothing and holding her bridal style in his arms. Uraraka let out a tiny squeak. I told you that I was going to have to carry your drunk ass home. The first 2 steps he took were far too wobbly, and she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her face into his shoulder, almost certain that they were going to fall. But then he tightened his grip on her, tensed up his body, and made quick work of the rest, powering through it by sheer will. At her door, he once again used his copy of her key to let them in and kicked the door shut. Once inside, she thought he'd let her down, which seemed like a terrible idea since her legs were jello and she felt out of it from hanging in the air. But he didn't. He gripped her just a little tighter, as if to let her know that he wasn't done and just a tad bit drunk. She didn't fight it. Instead, he slowly made his way through her dark apartment until he reached her bedroom and carefully laid her down on her bed. It was far too gentle for someone as chaotic as him, but maybe it was the alcohol dulling his emotions for once. As Bakugou grumbled about her always leaving her damn window open for any old villain to crawl through and closed it for her, Uraraka opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling, suddenly remembering how she had done the same thing this morning after waking up from the nightmare about Deku's fall and her twice failure to touch him in time. I had the dream again last night. A breath of air escaped from Bakugou as he returned to her bedside. Do you want me to call Tsuyu or? She shook her head. No, I'll be fine, I'll stay, Bakugou said in a decisive tone. On the couch, I mean. Can't really drive right now anyways. They looked at each other for a beat too long. Uraraka knew it was too long and Bakugou surely didn't look at anyone that long. But alcohol had a funny way of making barriers seem non-existent. The urge to reach out and squeeze his hand hanging at his side was so sudden that she didn't even think about not doing it. She felt him tense up at first when she did so, but then he loosened up and squeezed back before she pulled her hand away. Uraraka raised an eyebrow at him and he gave her a questioning look. Are you just going to stand there? I'm not sleeping in this. Bakugou narrowed his eyes at her for a second, a sharp quip on his tongue, before he decided against it and walked towards the door. Hey, Bakugou. He stopped to glance back at her and she gave him a tired smile, the moonlight from her window casting a faint glow on her. Thank you. Whatever angel face, Bakugou dismissed, though she saw the pleased look on his face. She didn't bother telling him where the blankets and pillows were for him to use. He knew where they were. Having done this a few times before, usually when Bakugou was in a foul mood and needed someone to vent to that wasn't Kirishima, he was at least a little familiar with her couch. She took a deep breath as she sat up in bed. Round face, angel face. Bakugou was always full of nicknames for everyone that he came in contact with. Back at UA, it had been because he'd never bothered learning names and then it just stuck for him, if not anyone else. He called most of their former classmates by their names now, but still fell back on his tried and true nicknames for them. A deep wave of sadness swept over her again for a brief moment. It had been almost a year since he'd been called Kaken. She wondered if he missed it, but knew better than to ask. As far as he was concerned probably, the name had died along with Deku. After changing into shorts and a t-shirt, Uraraka fell back in bed and crashed quickly, as if she'd lost all strength to fight the battle against the alcohol. Hopefully the amount of food and water she'd consumed would prevent any sort of hangover, but only the morning would tell. Luckily, the alcohol had the effect of dampening any dreams she might have had, so that by the time she woke up, there was nothing to remember except Bakugou's words and that last look she'd seen on his face. She considered it a blessing that there was only a faint thumping in her head that would go away in an hour or so. Uraraka took her time getting up. She stretched in bed and yawned before snuggling up with her covers a little more and simply listening to the birds chirping and the morning traffic spilling in from her open window. When she finally got out of bed, she noticed just how quiet her apartment was. The last time Bakugou had crashed on her couch, she thought his snores were going to wake the dead. Not that he'd ever copped to snoring. Peeking outside of her bedroom, Uraraka found it empty, though he charmingly left the pillows and blankets bunched up on her couch. Such a gentleman. She shook her head and went to the bathroom to start her morning routine. She really needed to go to the gym today. Then she'd start her round of apologies for going off the grid yesterday and ignoring everyone else's pain. For just a little bit longer, she wanted to stand in this strange morning bliss. It was like a small weight was off her shoulders. Not all of it, but just enough where she could stand up straight again. After finishing in the bathroom, Uraraka padded into the kitchen to make breakfast, only to find a bowl already made next to a note in Bakugou's writing that said, "Eat this!" So he could cook breakfast but not fold up blankets? That man was full of surprises. He probably got up at the crack of dawn regardless of how much he drank or fought the night before. No rest for the wicked or those wanting to be at the top. Smiling to herself, she took the food and went back into her bedroom to pack all her stuff for the gym. She hummed under her breath as she did so, feeling better with every bite and passing second. It was going to be a good day. She was going to do some wonderful things. She was going to live her life. That was what Deku would have wanted. Not just to push herself as a hero, but also as a person. He had been so thoughtful. Uraraka was still humming pleasantly when she walked back into the kitchen to clean out her dish when a voice abruptly shattered everything. "Good morning, Ochako." Instead of falling to the ground, the bowl floated up to the ceiling the second Uraraka let go of it to form fists and spun around. Her heart had leapt into her throat because for a half a second she'd opened her mouth to say a name that she'd spent months unable to speak. But no, it couldn't be. This was just a setback. Like when she woke up sometimes and forgot he wasn't in bed next to her, or how she'd leave the shop down the street and think she saw a flash of his green hair moving around the corner. But then she turned around completely and her hands flew to her mouth and her heart dropped into her stomach. Uraraka barely managed to whimper, but the name tumbled out of her mouth. Deku? There he was, Deku, her Deku, like he'd never been gone. Sitting in the chair that they'd bought at a flea market and he'd refurbished for her just because he thought it would make her smile. It was undeniably him, alive and well and in her living room. His unmanageable green hair, his vibrant green eyes, the freckles that never left his face even as his body grew taller and stronger. Out of all things, he was wearing a black suit and matching vest and his tie. Her lips trembled at the sight. His red tie was still done far too short. She would have burst into tears had she not been so stunned. However, when Deku smiled at her, a cold chill ran down her spine and the thought runaway came to her mind when she had only ever run to him before. And she knew. She knew there was something wrong with that smile, something not quite right. But then none of this was right. "I missed you. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain." Deku had died. She'd watched his body crash into the cold, dark waves right after he'd hit the air hard enough to send her back up and keep her from following him. She had spent nearly 11 long months mourning and missing him. She'd screamed and cried, begged and raged, hollowed herself out and built herself back up again. How was he here? Why was he here? She wanted to run to him, throw her arms around him, never let him go. She also wanted to get the hell out of here. "Why? Did you miss me?" Deku asked so calm and light. Uraraka tried desperately to find her voice, but it felt as if it had been taken from her. "Of course I missed you. There's not a day that went by that I didn't think of you. Is that so?" Deku's voice was little more than a murmur, beckoning her closer, but she didn't move. This wasn't real. She was dreaming, and if she wasn't dreaming, then this was some sort of trick. A villain with some sort of quirk to transform into someone else like Toga from the League of Villains, but she'd been ended years ago. Uraraka knew that she should react by defending herself, but instead found herself replying, "Yes, you died and I couldn't just let go of you. I couldn't just move on dash." "Oh, but you did, didn't you?" Deku stood from his seat, as if unfurling himself. The power that radiated from him was enough to almost cause her knees to buckle, but she held her ground. What was happening? This wasn't him. This wasn't Deku. Couldn't be. He was dead. He was dead. He was here in her living room. It wasn't him, and yet she knew that it was. She knew it was him like she knew her own quirk, because he had been a part of her. "I don't..." Uraraka couldn't breathe. Deku took 4 steps forward and then picked up the blanket on the couch, holding it between 2 fingers with a look of faint disdain on his face. It was such a strange look for him to wear. She'd never seen it before, and it didn't line up with everything she'd loved about him. "Really, Ochako? Kaken? I've got to confess. I didn't see that one coming. It was the use of Bakugou's nickname that did her in. Kaken." It was like an electric shock went from her head all the way down to her toes. It was him. Tears sprung into her eyes. "Deku." She started trembling, unable to stop herself, as she thought about the nights she had dreamed that she would wake up and he would in the living. room or kitchen like nothing had ever happened. But now he was here and she was afraid. Deku. Dash. In a flash, Deku was in front of her. Had he used his quirk? A concerned expression on his face. She knew that face. She knew him. But even with his features smoothed into something that she recognized, he looked off. Maybe it was his eyes, those bright green eyes, like he was looking at her from not quite seeing her. It's okay, Ochako, it's okay. He told her gently, cupping her face in his hands. She could feel the scars on his hand that he'd broken repeatedly at UA to become a hero. He brushed the tears away with his thumbs, as he had done so many times before. I know. There's a lot to take in. She couldn't stop the tears if she tried, and her knees finally buckled, so she fell against him. He took her weight like it was nothing, leaning into her even further and pressing his forehead against hers. It even smelled like him. Leaning against him felt so familiar, like a part of her had come back home, that she wanted to bury herself in him and never come back up for air. And yet she kept thinking about the way he was holding her face. His fingers were soft as he touched her skin and swiped at her tears, but they trembled every so slightly, like he was holding himself back. From what? It occurred to her that he could end her with just an ounce of his power. All he had to do was squeeze a tiny bit and she would be dead. More dead than him, apparently. Why, you were gone and I felt so lost without you, Uraraka cried. She had handled her world turning upside down once before. She didn't know if she could do it again. This wasn't home. I'm here now, Deku told her in a soft voice. I wanted to come back to you earlier. I really did. He sounded so earnest that it hurt her. But I couldn't. I had work to do, you see, and they wouldn't let me. Even though tears were still slipping down her cheeks and she was a sniveling mess, she lifted her head slightly so that she could look him in the eyes. They looked so wrong. They wouldn't let you? Deku sighed. It was such a mess when I was brought in, and of course they didn't trust me at first. I wouldn't have trusted me, but I showed them in time and they let me come back. He either didn't notice the confused look on her face or he didn't care. He was starting to ramble, a habit that he had never outgrown. She had loved him, did love him? For it. I had to see you again. I had to. It was all I could think about sometimes. You in our bed by yourself at night, sitting at the counter alone, rewatching our favorite movies. The thought of you here alone ended me, and I couldn't stand thinking that you had no one. It had wounded her too. All those things had stung to the point where she'd begun to feel numb. It didn't feel the same without him here. The bed was too large. Their favorite movies no longer entertaining. Having to play the radio or turn on the news just to hear a voice while she ate. This had been their first place together, chosen by the both of them, and the apartment that she'd once loved had turned into a prison at times. She was so caught up in agreeing with him that she didn't notice the sudden shift in Deku. His thumbs stopped brushing her cheeks, the smile faded from his face, and he tilted his head as he examined her. You can imagine my surprise when I was told that you'd been seen with Kaken multiple times. Couldn't believe it. Out of all our friends, him? Even after showing me pictures, I thought they had to be fake. And then I saw him leaving here this morning. I brought you flowers. I thought about making you breakfast and he'd already done it. I'd forgotten what a good cook he was. How thoughtful of him. He was just being friendly dash. Since when has Kaken ever been friendly? Deku laughed, and it was so cold that she had to fight the urge to shiver. He slid a finger from her cheek down under her chin, his eyes falling from hers down to her lips. No, I know him. I know when he wants something and how he goes about taking it. His hand shifted as his thumb moved to caress her chapped lips. But you're mine. I won't have him stepping in my shoes, in my bed, my home. This is my life. He can try to beat me at everything, but he won't win this. Uraraka was at a loss for words. For as long as she could remember, Deku had never been the jealous type. Even before they had started dating, when she tried her best to get over her silly crush on him and see other people, he had never been angry about it. He'd confessed to being upset, but not at her. All he'd wanted for her was happiness, and if that meant being with someone else because he was too shy or too busy, then he could handle it. He had been such a good friend. The relief when they'd first gotten together had been overwhelming, like they had both been waiting for that page to turn on their lives. This felt so wrong. There was an undercurrent of rage under his words that her mouth dried up. It reminded her of Bakugou, although he never tried to hide it. He let everyone know what he was feeling, whereas Deku tried to hide it so as to not be a burden. This wasn't him hiding his anger, though. He was letting it course through him like his one-for-all quirk. It's not your fault, Deku told her. making her mind spin. Kakin can be charming when he wants to be, and you were in a vulnerable position. I should have come back to you sooner. But they wouldn't let me, so I tried to get your attention. A bright smile popped onto his face. I thought, what would make Ochako happy? Getting rid of villains. There were a handful that we needed out of our way so we could expand, and sure, it would have made more sense to recruit them, but they were nothing compared to me. It worked out so perfectly. I got rid of them, and it made you happy too. That, Uraraka thought back. It was true that villains in her section had dropped significantly over the past few months, and there hadn't been so much as a purse snatching in her neighborhood in so long. Maybe it wasn't the fact that villains were avoiding the area so much as they were being taken out of commission. Deku, what did you do? I ended them, Deku said cheerfully. For you. Well, and for the others, but they were just a means to get me back to you. Horror crept into Uraraka's bones. But when she tried to pull away, Deku's grip tightened on her without him even moving or changing his expression. It wasn't enough to hurt her, but she was afraid that if he went any further, he would leave bruises on her. She didn't understand. He kept saying, they, without explaining who they were, but she had a feeling that she already knew. And he'd ended villains? For her? For them? Where have you been? Uraraka asked, trying her hardest to sound strong despite the fact that the ground underneath her was shaking. Who are you talking about? Deku looked her over like he was checking for wounds, smoothing her hair down. The League of Villains, silly. Well, 2.0. We kind of crushed them before, didn't we? He laughed brightly, tilting his head. It's much better this time around, much stronger. They really know what they're doing. I finally feel like I belong. My power is mine. This time, when Uraraka jerked away from him, he let her and she staggered into the countertop behind her, the marble digging into her lower back. The expression on his face was far too blank for comfort. It was like he was painting all those other emotions on his face when he deemed necessary, and this was his true face. Nothing. Not a hint of who he was before. Who are you? Uraraka demanded. You know who I am. The Deku I know and love wouldn't do anything like this, Uraraka told him. Deku shrugged his shoulders. That Deku drowned. This is who I was truly meant to be. No, he was wrong. Uraraka shook her head violently, too shocked to cry anymore. Deku was meant to be a hero. He was meant to be a symbol of peace. He was going to become the greatest hero in the world. This Deku she couldn't understand or accept. When he reached out for her again, she slapped his hands away. But then he grabbed her by the wrists, this time hard enough to bruise, and jerked her against him even as she shouted at him to let her go. He was stronger than her, always had been, but he'd never once used that against her before unless they were competing at school. The feeling of wrongness crept over her like inky black water, making her feel as if she was the one drowning now. I don't expect you to understand right away, Deku told her, his tender tone contrasting sharply with the way he was gripping her in a vice. I'm not unreasonable. Took me time too. He smiled at her again, that smile that she had loved, the smile that made her tremble now. It wasn't him. Just know that I love you and I will never leave you again. I won't let you get hurt. She couldn't find it in her heart to tell him that he was hurting her now. She was lost in those eyes, threatened to be swallowed completely by how hollow they looked now that she was so close to his face. All she knew was that she had to say something or everything would go terribly wrong. She could feel herself standing on a precipice where if she took one wrong step she would be the one falling, and she was scared that he'd be the one to push her over. I love you too, Uraraka whispered, and she did. She had loved him, and she did love him, and she would always love him. But this wasn't him. His grip on her tightened for a second and then loosened. But instead of letting her go, Deku cupped her face again and pressed his lips against hers in a searing kiss. Even though she knew it was wrong and that everything was shattered into pieces, for a brief moment, she let herself revel in it. She let her hands rest lightly against his chest, the steady beat of his heart telling her that he was alive, and despite the tears on her face and lips, he clung to her like she was a breath of fresh air, and she missed him something terrible. When the moment was over and Deku pulled away from her, Uraraka could only stare at him in horror. He looked so unimaginably happy, just as he had been the day they'd first moved in here. Deku stroked her cheek, focusing on the pink spots, and then reached past her to grab something on the counter. The length of his firm body pressed up against hers as he ignored her personal space. I know the first person you're going to tell is Kakin, and while I'm disappointed, I understand you'll need someone aggressively strong. So let me help you get the point across. She heard the scratching marks of pen on paper and watched Deku's face out of the corner of her eyes as he left his mark. When he was done, He set the pen down and fully pulled away from her, leaving her swaying on the spot. Where? Uraraka had to speak. Her mind was screaming at her to pull herself together, but she could barely move, much less talk. Where are you going? Back to work, Deku answered. There's a lot to be done. She wanted to throw up. Back to work. Back to the new League of Villains. Deku, her Deku. She clenched her fists at her side, but nothing happened. Part of her wanted to smack him and activate her quirk on him, but she had a feeling that whatever was holding him together would fall apart at the seams if she did. Then, despite his promise, he would hurt her. She didn't know. She couldn't risk it when she felt like everything she'd known was wrong. See you soon, Ochako, Deku promised before simply walking out the front door. Like it was just another morning and he was off to the hero agency he worked at. Except he wasn't going to where heroes went. He was going back to villains and darkness and shadow. Uraraka stood in place for a terribly long time, trembling and holding her hands over her mouth so that she either wouldn't cry or scream. She wasn't sure which one would come out. Finally, she dragged her eyes to look back at the counter and saw what Deku had written on the note Bakugou had left her earlier. It seemed like a lifetime ago, another world away, like she'd woken up and fallen into an alternate universe. But seeing Bakugou's scratchy writing next to Deku's careful one confirmed that this was her reality now. Tears welled up in Uraraka's eyes again when she saw Deku's note, and a muffled whimper of "no" tumbled out of her lips from behind her hands. Deku was alive. He was alive. Her dream had come true, and it turned out to be a nightmare. It took longer than Uraraka wanted to admit for her to pull herself up from the ground where she'd crumpled into a ball after Deku had walked out. She could still smell him, feel the warmth of his lips on hers and the tight grip on her wrists. When she finally stood up and looked down at them, she could see the bruises already forming on them, the marks that stood out noticeably as fingers. Once she started moving, though, she couldn't stop and she almost forgot the note in her haste to rush out the door. The first person she called, just as Deku had predicted, was Bakugou, but not for the reasons that Deku had said. He thought that she needed someone to hold her up, but she'd been doing just fine on her own. However, after realizing that she'd never even asked him how he was alive, she had come to conclusion that Deku was also fixated on Bakugou. It wasn't just her. He had come out of hiding, or the villains he was working for being controlled by, after being confronted with hers and Bakugou's strange friendship, which was something that clearly displeased him on a furious level that she didn't know what to do with. She'd never had to deal with a jealous Deku before, much less one that seemed close to spiraling into violence at the drop of a pin. All of which made Uraraka think that while Deku proclaimed to not wanting to hurt her, Bakugou was in danger. No that he'd ever think that of himself, but they knew the extent of Deku's power. It was not something Bakugou could shrug off. As soon as she got in her car, Uraraka called Bakugou's cell. As she waited for him to pick up, she caught a glimpse of herself in her rearview mirror and winced. She looked terrible, like she'd gone on a bender. A part of her felt like she had. She was still shaking, even if her mind had stopped screaming. Deku was alive. He was alive. And apparently he was ending villains in her area like some sort of twisted love letter to her and also to benefit his new companions. Bakugou finally answered, sounding grouchy as ever. Uraraka? Why the F are you? Where are you? Uraraka demanded, blazing right over him in what was normally his way. Her explosive interruption took him off guard so much that he answered, at the agency, without hesitation. Go figure he would go out day drinking and then go right back to work the next day like it was nothing. Then he seemed to gather himself. Why do you sound like you're a second away from losing your sheet? Because I am losing my sheet. Uraraka's mind screamed. I can't explain it over the phone, Uraraka told him. This was something that had to be said in person. Her mind was going 1,000,000 miles per hour as she tried to match it with her car. She would say that she was driving like Bakugou, but Deku had always warned her about her bad speeding habit. I'm coming there. What? Uraraka hung on him. No sense in dragging it out over the phone. He'd get over it the second she told him what was going on. My God. Who else did she have to call? Sue for sure, and then Todoroki next. She needed Sue's straightforward mind and support, and Todoroki deserved to know immediately as well. He'd seen Deku's fall into the ocean. He'd seen Deku die. He had to know that Deku was alive. He had to know that Deku was a villain. It took Uraraka 20 minutes too long to get to Bakugou's agency. She practically slammed into a parking spot and had barely pulled the key out of the ignition before she was bolting through the doors. The wait at the front desk to confirm her identity was unbearable. But at least Bakugou had had the foresight to warn them about her coming, so they didn't have to call him. She'd been to the agency he worked at a few times, so she knew where she was going without thinking. When she saw him, Uraraka came to a skidding halt, her entrance loud and surprising enough to catch more than a few eyes, including Bakugou's. The second his red eyes latched onto hers, she stomped towards him, giving him little time to narrow his eyes and say, "Yura," before she grabbed him by the wrist and dragged him to the nearest room, which turned out to be a large supply closet. "What the F dash, Uraraka?" Bakugou demanded, ripping his wrist out of her grip. He was only wearing half his hero costume, which probably meant that he wasn't actually scheduled to work but came in to do paperwork and provide backup if needed. "Do you have any idea what this looks like?" She did not. She didn't care. But all that running and panicking had caught up with her and she was trying to breathe. "For FS sake, you're gonna give everyone the wrong?" "Deku is alive." Uraraka exploded and then gasped for air again. She hadn't been ready, but she had needed to get the words out as fast as possible. Bakugou blinked and then furrowed his brow into a deep scowl. "Are you still drunk?" "What?" Uraraka returned his scowl. "No." "Well, did you take something? I mean, if you're hallucinating, we should probably get you to a hospital." "I can't believe that you'd be so—" "I didn't take anything, Bakugou," Uraraka exclaimed, absolutely furious by his assumption. Granted, it wasn't that unreasonable. She was the one spouting off that her dead boyfriend was alive. But said dead boyfriend had been in her living room a little over 30 minutes ago and she was starting to freak out. "Deku is alive. He was in my goddamn living room. He kissed her, and she'd kissed him back. Gods. She had thought she knew how much she'd missed him until that moment when he was right there, holding her, pressing his lips against hers. It had been so long that maybe she had started to forget, which ashamed her. He clearly hadn't. The passion hadn't left him one bit. If anything, the months apart where he had been very clearly not dead had intensified things for him. Bakugou grabbed her by the arms, enough to snap her out of the daze she'd fallen into, but not hard enough to hurt her. Not hard enough to cause bruises like the ones on her wrists that she was hiding with a long-sleeve shirt. She didn't even want to know how he would react to that. She didn't know how he would react to this. His eyes bore into hers with an intensity that she hadn't seen in Deku's. It made her feel sick again, Bakugou this close to her, just as Deku had been. He felt warmer. Maybe it was his quirk. "You didn't just dream it?" Bakugou asked her, again in that uncharacteristically quiet voice from last night. "You said that you sometimes thought you saw him." Uraraka shook her head. "He was sitting in the chair, just waiting for me. I don't know how long he was even in my apartment. Oh great." The tears were staring to come back. Who could blame her though? It was one thing for Deku to come back from the dead. Quite another for him to do that and also apparently be working for a new and improved league of villains. It was him, Bakugou, but it wasn't. There's something wrong with him. Something wrong with his head. She forced herself to be still. "You have to believe me. You're not making any sense," Bakugou told her. "We saw him die almost a year ago. He's back and there's something wrong with him," Uraraka exclaimed. "Fine, if you don't believe me." She dug the note out of her pocket and held it out to him. "Look at this." It was the piece of paper that he'd written on this morning next to the breakfast he'd made her. He took it from her and looked down at it. At the top of the paper was his handwriting. "Eat this." And below it, in Deku's careful penmanship, "Thanks for making Ochako breakfast, Kakin." There was a few seconds where Bakugou didn't react at all and she was afraid that he thought that she had faked the whole thing somehow, like she'd learned how to write like Deku and forged this note. But then he crumpled the note in his hand and she had to grab his fist to keep him from letting off an explosion and burning it. For some reason, she couldn't stand the idea of burning Deku's writing. Bakugou raised his free hand and covered his eyes, a pained scowl on his face. "Deku, that FNG, little sheet." After a while, he pulled his hand away and looked down at her. She was still holding onto his fist, leaning in close to him so that she had to tilt her head up to look at him. "He's been gone for months. Of course he's not himself. What the F dash? Where the F was he? What was he doing?" Here was the kicker, the thing that Uraraka knew would amount to a kick and a punch to his gut. He kept rambling on about how they wouldn't let him see me. Bakugou gave her a look that said to continue and she swallowed despite her mouth being dry. "The League of Villains, Bakugou. They brought it back and I don't know how, but they got a hold of him and he's a part of them. Are you FING cheating me?" Bakugou snapped. "You remember how I was telling you that it's been strangely quiet in my sector for a while?" Uraraka didn't even want to think about it. All the heroes thought that they'd just been doing a good job, that their hard work had paid off and was acting as a deterrent. Meanwhile, there had been even more violent crimes happening under their noses. Sharks eating sharks. Crimes being perpetrated to commit crimes. Her lips trembled. He told me that he was ending villains to make me happy, to get them out of the way for me and the League. Bakugou just stared at her like she had two heads, and honestly she didn't blame him. She wasn't doing a good job at explaining things. A few minutes ago, Deku had been dead and gone, and they'd gone out to mourn him on his birthday last night. Now he was alive and apparently a bad guy. Uraraka would have had trouble wrapping her head around it if not for the fact that he'd broken into her place to talk to her. Was it breaking in if he'd lived there before? His name wasn't on the lease anymore. Tell me everything, Bakugou said slowly, from the beginning, so Uraraka did as carefully as she could. Every time she started to derail, Bakugou would stop her by either touching her hand or saying something. She told him how Deku had just said hello like it was nothing. She told him how upset Deku been over Bakugou being a part of her life, though she didn't mention how jealous he'd seemed. Maybe she had been reading into it too much. She told him everything that he'd said about the League and how he'd ended villains for her, like some twisted vigilante. She told him how Deku had said that he was never going to leave her, and then Uraraka blushed. And he kissed me. He what? Bakugou clenched his fists. It's like to him nothing has changed, Uraraka said. Like he was never gone. There was a beat where they just stared at each other and Bakugou said, like you're still his, well? Bakugou leaned forward, putting a hand against the wall next to her head so that he towered over her and she pressed herself back against the wall. Despite him crowding her, she didn't feel threatened. Not like she had when Deku had cupped her cheeks and looked her over. Are you? Uraraka frowned and glared up at him. My dead boyfriend came back to life, broke into my apartment, and told me that he's become a villain and ended people to get my attention. I don't know what the F I am. That seemed to appease him or snap him out of whatever fog he was in. Bakugou pulled away from her and ran his fingers through his sandy blonde hair. It was already a mess like usual, but him tugging at it made it worse. He didn't seem to know what to do with his hands though, and he started to pace in the small space of the closet as his brain went into overdrive. Shit, this is so F-ed. Bakugou rubbed his face. We've got to F-dash. He fist slammed into the door, putting a slight dent into it. Uraraka didn't flinch. I don't know what we're supposed to do. We can't just sit on this. He turned to face her. Have you told anyone else? No, Uraraka said. I came to you first. Bakugou nodded. Okay, well, we need to... Should we just call everyone from our class? What's the FING protocol for sheet like this? She didn't know, hence why she had come here to him. We need to call Todoroki first. I'm sure you'll tell Tsuyu and Ida and I'll let Kirishima know. F-dash, this is going to be bad. He groaned. Why couldn't Deku? That was a sentence he couldn't finish. We'll get a hold of everyone. Tell them we need to meet. I don't care if they're on their FNG deathbed. They better get healthy and show up. No excuses. This is some serious-ass sheet. As Bakugou talked, Uraraka could only nod her head in agreement. She had known that she would be the one to call Todoroki. It was expected of her to talk to Tsuyu, but Bakugou hadn't spoken to Todoroki since Deku's funeral as far as she knew. There wasn't any need for them to stay in contact without Deku in the middle. Uraraka had tried her best, but had come to the conclusion that without Deku, there was nothing to bridge the two. Deku had been like that for a lot of people. Their group had never been the same without him. He'd been the glue. Uraraka, are you with me? Are you listening? She closed her eyes. It was him. It was what I wanted and no, she wouldn't cry again. She wouldn't. He was so off and I was scared. I've never been scared of him before, but I knew that if I made one mistake, that would be the end of it. She brought her hands up to cover her face. He promised he wouldn't hurt me, but, without warning, Bakugou grabbed one of her hands and shoved back her sleeve. What the F-dash? He did the same with her other wrist and then held them out so he could see the bruises as plain as day. Did he do this? She didn't want to admit it, but she bit her lip and he knew. What do you call this then? He gripped her hands tighter, so she couldn't pull them away and hide the bruises again, but not tight enough where it hurt. If this isn't hurting you... He didn't mean it, Uraraka exclaimed, knowing damn well how foolish she sounded. It's not him. He still did it. Bakugou countered furiously. Uraraka jerked her hands away from him and he let them slip out of his grip. Just as quickly though, despite glaring at him, she threw her arms around his middle and he pulled her into a hug. She wasn't gonna cry, But she needed this. She was terrified. She didn't know what to think. She didn't know what to do. What was wrong with Deku? What had happened to him? She should have been able to save him. She should have been stronger. She should have been quicker. This is so effed up. Bakugou sighed into her hair. A mirthless laugh tumbled from Uraraka's lips. He didn't even know the half of it, but she couldn't tell him that he had to be there in order to know the full extent. She had a terrible feeling that Bakugou would find out soon enough. She didn't think this Deku was the kind to let sleeping dogs lie. That was what scared her even more, after what was probably too long for hugging. But Uraraka had really needed it. Bakugou pulled away from her and said, "We're going to need more proof than this note." Uraraka pondered it for a moment and then a light bulb went off in her head. He left out the front door. "I've got a security camera out there that takes pictures of everyone that gets in its view." "You installed it like I suggested," Bakugou said, as if he hadn't actually believed she would. She hadn't at first when he'd told her 6 months ago. She had thought it was stupid and pointless. But after Deku's death, all of her friends had wanted to take more precautions on protecting herself, as if Deku alone had been the deterrent for anyone to come after Uravity. She'd won it a few months ago on a whim, but so far it had only caught awkward pictures of her friends and an embarrassing amount of food delivery people. Uraraka stared up at him. "I don't know what I'm supposed to do now." "Shit. Sheet." Bakugou pressed the heel of his palm against one of his eyes. "We need to take some time off. This sheet is big. But we can't tell anyone outside our group yet." I don't know. Just send some messages out. I've got to talk to my boss." He opened the supply closet door, ignoring the looks of everyone in the office, and dragged her out. He put his hands on her shoulders and looked her in the eyes. "Stay here. Don't do something stupid." To be honest, she couldn't move if she tried. An overwhelming sense of nothingness threatened to wash her away in the wake of her telling Bakugou what had happened. Outside of telling their friends, she didn't know what to do. She had a feeling that Deku would find her first and that both terrified and exhilarated her. Now that he wasn't in front of her, she was desperate to pull him back and try to make him see reason. But a small part of her knew that the second she saw him, she would do no such thing. She was too scared of breaking whatever piece of him remained sane. "I should have searched for you longer," Uraraka thought desperately, even though she knew it was futile. Suyu had been the one to pull her away when his body had never been found despite their best efforts. They hadn't even had a body for his funeral, which made perfect sense now since he hadn't been dead. A loud noise from the head honcho's office startled Uraraka out of her thoughts. She heard Bakugou shout, "That's not the case at all," and then some more muffled, angry noises. Every other hero and sidekick kept shooting glances at her, and then the closed door until Bakugou practically kicked the door open and stormed out, forcing them to pretend as if they were busy working. Bakugou wasted no time in leaving, grabbing her gently by the wrist despite the tension in his body, and dragging her into the elevator. As he growled, "Let's go, round face," there was no time for Uraraka to respond. Only follow him, as she staggered into the elevator and then watched the doors shut. As soon as they were alone, he let go of her and turned to face. "Did I hurt you?" "Huh. Oh, the bruises on her wrist." Uraraka shook her head. "No, it's fine. I bought us some time." Bakugou looked away. "Did you call your agency?" Of course he was on top of things. Uraraka was having trouble figuring out what was up and what was down. As they walked out of the building, she called her agency and made up an excuse that her grandma was dying and she needed some time out of the office. The fact that her grandparents had already passed was not something that they knew, so they told her to take the time that she needed. Bakugou seemed pleased with the outcome, but there was still a grim expression on his face. The next step was sending a group message. The two of them stood in the parking lot, debating each other about what to say, until they finally settled on something. Uraraka noted that she had more people while Bakugou stuck with the main people in his crew at school. "Meet at Bakugou's tonight at 8. Extremely important. Dire situation." Bakugou had wanted to add that they would be effed up if they didn't show, but Uraraka had disagreed. Already the text was too short to give an idea of what was going on. But their class was smart. They'd had texts like this sent out to them before, like Deku's location ping concerning the hero ender back in their first year at UA, so everyone knew that when a mass group text was sent out like this, it was serious, especially if Bakugou was part of it. He hadn't been happy about using his place as a meeting place, but considering hers had been broken into, it was the best option. As expected, on the way back to her apartment, Sue called. "Ochako, what was that text about?" "I can't explain it over the phone," Uraraka told her, rattling with nerves. She could see Bakugou's car behind her. No way was he letting her go back to her place alone to check the surveillance camera. She didn't think Deku would be there. He told her that he was busy and needed to go to work. But the idea of her going alone had nearly sent Bakugou off the deep end. I just need you to be there. Does it have something to do with you and Bakugou? Sue asked almost cautiously. What? No. Well, it kind of did. Uraraka had gotten the impression that Deku wanted to make sure that Bakugou was out of the picture. How, she wasn't for sure. Sue, I can't talk about this right now. She closed her eyes. Weak, she was weak. She wanted to tell her best friend. It's more complicated than that. It's okay. I understand. Rib bit. Sue had a way of getting to the point of things that Uraraka struggled with, this being one. She accepted what Uraraka said and would wait. I'll see you tonight. Uraraka desperately wished everyone else could be that easy. Because they had sent a group text and both of them had been stupid enough to put each other in their texts in case one couldn't respond. Her phone was blowing up. People were demanding answers, sending sheet posts that she knew would piss Bakugou off, freaking out, and making wild assumptions that somehow seemed more logical than the truth. The only time that Uraraka paid attention to it was when Bakugou sent out a text. Uraraka is not pregnant. It had her raising her eyebrows, but no one texted after that. So it at least had the desired response. Gods. She hoped Deku couldn't get a hold of these messages. Judging from the way he'd reacted to Bakugou sleeping on her couch, the idea that she might be pregnant with his child would send Deku on a rampage. Uraraka clenched her steering wheel tightly. She didn't know what would send Deku off the rail, but she had a bad feeling that if it had to do with Bakugou or her, it wouldn't be good. She thought to call Bakugou to tell him to hang back just in case they were being watched, but she knew that he wouldn't agree no matter what. She had a feeling that her alone time was going to be at an all-time low. It would limit the chances of a hero-turned-villain popping up on her unannounced. She parked reasonably slower at her apartment than she had at Bakugou's agency. He was not so slow. However, she noticed that when he got out, his eyes surveyed the area and he had his hands palm out like he was ready for a fight, like he was waiting for Deku to pop up and to explode him. He was being cautious, she knew, but it made her feel only tired. Deku wasn't around. He was off doing villain work. Uraraka wouldn't have been able to say how she knew except that she did. He was a part of her, even now that she didn't wholly recognize him. She knew. The walk up to her apartment to check on the computer that dealt with the surveillance was eerily silent. Bakugou spent the whole time looking out of the corner of her eyes while he made sure Uraraka was only one step ahead of him in case he had to grab her or something. She could tell that he was defending her and it irritated the hell out of her. But she said nothing. It was a stark difference from last night when he had carried her up the stairs. His body tense but his touch soft. It was hard to believe that had been less than a day ago. When she went to open the door, Bakugou swung an arm around her to pull her back and said, "Hold on. Let me check it first." But Uraraka was too tired and worn thin to deal with that. So she shoved him off of her and exclaimed, "Would you stop it?" and then barreled into her apartment with him sputtering angrily behind her. Of course, there was no one in here. Deku was gone. There wasn't a single trace that he had been in here. She'd remembered to release the floating bowl right before she left, letting it fall into the sink. Sitting down at her desk, she opened up her laptop and pulled up the surveillance program. Her heart leapt into her throat the second she found Deku's picture. Judging by the way he was looking directly in the camera, a big grin on his face and his hand held up in a friendly wave, he'd known about it and had gone out the front intentionally. It was almost a sweet picture, except for the fact that everything about it felt wrong. There was an off tilt about the way he held himself, leaning slightly to the left as if off balance. She almost reached out to touch the screen, but then pulled her hand back. Behind her, Bakugou stared hard at the screen. One of his hands was gripping the back of her chair so tight that his knuckles were white and he was leaning over her, his chest brushing against her back. She felt when he growled low under his breath upon seeing the picture, but when she glanced back and up at him, there was an unreadable expression on his face. She couldn't tell what he was thinking and it made her shrink in her seat. He's still a damn nerd. Even now, Bakugou grouched, reaching over her to print the picture. Uraraka flashed back to when Deku had done the same thing to write the note, like both had forgotten her personal space. Felt different though, her skin wasn't crawling. It's like he's toying with us. Even though the image felt wrong, Uraraka thought she could see hints of her Deku in him, like the real him was peeking out below the surface. It gave her hope that she could save him, or maybe she was just kidding herself. She couldn't stand the idea of giving up on him though. She felt as if she'd done it once already, accepting his death when she should have kept on. Looking for him. He'd been out there, who knows what being done to him in order to twist his mind, and she'd just lived her life. She'd done nothing to save him. She wouldn't do it again. Uraraka swore that she'd go to the ends of the earth if it meant saving Deku. She didn't care what anyone else thought. By the time 8 rolled around, Bakugou's apartment was cramped and Uraraka was a bundle of nerves. It had taken everything in her not to explode multiple times throughout the day. While everyone else was in the living room or connected dining area, she hung out in his bedroom, sitting on the edge of his bed and bouncing her foot. She knew that she was hiding right now, but she couldn't help it. She felt guilty for wishing that she could rewind to this morning so that none of this had happened, but a small part of her was still happy that he was alive. She'd lost count of how many times Bakugou had checked the perimeter to make sure that Deku wasn't around. Maybe he'd wanted Deku to show his face. Bakugou had never felt more like a ticking time bomb before. The once strange but easy flow between them was staticky and tense. He hadn't been in a talkative mood and she hadn't forced him, too lost in her own mind. She knew that it would be only a matter of time before he blew up. She just didn't know when or how bad it would be. The door swung open and Bakugou stepped inside, shutting it behind him. Now you're just trying to make things look bad. Uraraka gave him a frazzled look and he let out a huff before walking towards her. When he was standing right in front of her, he folded his arms across his chest and looked down at her. Everyone's here. Well, everyone important at least. The fact that he'd admitted that other people were important definitely showed how serious this was. What am I supposed to say? Uraraka asked him. The truth, Bakugou told her. Deku's alive masquerading as a villain and is obsessed with you. Uraraka frowned at his description. She couldn't understand how he could sound so flippant about this while she felt like she was dying on the inside. But then she noticed how tense he was holding his arms and how he was straining to keep his expression passive. She wanted to tell him that he could talk to her. Tell her how this was affecting him and not just her. But she had a feeling that he'd brush her off right now. Instead, she took a deep breath, stood up, and walked out of the bedroom. Immediately, she was assaulted by the distressed voices of her former classmates and friends. Kirishima and Ida were the loudest, the latter rushing up to ask her if she was okay. Then it was Ashido, pushing him aside so that she could hug Uraraka even though she hadn't said anything. Kaminari was in his hero costume, having come straight from work, while Momo was wearing a very nice gown, looking like she'd led an opera to come here. Everyone was shouting over each other with the exception of Todoroki, who was leaning against the threshold of the kitchen and eyeing her carefully. Everyone shut the F up, Bakugou yelled, the loudest of them all as usual. It got their attention at least. I've got one rule and one rule only. No interrupting until she's done saying what she's got to say, no matter how much you feel like we need your opinion. Uraraka stood in front of her friends and wrung her hands together as they looked at her with a mixture of confusion and wariness. How insane this must be to all of them. Having received a terse and demanding message from both her and Bakugou, she wondered what they were thinking. She'd ignored the flood of text messages while Bakugou had sent a flurry of them back with barely contained fury. She didn't realize that she was trembling again until Tsu grabbed her hand and she stilled herself. I know this is going to sound like I've gone mad. But Uraraka closed her eyes. She pictured Deku standing in front of her, wearing that smile, the one that had sent chills down her spine. It pained her to think of him like that, like her memory of him had been tainted. She wanted the old one back. She didn't want to remember him like this. It wasn't him. She looked at all of her friends. They'd mourned him too. Deku is alive. As predicted, the room exploded, everyone so loud that she couldn't understand anything. Shock, confusion, and disbelief spread like wildfire through the room until Bakugou yelled, "What did I say?" It took an incredible amount of willpower for everyone to quiet themselves, but he glared at them so viciously that they finally did. Most of them outright gawked at her. Even Tsu had pulled her hand away, too stunned to say anything. When she caught Todoroki's eyes, he nodded his head for her to continue, but she saw the way his fingers twitched. Everything spilled out of her in a flood of words. She felt as if she'd talked for hours, rehashing the story one more time, draining her completely. It was like she'd been holding herself up for days and now all she wanted to do was collapse in bed and hide under her covers. As she spoke, horror slowly crept onto everyone's faces. Momo with her hands to her mouth, Jairu painfully still, Ashido with tears in her eyes. Kirishima held his head in his hands, staring into the distance, while Kaminari's mouth was wide open and Siro was silently wording swears. Ojiro covered his eyes with his tail and looked away. Tsu placed a hand back on Uraraka's back. Tokoyami grew more tense every second that passed. And then there was Todoroki, whose expression had hardened and a shadow hung over his face. When she finished, a heavy silence had fallen over the room. It didn't look like anyone could speak even if they tried. The shock was too raw. Bringing Deku back into their lives like this felt like him dying all over again. It reopened up their wounds. His death hadn't just affected her. It had hit all of them hard, and they'd spent months grieving and then getting back in the game. Now it was like they had to mourn him in a different way. Kirishima was finally the one who broke the silence. What the hell? His hands fell from his face, like he didn't have the strength to hold them up anymore. How? We searched for him for weeks. Uraraka bit her lip. I don't know. I guess they found him first. It doesn't matter, Bakugou interjected with a tone that didn't allow room for arguments. What matters is how we react. A few people nodded their heads, but most were still too stunned to do anything. Our number one priority should be Uraraka's safety. Uraraka whipped around on him. Excuse me? I can take care of myself. I'm not questioning that, but we're dealing with someone that is off his rocker and capable of destroying a building with a single punch. Bakugou countered heatedly, staring at her hard to get her to back down. Uraraka would do no such thing. I'm not going to hide while he's out there, Uraraka said. Besides, Deku said that he wouldn't hurt me. Bakugou's eyes flickered to her wrists, the bruises hidden from sight once again. But she was relieved that he didn't bring them up out loud. She would tell Tsu, Ida, and Todoroki later, but not out here. There were some things that she wanted to keep private, and for some reason she couldn't bear everyone knowing that he had harmed her, even if she wasn't for sure if it had been intentional. Now that she looked back on the moment, it had almost seemed like he hadn't known that he was gripping her too hard. The entire time, it had felt like he was holding himself back, like he wasn't used to it, but was doing it for her. I'm not going to take that chance, Bakugou told her flatly. I agree with Bakugou, Tsu put in. Uraraka gazed down at her best friend with an incredulous look, feeling almost betrayed. Not her too. You are a very capable hero and strong in your own right, but Midoriya is on another level. We all know that, and if he really is working for the League and killing people, then I doubt that he'll have an aversion to hurting you if he deems it necessary, Ida added uneasily. From what you described, he sounds like he's barely holding it together. Uraraka didn't want to admit that they were right, but it was the truth. Deku had always told her how amazing of a hero she was and how strong she was too, but on a purely combat level, he was much more powerful than her. Even with no energy left in him, he had managed a punch that blew her away from the water and sent her flying in the air without her zero-gravity quirk on her. Besides, what if he did snap? It felt like they were playing a tense game of chess where they had to find a way to both placate Deku and stop him at the same time. First things first, we need to get you into a safe house, Bakugou decided. I am not hiding, Uraraka said flatly. I'm not leaving my apartment. It had been hers and Deku's home, while it had grown cold in his absence. Now that he was back, even like this, she couldn't leave it empty. It was like a beacon at the top of a lighthouse, hopefully guiding Deku back to safety and home. Back to her. You can't stay there, Bakugou argued. It's totally compromised. He probably came in through your window that you always leave open and watched you sleep. The mental image was enough to make Uraraka shudder. How long had he been in her apartment before coming out into the open to surprise her? She dimly recalled Bakugou shutting the window last night, but it had been open this morning. It angered her to know that he was probably right, but this was one thing that she wasn't going to let go of. I'm not leaving. Before Bakugou could yell anything back, Todoroki's cool voice sliced through the air. She should stay. It was the first time he'd spoken since arriving, and everyone turned to look at him. Are you cheating me? Icy hot? Bakugou growled. Midoriya is acting very possessive of Uraraka. Todoroki continued as if Bakugou wasn't glaring daggers at him. If he gets the feeling that we're trying to keep her from him, I think he'll react very poorly and lash out. If he's ending villains just because he thinks it'll make her happy, who knows what he'll do if he's angry? It was a valid question, one that Uraraka did not want to think about. Deku thought that what he was doing was right. Yes, it was for the League, but he was also doing good by getting rid of other villains. He could still be a hero in Uraraka's eyes. But what if he dropped that? What if that smile turned into a frown? What would he do if he was upset or mad? Todoroki focused his steady gaze on Bakugou, ignoring everyone staring at him. It will be even worse if he believes you're the one trying to keep him away from her. There was a small smattering of explosions around Bakugou's hands. He was itching to fight someone, and Todoroki was pushing all the wrong buttons. If he wasn't careful, he'd take Deku's place right now. What the hell are you implying? I'm not implying anything, Todoroki replied, infuriatingly cool. He clearly has a grudge against you, and thinks you're trying to take Uraraka away from him. Yeah, I am, Bakugou shouted. I don't want him in a 10-mile radius of her. That's not what I mean, and you know it, Todoroki said. When Bakugou didn't respond, Uraraka glanced back him. There was an angry look on his face, but his entire body screamed that he was more uncomfortable than mad. Like he knew that Todoroki was right but would be damned before admitting it. Kaminari looked at the two other guys. Are you saying that? Midoriya is jealous of Bakugou. Todoroki finished with a shrug of his shoulders. Bakugou was the only other person Midoriya mentioned, and it was only in reference to her. He thinks Bakugou is trying to take his place in her life as a romantic partner. The situation did not call for blushing, and yet both Uraraka and Bakugou did. Her face burned like it had caught on fire. Bakugou was seconds away from blowing a gasket. Why did Todoroki have to say it like that? Which, I believe, puts Bakugou in more danger than Uraraka. If we're going to guard Uraraka, you'll need to be as well. Now that the tables had been turned on him, Bakugou wasn't having it. Everything was fine with him when he thought that Uraraka needed protecting, but now that everyone was looking at him like he was the one with the bigger target on his back, he looked absolutely enraged. Don't you f***ing dare. I don't need protecting from him. If he wants to come at me, then let him. I'll pummel that villain sheet right out of his head. I think we should avoid a head-on fight with him as much as possible, Momo said. The amount of destruction that he's capable of would be devastating. There's no avoiding that. Bakugou snapped. Like it or not, there will be a confrontation, and I aim to blast the sheet out of him for pulling this sheet. Again, Uraraka knew he was right, but she really wished he wasn't. Everyone knew it as well, glancing each other with unease and almost fear. None of them wanted to fight someone that they cared about, perhaps with the exception of Bakugou. She couldn't picture a scenario where they wouldn't have to confront Deku in combat at some point though, and she had a terrible feeling that he was going to be the one to make the first move. Much like Bakugou, Deku had seemed ready for a fight. He wanted to come out of hiding and show not just her but the world who he was now. It broke her heart. Kirishima sunk into the couch. This is so messed up. Everyone fell silent again as they continued to absorb how much their lives had changed in a matter of minutes. It had felt like this back then too. She'd yelled at Bakugou to throw her towards Deku so she could touch him with her quirk, and he'd done it. But then she'd only managed to snag air. She'd released her quirk on herself so that she could fall with Deku, reaching out for him but always coming up short. The moment he'd knocked her back into the sky and he'd crashed into the ocean and went under, she had screamed, and nothing was ever the same again. A few minutes before he'd been standing at her side, and then he was just gone, and her whole world had shifted into something she couldn't recognize. When Uraraka glanced back at Bakugou, she found him looking at her. A burning intensity in his red eyes that told her that he was going to protect her whether she wanted him to or not. Well, as long as he was good with her doing the same thing for him. She was going to save him and Deku. She would. She had to. If only she'd known just how bad things were, she might have let them hide her. Bakugou was f***ing lit. He couldn't remember being so angry in his life, and he really had calmed down since graduating from UA, even if few believed it. He'd been so pissed that he just stood there as everyone else talked about who was going to guard who and how they were going to go about doing it. A steady rotation of guards between the two of them with one main person in charge of each. All he could do was stare down Uraraka, like she had been the one to say that he needed protection. He didn't. He could protect himself. He wouldn't lose to Deku no matter what, especially not with what was at stake. They hoped that someone always standing guard would keep Deku away. But Bakugou didn't want that. He wanted Deku to come find him. He wanted Deku to confront him. That way he could ground Deku's face into the concrete for how he'd hurt Uraraka. He'd gripped her so tight that he'd bruised her wrists. Bakugou couldn't get the image of those bruises out of his head. It was beginning to drive him mad. Even worse was how Uraraka was brushing it off. He knew she was devastated and terrified. How she had held it together for everyone was nothing short of a miracle. There had been some crying here and there, but that was to be expected. He couldn't fault her for that. She was strong though and had no intentions of letting everyone else do the heavy lifting. He just wished that she'd see reason. They needed to get her out of Deku's reach. Kirishima slapped him on the back. Looks like you're stuck with me and Ida for a bit. Bakugou groaned. FNG great. He had to figure out a way to ditch them somehow. He had a feeling that as soon as he did, Deku would show his stupid nerd face. The anticipation of seeing him again was almost too much for Bakugou to take. He didn't really know how he felt about it, except that it needed to happen soon. Who's staying with Uraraka? Todoroki and Kirishima told him. Good. As much as Bakugou thought Todoroki could be a pompous ass, he could admit that Todoroki was also incredibly strong. Besides himself, he would consider Todoroki to be the best person to watch over Uraraka and keep her safe, and he knew that the other guy would do everything in his power to do so. She also undoubtedly needed the comfort that her best friend could give her. A small voice in the back of his mind yelled at him to do more for her, but he held himself back. Almost everyone had left, all of them in a daze. Kirishima was saying something, but Bakugou watched Uraraka talking with Jairu and Yayazora in hushed tones from the corner of his eyes. The three girls hugged and then parted, leaving Uraraka standing alone for the first time since she told everyone what was going on. Yeah, he said to Kirishima, not sure if it was even the right response, before walking over to her. Uraraka immediately turned to look up at him, as if she'd known that he would be there. She gave him a tired smile that didn't reach her eyes. Thank you, Bakugou, for everything. I'm not done yet, he told her gruffly. We're gonna get him. Bakugou was going to save the goddamn nerd. He didn't know if he wanted to, and he didn't know what would happen if he did. But he knew that it had to be done. Deku as a villain was far too dangerous for the world. He had to be stopped. More importantly, it was wrong. Although he believed her after she had told him everything, it had been hard to picture Deku as a villain, much less a ender. When Bakugou had seen the picture of Deku on her doorstep though, his heart had damn near stopped. It was that same annoying smile that had made him want to punch something when they were younger. But then it wasn't, and he could see exactly what Uraraka had meant. It was Deku, but it wasn't. He couldn't put a finger on it, just that Deku looked off. The big smile hadn't reached his green eyes like normal. Deku's eyes. Bakugou thought back to the picture. He'd never seen eyes so dead before. He had a feeling that when they did light up, it was nothing good. For a moment, Bakugou half raised his hand so that he could touch her cheek, but then thought better of it and put it in his pocket instead. She didn't seem to notice. Be careful. Got it? If you so much as see a glimpse of him, you better call me. She nodded. We're going to fix this. We'll get him back. Honestly, Bakugou didn't know what it would mean for him to get Deku back. They hadn't exactly been friends before he died, but they hadn't been enemies. Allies was probably the best way to describe them. They hadn't had quite the bitter rivalry that All Might and Endeavor had had, but it hadn't really been a friendly one either. They could work with each other and acknowledge their talent, but the competition had never died. Well, until Deku did. But what Bakugou couldn't think about, couldn't even let his mind go there, was what Deku's return would mean for him and Uraraka. He thought of her telling him last night that she would always love Deku. At the time it had been a sickeningly sweet sentiment, just like her. Now it just made him feel sick. He refused to think about it. Uraraka was gone too soon, swept out of his apartment by Tsuyu. For a moment Todoroki hung back. He sighed and turned to face Bakugou, that impossibly impassive expression that had driven him crazy since high school resting on his face. I'm going to tell you this as nicely as possible, but I need you to stay away from Uraraka. Funji, what? Bakugou snarled. Are you her dad? It's for her safety as much it is for yours, Todoroki said, totally unfazed. Using Uraraka's safety against him was a low blow, but it was more effective than Bakugou's scowl apparently. The more you come around, the more Midoriya is likely to see you as a threat that needs to be eliminated. He might already be in that mindset, but maybe some distance will get him to lessen his fixation on you. I am a threat, Bakugou pointed out, though he didn't mean it in the way that Todoroki was suggesting. Telling everyone that Bakugou was interested in Uraraka romantically, that half-and-half bastard. It was none of their business. Besides, Bakugou didn't think she was ready. Of course, Todoroki thought he knew how strong Bakugou was. He didn't know the half of it. Neither did Deku. They'd find out soon enough. My main concern is Uraraka's safety. I'm worried his promise to not hurt her might get broken if he starts to believe that she's leaving him. If he feels betrayed by her, things could go downhill very quickly. I'd rather not risk it. Bakugou gritted his teeth because of course Todoroki was making perfect sense. Right now, Deku was living this nice fantasy where he came back and was going to play house with Uraraka again. That she might not choose him or agree with his new villain identity hadn't occurred to him. And when it did, Bakugou didn't doubt for a second that this new Deku would not let it or her go. There were those bruises on her wrists, like they were his mark on her saying, "You're mine." Taking a breath and forcing the rage to bleed out of him, Bakugou made a grunt in acknowledgement and turned away. He'd stay away from Uraraka unless she called for him. If Deku tried anything shifty with her, There wasn't anything the others could do to stop Bakugou from showing up and kicking his ass. Keep her safe, Bakugou said, implying that he was actually trusting Todoroki with her. If Deku comes around, I won't let him even come close, Todoroki promised, a hard edge in his voice finally breaking through the cold. And Tsuyu will make certain that Uraraka doesn't do anything foolish. She wants to believe the old Deku can come back. Bakugou gave him a sideways glance. Don't you? I'll let you know after I face him. Todoroki looked down at his left hand. It's going to happen sooner than later. That was something Bakugou could understand and agree with. He could feel it too. The air was charged with a power that reminded him of Deku's quirk. He also knew things would change once he saw Deku in person. He needed to see just how far Deku was gone. No offense to Uraraka, but she was seeing him through some rose-colored glasses and they all knew it. Even Bakugou didn't want to believe that Deku was at the point of no return, but he had to be so far out to even get to where he was now. After Todoroki left, the only other people with him were Kirishima and Ida. They all sort of stared at each other awkwardly, not knowing what to do or say, until Kirishima said, "So, movie? I'm going to bed," Bakugou said instead, blowing past the two to go into his room. "You all can do whatever the hell you want." He didn't wait for either of them to respond, slamming the door behind himself. Their muffled voices could be heard, but he ignored them. They weren't going to watch a movie. Deku floating around somewhere as a villain was too big of a thing to simply not talk about. He didn't think anyone was going to get a good night's rest tonight, least of all him or Uraraka. The whole situation sat heavy in Bakugou's mind. He threw himself on his bed and stared up at the ceiling, trying to imagine what it must have been like for Uraraka. What had Deku been like? She'd done her best to explain it, to him and to everyone else, but it was hard to say. He'd sounded excited, cheerful, very intense, maybe even slightly manic. He went from disdainful to understanding in seconds flat. Oh, Deku was good at being caring. He was so damn compassionate. Or was he anymore? Was any of it real? Bakugou didn't know. It was still hard for him to picture Deku acting as he looked in the security camera photo. He still couldn't tie a damn tie properly to save his life. That had stuck out to Bakugou in a painful way, like it was some sheety reminder that it really was Deku in there somewhere. A truly far-gone villain Deku would know how to tie a tie, right? He had to have been lying in bed for hours obsessing over it when he heard his phone vibrate briefly on the table, alerting him to a text message. He didn't bother getting it at first, but then he had nothing else to do, so he rolled over and grabbed it to see who it was. Uraraka, I can't sleep. I keep thinking he's gonna crawl in my window and watch me. I feel so stupid. Bakugou's fingers curled around his phone. He shouldn't have said that and put the image in her head. But it was true. He'd thought that he had locked her window up, but Deku being Deku had probably made sure that there was a way for him to still get in through it. Bakugou had a feeling that it hadn't been the first time Deku had snuck around her apartment. It made his stomach flip and his hands sweatier than normal. Katsuki, is Tsuyu in there with you? Uraraka, no, I don't want to bother her. I already feel like burden having people guard over me like I'm some helpless civilian. Katsuki, stupid. They're there because they care about you and want to help. Let them. He wanted her to say that she wanted him there, not Todoroki or Tsuyu. He would be better at protecting her. He knew Deku better than anyone besides her, even more than Todoroki or Ida. Bakugou could admit that Todoroki was strong enough to take care of her, but it wasn't enough. He should be there with her. But he also knew that Todoroki was right. His presence around her would make things worse. His not being there makes him feel like shit though too. Uraraka, be nice to Kirishima and Ida. They're worried about you too. Katsuki, there's nothing to worry about. Go to sleep. FING understatement of the year. There was everything to worry about. Freaking Deku had come back from the grave to announce to the world that he was now a supervillain and gods knew what else. What was his endgame? What was his plan? Surely Uraraka wasn't the only thing motivating him. He told her that he had ended those villains to make her happy, but also because the League of Villains wanted them out of the way. Were they expanding their territory? Were they planning an attack on somewhere in the area? There was so much to consider that the idea of sleep was entirely lost on him. However, sleep had other ideas for him. Bakugou was mid-thought when he drifted off, his cell still in his hand. The first day on lockdown was painful, the second day almost unbearable. It was akin to house arrest and Bakugou was going mad. The three heroes circulated the apartment like it was a prison, trying to appear casual and like things were normal except they FNG weren't. Ida performed routine, quick perimeter checks, but nothing happened. No matter what they did, all conversations led back to Deku anyway. What they thought he was doing, what his game plan might be, how he'd survived, what happened to make him turn his back on everything he believed in. They needed to warn the authorities, and especially All Might, but none of them had the heart or strength to do it. Bakugou didn't want to see the look on his hero's face when he found out his protege was using the gift he'd given him to do evil. Uraraka would most likely be the one to break the news. She was better at stuff like that. It shouldn't have to be her, but she'd shoulder the burden. Truth be told, they needed all the help they could get to deal with the sheetstorm that was Deku. Aizawa's assistance was definitely needed. If they could cancel Deku's quirk for only a few seconds, they would have a much better chance at stopping him. But how? What if they got a hold of him and couldn't snap him out of his villain mindset? What if this was who he was now? A video call on Bakugou's laptop jerked them out of an intense argument about dinner. Noticing Kaminari's caller ID, they crowded around the computer as Bakugou sat down and answered the call. Checking in to make sure I haven't ended these two sorry asses yet? Yeah, sorry to disturb the fun, but, Kaminari squirmed in his seat, struggling to maintain eye contact with them. Have you seen the news? They shook their heads. The TV had gone untouched the entire day. Most of the information hasn't been released to the public yet, but I was able to find more details in video. He cringed. This isn't good. He sent them a link which Bakugou clicked on. A vicious swear slipped out of him when the pictures loaded. The first one showed a giant hole in the side of a maximum security prison where many violent villains had been held. Judging by the smoke pouring from the prison and number of heroes and cops surrounding it, there probably weren't that many left. How many escaped? Ida questioned. 42, Kaminari answered. The exact number hasn't been officially released, but I have my ways. FNG hell, Bakugou swore. 42 highly dangerous villains on the street all at once? Shit was going to hit the fan. More than anything, he needed to be out there to do something, but he was locked up in his apartment. The agency would probably call him to come back in. Heroes were going to work overtime for months. Kirishima gripped Bakugou's chair tightly. Do you think it has something to do with Deku? He clearly hadn't wanted to, but it had to be asked. They looked at each other, waiting for someone to say it. It's him, Bakugou said decisively. We can't know for certain, Ida jumped in. Bakugou shook his head. It's him. Look at the size of that hole. Look at the damage. This was a calculated attack. We all know how meticulous he is. And for the League of Villains, this is the cream of the crop. Some of the old crew was locked up in there, including one or two that had a hand in Bakugou's kidnapping when he was a student at UA. The fact that Deku broke them out stung on a personal level. There were other prisons they could have attacked, but they chose this one. Deku was waving at him shouting, "Look what I did. Kakin," like that stupid note he wrote below Bakugou's. He'd put some of those criminals in there and Deku had busted them right back out. Do the others know? Ida asked. I don't think so, or I would have heard something. Kaminari fiddled with the headset of his hero costume. He'd gone to work like everything was normal, but he was definitely not feeling it. I wasn't sure if I should tell Uraraka or not. It'll really upset her. Not telling her will piss her off, Bakugou pointed out, which I can assure you is infinitely worse. An ill sort of look fell over Kaminari's face, but he sighed in understanding. Besides, she'll find out anyway. It should be from one of us. You're right, Kaminari sighed. I'll send you the details I have now and any further updates, and keep searching for any leads on Deku's whereabouts. Bakugou reminded him sharply. Kaminari bounced his head in a tired but dutiful nod. I don't care if it's just a grainy picture of the back of his dumb green head. You better put those nights spent hacking into camera feeds with that little grape perv to good FNG use. The way he jumped in his seat and turned red, it looked like Kaminari shocked himself. I didn't dash, but Bakugou ended the call, leaning back in his chair and running his fingers through his hair. Kirishima pulled back so he could stand up straight while Ida stared at a video like he might be able to do some good just looking at it. 42 villains. According to the most recent report from the police, there were 9 confirmed dead, 4 villains and 5 guards. Innocent people were ended and there was jack shit they could do right now. Bakugou wasn't going to get anywhere stuck in here. He stood. I need some air. Alone. Kirishima and Ida shot each other nervous glances and Kirishima began. I don't think dash. I don't care what you think, Bakugou interrupted. I need some FNG air and I need you two to stop hovering over me so I can think. He pulled a hoodie out of the closet by the door and dragged it over his head while he slipped on a pair of shoes. I'll just be 2 stories up on the roof. If I so much as catch a glimpse of one of you, I'm blowing you off it. He left Kirishima and Ida standing awkwardly in his living room and made his way to the stairwell. True to his word, he went to the roof but not for the fresh air. The prison break kept bouncing around in his head. It did feel like it was pointed toward him somehow, like how Deku had ended villains in Uraraka's sector to impress her. He couldn't figure out why, just that it did. Something was about to happen. Things were going to change. The first step was the roof. Bakugou sat on the rooftop until the sun completely set and the stars and moon lit up the sky. He lived in a decently lit part of town so he could still see well. So lost in his thoughts, he almost didn't hear a swish of air and the sound of someone walking behind him. Taking a deep breath, he pushed himself up to stand and flexed his fingers before turning around to face his new rooftop companion. "Did you see the news?" Deku asked, a delighted smile on his face. "I knew you'd fight to be alone afterward. You're deceptively intelligent. I've always admired that about you, Kaken." Every time Bakugou pictured seeing Deku again, he thought he'd react quickly, leap to attack Deku or blow him into the sky. Of course, when Deku appeared before him, he did neither of those things. The second he heard his old nickname, Bakugou froze, just as Uraraka had. It was him. It was really Deku. He wore a similar suit to the one had when visiting Uraraka, except with a green shirt and black gloves, like he was a chauffeur for some rich person. And then there was his tie, which was too short. It made no fing sense, and Bakugou was suddenly overwhelmed by the fact that he didn't know what he was supposed to do. "The prison break was you," Bakugou forced out. "They really should do something about their security," Deku mused. It was a bit like how he rambled his thoughts out loud under his breath. One punch was all it took to break through the wall. "I kinda expected more considering who all was in there." This was surreal. After being gone for almost a year, Deku was acting like he'd only been gone a week. Like he hadn't died and they were just having a normal conversation. But this wasn't normal. This was anything but normal. Deku had died. Bakugou watched him save them all and then plummet to his death before using the last of his strength to save Uraraka. Deku was a hero. Bakugou shifted into a defensive position, preparing for the worst. "What the hell are you doing here?" "I thought it was time we had a talk," Deku said. That sounded like something the old Deku would say. The first time they were forced to work together solo on a joint agency mission, Deku tried to pull the same bullshit. They needed to talk. No, they needed to do their damn job. Just like Bakugou needed to show Deku he couldn't just F around with Uraraka like that. However, when Bakugou moved to make an attack, an explosion at the ready in his hand, Deku lifted his right leg up like he was about to march and held it there. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." His head tilted in a curious manner. It was so off. Bakugou halted. He didn't have to see Deku's leg to know he was channeling his quirk into it. "I wonder what would happen if I destroyed this building." "Oh, I know, you'll use your quirk to blast up in the air. Kirishima's quirk will keep him safe. Ida can probably get out in time. But what about all the civilians? How many do you think will survive? 5? 10? None? What the F-dash?" Bakugou gawked at Deku in horror. This was what Uraraka dealt with on her own? This wasn't just a villain. This was a fing nightmare. Deku looked genuinely curious about his estimate on how many people would live if he destroyed the building with his quirk. Something hard glimmered in his eyes, a shine Bakugou thought didn't speak of anything good. Like he was daring Bakugou to make a move and force his hand into wrecking the place. Like he wanted to do it and was looking for an excuse. Bakugou forced his hands to relax. Deku sighed and put his foot gently back on the ground. "How disappointing. You've grown more cautious this past year." He raised an eyebrow. "Not as confident perhaps? Did my death shake you up more than you've admitted?" "I'm plenty fing confident for the both of us," Bakugou snapped, but the anger felt strangely hollow. It was like he was playing a role in Deku's game. The angry, explosive one to Deku's cool and clever. Deku was toying with him again. "Your death didn't do shit to hinder me." "Oh? Is that why Shudo is ranked above you?" Deku asked. Everything skidded to a halted in Bakugou's mind. He stared back at Deku, seeing him but not at the same time. If you asked him, Bakugou would have said he began to push himself even harder after Deku's death, like Uraraka. However, despite racking up an impressive amount of villain takedowns, the details told a slightly different story. There were missteps that shouldn't have happened, sloppy mistakes, and Bakugou couldn't explain them. What really struck him was Deku's knowledge. While masquerading as dead, Deku had kept tabs on him. He'd paid attention, watching Bakugou from afar, maybe Todoroki too. Had the League been spying on all of them, or had Deku done his own personal digging? You know, I could take care of that for you, Deku offered, a familiar, helpful look on his face. Bakugou hated that look. Once upon a time, it made him believe Deku thought him weak when apparently he was just being nice. Bakugou honestly couldn't tell if it was the same now or the opposite. Deku appeared so genuine that Bakugou hesitated. But he didn't like where this was going. What are you talking about, Deku? I can get him out of the way, Deku said excitedly, holding his hands out. I don't particularly want to, but I'll end Shudo, and endeavor to, for good measure. And that'll open a path for you to the top. The words coming out of his mouth were so terrible, so out of place, so wrong that Bakugou actually took an involuntary step back. He'd never done that with Deku before. He always pushed himself forward. The only time he had even come close to this was after the conclusion of their first fight during their combat training simulation at UA. The shock of experiencing Deku's quirk and finding out everything he thought he knew was wrong had thrown him off. This new Deku and his flip between casual and excited threats of violence made Bakugou feel as if he'd been hit by Uraraka's zero-gravity quirk, and he was floating in space with no idea of when he would come down. All you have to do, Deku continued, a quiet intensity in his voice now as he stepped into the light, is leave Ochako alone. Bakugou snapped out of it and glared furiously. What? Kakin, don't play stupid with me now, Deku scolded. He pulled something out from behind him and tossed it onto the ground in between them. Bakugou dragged his eyes down to look at the object. A folder splayed open with dozens of pictures of him and Uraraka in the past 10 months. Sitting at a cafe talking over coffee, getting drinks at a bar near his agency, a large group of them celebrating his birthday, the two of them in their hero outfits working together. There was even one of him holding the door open for her and glaring back at someone while his hand hovered over the small of her back. Someone had been keeping very close tabs on them. What was it Uraraka told him? The League had shown Deku pictures of them together to prove to him she was getting closer to Bakugou. This had been their way to point Deku in his direction and turn him into their weapon. They used Uraraka to turn him against them. Felt like a violation. All this time they had been mourning him, trying to move on with their lives, and someone was following them. It made his skin crawl. While I appreciate you taking care of her while I was gone, Deku continued, you're not needed anymore. You've been a good friend, but that's my responsibility now. I want you to leave her alone. Like hell I am. Any semblance of pleasantries vanished from Deku's face in a flash, replaced by a cold, dead look in his eyes. I'm not going to ask you again, nicely, Kakin, Bakugou sneered. Or what? When Deku simply replied, or I end everyone you've ever remotely cared about, Bakugou knew he was telling the damn truth. There was no hesitation in his voice, no trembling in his body, not a single blink or flinch. He didn't say it out of anger or desperation to get what he wanted. It just was. He would not hold back out of uncertainty. It would be simple retribution for Bakugou not listening. Still, Bakugou wasn't the kind of person to back down even when threatened. He could hear that stupid half and half bastard warning him not to rile up Deku, but he didn't give a sheet. If this was how Deku wanted to do it, then Bakugou was going to take him down first. FNG try me, Bakugou snarled, but I'm not letting you near Uraraka. Small explosions burst around his hands in preparation. Deku didn't flinch, but a hard expression fell over his face. You're out of your mind, Deku. If you try anything with her, I'll beat the ever-loving sheet out you. I'm not letting you hurt her. That struck a chord. Deku's hands shook, even after he formed them into fists, the black gloves stretching over his knuckles. Hurt her? You don't have to worry about that. I would never hurt her. His voice turned a little hysterical, his green eyes bright in all the wrong ways. I love her. He pointed a shaky finger at Bakugou. You're the one that's gonna hurt her. Look at you. All you do is destroy things, Kakin. That's all you're capable of. I love her. She loves me. Me. Then what the hell do you call those bruises on her wrists? You bastard? Bakugou shouted back. Deku snapped like a twig. 1 second he was ready to explode and then he completely shut down. Slowly, like he was being rebooted, his entire body started trembling. I didn't, he blinked, stunned. I wouldn't, had he really not known what he was doing when he grabbed her too hard? Had he lost control without realizing it? I would never. She knows. Bakugou was struck by Deku's sudden shift and he knew. It was him. It was Deku. He was still FING in there somewhere. Damn it, Uraraka was right. But Bakugou was probably the last person on Earth capable of actually dragging the real Deku back into the light. If anything, he'd make things worse. Even now, as Deku shook like a leaf in front of him, it was mention of Uraraka that did the trick. Deku shoved his fingers into his green hair and bent over in half, staring at the ground. No, 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 he kept muttering as he violently shook his head. No, no, no. Bakugou saw it coming a mile away. Deku was spiraling, but even worse, he was activating his quirk. Torn between two identities, he was coming apart at the seams and the result would only end in destruction. He had to be stopped before that happened. With Deku distracted, Bakugou took his chance, rushing forward to attack, but then Deku's eyes snapped to his at the last second. They were somehow wild and dead at the same time, glowing dimly. It was too late to correct himself. Deku snatched him by his collar with the superhuman speed of his quirk and threw him into the ground hard enough to crack the roof. Bakugou gasped in pain and shock, the wind knocked out of his lungs. Instead of finishing him off, Deku stumbled backward and ran his fingers through his hair. He tilted his head toward the night sky and took deep breaths. Oh, Kakin, that was very rude. He didn't move toward Bakugou, allowing him to drag himself to his feet. Sounds from behind the door warned him that Kirishima and Ida were on their way. Using Ochako like that to upset me. I didn't mean to hurt her, of course. I'll have to make it up to her somehow. You're not getting anywhere near her, Bakugou grit out through the pain, holding onto his right side. Deku might have broken a rib or two. At least it wasn't his back. Sheet, that hurt and Deku hadn't even used half his strength. We won't let you. Deku dropped his head to look at Bakugou. Do you mean Shudo? He let out a disappointed sigh. I miss him too, but if he tries to keep Ochako away from me, I'll have to end him and not to help you. He held his hands out, palms up in a shrug, as if there was nothing to be done. I'll probably have to anyway. It's a shame, but what can you do? Not end him? Wasn't that an option? Deku was far too casual about it. The door to the stairs burst open and Ida came to a skidding halt. He was too stunned at first to do or say anything until Kirishima appeared behind him. Bakugou could read their thoughts easily. They believed Uraraka, of course, and knew Deku was alive, but hearing about it and seeing him in the flesh were two different things. Kirishima hesitantly stepped forward, hands slightly outreached, but then Ida stopped him with an arm held out against his chest like a bar. Deku brightened, beaming at them and even waving cheerfully. Hi guys. Midoriya? Ida called out. Sorry I can't stay to chat, Deku said in that same happy voice. Catch. Once again, Bakugou was blindsided, but this time he hadn't had time to move. In less than a blink of the eye, Deku grabbed Bakugou by the arm and launched him at Kirishima and Ida. Bakugou shouted at them to move, unable to use his quirk to slow himself down without burning them. But they were so shocked by the contrast between Deku's sudden violence and cheerful demeanor, they stood stock still. He crashed into them like a truck, throwing them back inside the stairwell and against a wall. F dash! Bakugou shouted, half in pain, half in anger. He shoved Ida off him and scrambled to his feet. He glanced back at the other two. Ida sat still against the wall with his glasses askew on his face. Kirishima had fared better. He'd used his hardening quirk to protect himself. F dash! No wonder Bakugou felt like he'd slammed through 5 layers of concrete. Kirishima tried to grab the back of his hoodie. Bakugou, wait dash! It didn't matter. Bakugou knew before he ran onto the roof that Deku was gone. He'd probably leaped from the roof a second after throwing Bakugou like a frisbee. The only signs of his presence, that he'd been real and breathing and very much alive, were the broken concrete where he slammed Bakugou and the folder containing the surveillance photos. Bakugou watched as the photos skidded around and blew in the wind, one floating to his feet. He picked it up. The photo was of him and Uraraka. They were both wearing their hero costumes, looking a little scuffed up from a fight they recently finished, destruction surrounding them. Uraraka was mid-yell, telling off another hero for probably endangering civilians. She looked like a hot mess and was pissed as hell, but her eyes shined with passion. He stood to her right, arms folded across his chest, but he was gazing at her with a faint, proud smirk. Had he been someone else, he might have thought his expression was soft, but that didn't make sense. None of this made sense. Bakugou, Kirishima prompted, coming up from behind him and glancing at the picture. We have to warn Todoroki, Bakugou said, folding the picture and shoving it in his pocket. Looks like he made it on Deku's sheet list. He thought about Deku's casual threat to end everyone if he didn't get out of Uraraka's life and then back to Todoroki's warning to stay away from her. He might have put a target on everyone's backs, but he didn't think Deku would hesitate to take out anyone that got in his way, regardless of what Bakugou said or did. It was a shitty thing to think. Uraraka was toweling her hair dry in her bedroom when she heard a phone ringing. The ringtone was some pop dance song, so she was caught off guard when Todoroki answered it. Yes. There was only time for a few words to be said on the other end before he exclaimed, "Are you kidding me? I told you to keep an eye on him at all times." Bakugou. Her heart leapt into her throat. Something had happened, something clearly not good. Uraraka dropped the towel and burst into the living room to find Todoroki on the phone, standing to the side of one of her windows, peering carefully out the blinds to look out into the street. Tsu was by the front door, having just come back from a perimeter check, no doubt. Uraraka focused on Todoroki. What's going on? Is Bakugou okay? Todoroki connected eyes with her and nodded his head. Relief blossomed in Uraraka's chest, but she still felt tense. How bad? He sighed and pulled away from the blinds, letting them fall back into place. Serves him right for pulling a stunt like that. He knew damn well what would happen. It was hard for her to deal with simply listening to only one half of the conversation, especially since it was the half with no information. She could only attempt to piece together what was happening from Todoroki's responses. Tsu came to stand beside her, but Uraraka was so focused on him that she didn't notice or look away. What had Bakugou done? It had been something that irritated Todoroki, but he didn't appear super concerned. Then again, he was good at hiding how he felt. If it was really bad, he'd be doing more than talking on the phone. Just as I suspected, Midoriya's focus is on Uraraka. We're all targets in this. If anyone wants out, Todoroki was passive and straightforward, turning his body from her slightly. Her heart skipped a beat. She didn't want anyone to get hurt because of her. If it came to that, she'd need to get away from everyone and try to deal with this on her own. She needed to get through to Deku. I agree. We owe it to him. He wouldn't give up on any of us. And whether he thinks it or not now, he'd want us to protect her from him. Deku. She knew that Todoroki was right. If it had been anyone else in his position, Deku would have gone to the ends of the earth to save them, no matter the cost. He'd given his life to save hers. Just the thought of him out there, not being a hero, made breathing difficult. Uraraka pressed a hand to her chest while Tsu rubbed her back soothingly. Her best friend had been an exceptional source of comfort, but it made Uraraka feel guilty. She tried to be strong for Tsu as well, but she didn't feel like she'd done a good job. Todoroki accepted comfort with as much indifference as he did insults. Todoroki suddenly tilted his head in thought. That's troubling, I suppose. Uraraka took an involuntary step forward, but he didn't notice. Well, it's not entirely unexpected. I had a feeling it would happen. On a purely combat basis, I'm the biggest threat. Despite being on the phone, she could hear sudden shouting on the other end and knew right away that Bakugou was arguing against Todoroki's assessment. He offered to do what? It's almost like he's trying to be nice. In a way, it was ending Uraraka not to know exactly what was being said. Next time, she'd force Todoroki to put the phone on speaker, although she had an inkling that he hadn't done it now, so she wouldn't try to hijack the conversation or go into a panic before everything was explained. Her patience was wearing thin. While she loved Tsu and adored Todoroki, she couldn't stand being stuck in her apartment for much longer, and no doubt Bakugou was faring worse. Kirishima was his best friend, but he and Ida were like oil and water, and he liked his space. If I have to meet him head-on, I will, but I really would prefer it to be outside of the city. Todoroki frowned and Uraraka's stomach did a flip. The city. If Deku did come here and Todoroki had to defend them, the collateral damage would be immense. Who knew how many people would get caught up in it? Todoroki would be as careful as possible, but she knew that this new Deku wouldn't hesitate to bring a building down. After finding out about the prison break, she'd gone to hide in the shower. No one said anything, but they didn't have to. She'd seen Deku's quirk up close enough times to know what its outcome looked like. How could she have been so foolish? So selfish? She couldn't stay here. Uraraka looked around her apartment, already mourning it even though she'd grown despondent over how empty it had felt before. There were so many memories of Deku here, so many bright points in her life that she was loath to leave behind. Then she thought of the other morning when he appeared in her living room. She didn't want to taint the good with the bad. We will. Keep an eye out, though I don't think you'll need to be worried. He's coming here. I know him. The second Todoroki hung up, Uraraka was on him, pulling away from Tsu. We need to leave. Now. Judging from the way Todoroki was gazing at her calmly, She figured that her response had been what he was expecting. Are you certain? Uraraka bit her lip. I don't want anyone else to get caught up in this. She looked down at her feet, suddenly ashamed that she hadn't considered civilians and that she was thinking so poorly of Deku. We don't know what he's willing to do. We barely even know what he wants. I don't want to find out the hard way. She took a deep breath and gave Todoroki a determined look. The fact is my being here puts innocent lives in harm's way. I hate it enough that you all are in jeopardy. Todoroki pocketed his cell phone. We're heroes. This is part of the job, just a little more personal. He was so calm about it, so straightforward. Both he and Tsu were, although Tsu was more open about how upset she was over everything. Still, when she looked him directly in the eyes, she saw the hint of uncertainty in them, the fear of the unknown. You can admit that you're afraid of what will happen when you see Deku, Uraraka told him quietly, as if he'd been waiting for someone to call him out on it or maybe afraid that they would. Todoroki broke eye contact with her and rubbed his face, the first obvious sign that he'd given that this was deeply troubling him. I don't want to hurt him. We're both capable of mass amounts of destruction, but I don't want to get to that level. I'm worried that he won't give me a choice. He looked down at his hands. I'm worried that he'll push me to that brink on purpose. He did it once before, did he not? Tsu put in. At our first sports festival. Yeah, but that was to help me, Todoroki said. This would be to hurt me. It's a twisted version of him. Like how he's ending villains in order to please Uraraka and get her attention, it made her feel sick. She hated how there were so many hints of the old Deku in him, but they were distorted. Midoriya showed up to confront Bakugou. Uraraka gasped. Is he? He's fine. 2 broken ribs, but I think his ego is what's mostly damaged, Todoroki told her. That still didn't stop Uraraka's heart from feeling like it was going to beat right out of her chest. She had more or less figured it out, but hearing it up front was still terrifying. He'd probably been much braver than her. A lot less crying, that was for certain. It was what he'd wanted, but it clearly hadn't turned out the way he would have liked. As predicted, he told Bakugou to stay away from you. I bet Bakugou did not like that, Tsu said, shaking her head. He reacted about as well as we can expect. But Kirishima said that he didn't try to fight Midoriya immediately. I think actually seeing Midoriya in person took Bakugou off guard more than he anticipated. Todoroki was so analytical about it, but she could see that he was wondering if he would fall victim to the same reaction. Out of everyone, he and Tsu had spent the longest time with her searching for Deku. He'd ran himself past ragged. He admitted to being behind the prison break, so it's clear that he has a goal for the league outside of you. She had known it was him, but she didn't like hearing it. During his time as a hero, Deku had helped capture many of the villains locked up in that prison, as had some of the others. There were villains in there that had only ever known Deku as a hero and their enemy. Now he'd broken them out after putting them in there. She couldn't imagine the insanity right now. However, she recalled him mentioning how he'd ended the villains in her sector instead of recruiting them. If any of these newly freed villains acted out of line, she didn't think they'd last long. Gods, what was she thinking? 2 of Deku's best features were that he was so forgiving and kind. She had loved him for it so much. He had such a good heart. A rather thoughtful look crossed Todoroki's face. Deku offered to end me and endeavor to give Bakugou a clearer path to the top if he left you alone. Uraraka paled and straightened up in shock. Oh my god. That's awful. Todoroki. I'm sorry. The idea that Deku would even consider doing something like that was overwhelmingly painful. Todoroki had been Deku's best friend. They'd grown inseparable in their own way over the years. Deku had trusted him with everything, believed in and supported him, loved him even like a brother. He did say that he missed me and ending me would be a shame, so there's that, I suppose, Todoroki added like it was no big deal when it clearly very much was. She watched the way he shifted on his feet and how he wouldn't meet her eyes again. Deku's offer and words had affected him. It was going to come down to it anyways. If it's not Bakugou keeping you from him, it's one of us. I felt like I was the most logical choice. I'd hoped that he might be more hesitant if it was me, but that doesn't seem to be the case. At any rate, if I'm not a threat with you, I would be for the League of Villains. It was too much. Uraraka wasn't sure how much more she could take, and yet she knew that it would have to be much more. This was just the beginning. All they could do was roll with every punch and fight back. They couldn't give up. It didn't make it any easier to accept, though. How can you talk so practically about this? She asked. He was just so clinical about the whole thing that it was beginning to drive her up a wall. Maybe it was just her nerves. Maybe she'd been around Bakugou too much. Todoroki gave her a look that, for the briefest of moments, showed a pain in him that very much mirrored her own. Because if I allow myself to feel all of it, I don't know if I'll be able to fight him. He shut it away, hiding everything from her again. But she was grateful that he opened up to her even for a second. Because I don't know if I'll be strong enough. And if I'm not, he shook his head, like he was getting rid of those thoughts or at least hiding them. That's not an option. It sounded like something the old Deku would say. Accept your fear and then move past it to save the day. Come on, Ochako, Sue said, tugging on her arm. We need to pack if we're going to leave. Where are we going? Uraraka asked. I'll figure that out while you're getting ready, Todoroki said decisively. We need to alert the others to our move. And I think it's time we warned Yue. Perhaps it was wrong of us not to tell them earlier. He carefully glanced through the blinds again, but seemed appeased by what he saw, or what he didn't see. I'm concerned that Midoriya's focus might swing to All Might at some point. He's focused on you, but he's also proven erratic and not opposed to ending any of us if it's necessary. Sue gulped. You don't think? I don't know, Todoroki sighed, exhaustion evident in his voice again. Had he slept any in the past 2 days? To be honest, Uraraka couldn't be sure. She'd barely got sleep, but it was necessary to keep them in top shape in case a fight did come about. I honestly don't know. What made Uraraka feel even worse was that she didn't know either. She would swear up and down that Deku wouldn't hurt her, showing the bruises on her wrists to Tsu and Todoroki had caused a lot of hubris. But at the end of the day, she didn't know what he was capable of doing at all. She didn't know what he was willing to do or what he wanted to do. It didn't make any sense. She had always known what was in his heart, and now, she couldn't even be sure what was going on in his mind. If it was even his thoughts to begin with. Where are you, Deku? Uraraka thought aimlessly. While Uraraka packed a bag with a separate one that included her Uravity gear, Tsu set about telling everyone that they were moving to a safer location. Everyone mostly replied back to Tsu in the affirmative and to contact them if they needed help with the transfer, except for Bakugou, who sent Uraraka a personal text that said FING finally. It was the first time she'd spoken to him since his encounter with Deku and she was itching to call him, but knew that they didn't have the time for a chat on the phone. She'd have to either settle calling him on the way or sending him a flurry of texts if she wanted to remain more private. It bothered her that she thought that her conversation with Bakugou over Deku should be private, even though everyone likely knew most of the details already. What had Deku done? What had he said exactly? She wished she could have been there, though a small part of her was relieved that she hadn't. She didn't know what she would have done if she'd heard Deku say that he was willing to end Todoroki. It would have shattered her heart into pieces. And then he'd broken 2 of Bakugou's ribs, although she wasn't certain how. The fight had clearly not gone in any way that Bakugou had planned. She was scared. She was upset. She was angry. It was like Deku was using her as an excuse to hurt other people and their friends, and she hated it. Maybe if he'd just been a plain old evil villain, it wouldn't have wounded so much. But he dragged her into it, and she didn't know how to stop him or if she even could. She was really afraid that the only way to get him to not hurt anyone she cared about was to go along with him. But she couldn't do that. She wasn't even sure what that would mean. He couldn't possibly be expecting her to join him in the league. Could he? You ready? Todoroki asked. Uraraka nodded her head and slung her bags over her shoulders. It would have been easy to use her quirk on them, but she wanted to save her strength as much as possible just in case. No extra usage of her quirk unless absolutely necessary. She cast her apartment, her home with Deku, one last glance over. Sue laid a hand on her arm. It's not goodbye. I know, Uraraka sighed. I just hate feeling like I'm running away. It was the logical choice. She knew it now. However, they all knew it would come with a new set of consequences. If Deku got it in his head that they were trying to steal Uraraka away from him, there was a very high possibility that he would go on a rampage. He had been capable of damage before when he was a hero. She did not want to think of what he would inflict now as a villain. It's not him, Uraraka told herself. Deku was a hero in her heart and mind and always would be. We're going to UA first, Todoroki told them as they got in his car. It was nice. Uraraka offhandedly hoped to the gods that he had good insurance, just in case Deku decided to pop in for a visit. I spoke with Aizawa. He has a safe house that he used back in his pro-hero days. Uraraka swallowed. Did you tell them? Todoroki connected eyes with her in the rearview mirror. It was safer if she stayed in the back seat out of sight. His windows were tinted dark enough where she could hide there. Yes. There wasn't the time to wait until we could do it face to face, and I thought you might want a break from having to explain it again, Relief and exhaustion threatened to swallow Uraraka whole, but all she could think was how much she appreciated her friends. The more she explained what had become of Deku, the more desolate she became, like every mention of that morning chipped away at the memory of who he'd been before. Telling their former teachers had been a burden that Todoroki had lifted from her shoulders. How did All Might take it? Uraraka asked, her gaze falling on the buildings that they passed by. Devastated, shocked, ashamed, Todoroki said, like he was listing what was on a menu. I don't think it said in fully. He partially blames himself for Deku's death and now this. No one pushed Deku harder than he did. Uraraka smiled sadly. Not true. Deku did. Yeah. Todoroki agreed quietly, his eyes focused on the road. He did. I'd never met anyone with such determination before, Sue added. He really made you want to become a better hero. Right from the start, they had all been determined to become heroes in their own way when they'd first joined UA. For Uraraka, she had wanted to make enough money to give her parents a comfortable life, and while she had done that, it wasn't the only reason she was a hero now. The idea that she had the ability to save lives meant so much to her. If she could save Deku now, if she could keep Bakugou, Todoroki, and all her friends safe, it's that determination I'm worried about now, Todoroki admitted, his white knuckles on the steering wheel betraying his collected voice. He never once gave up, no matter what he was up against, no matter how many times he had to break himself. That's incredible in a hero, but dangerous in a villain. It didn't help that they didn't know what Deku's exact plan was or what he wanted. They had some vague ideas, but beyond Uraraka and something that involved a lot of powerful villains, they couldn't be sure. Without that, they were having a hard time coming up with a plan. The three of them had spent the past 2 days coordinating and talking with the others, trying to figure out something beyond keeping out of Deku's reach. It wasn't just Bakugou that was getting antsy and reckless. They were close to UA, about 10 minutes out, when Todoroki slammed on the brakes so hard that Uraraka jerked forward and hit the back of Tsu's seat despite wearing a seatbelt. His face was as pale as his knuckles now, lips pressed into a thin line, and his entire body was pulled like a tightly coiled spring. Uraraka rubbed her head and moved to follow his gaze as she reached out to touch him on the shoulder and then froze. Standing in the middle of the road about 30 meters ahead of them was Deku. He was wearing a costume that was similar to his pro-hero one, but not at the same time. The colors were wrong, black where it had been green and red or green instead of gray or white. It looked as if he had a hood that could be pulled over to cover his eyes and a mask that could cover the bottom half of his face, but he was letting himself be seen by them now. He wanted them to know who it was, that it was him. An unnatural fog or perhaps smoke rolled through the street, partially hiding Deku, but he simply stood in their way, his hands hanging at his side. Slowly, the fog began to fade away, only to reveal that Deku wasn't alone. 5 other villains in equally horrifying costumes stood behind him, 2 on his left and 3 on his right. Knowing that they would have to face Deku sooner or later was one thing, but being confronted with 6 villains was something else. It was the kind of thing villains did when they didn't want to leave anyone behind. Todoroki gritted his teeth when he recognized one of them. Dabi. Uraraka's eyes latched onto the dark-clad figure standing to the left of Deku. He was easily recognizable by the purple skin that hung from his jaw and below his eyes. There were more burns to him now, more scars, and he was thinner as well, probably from his time in prison, but it was him. The fact that Deku had brought him along was a direct slap to the face. After what he'd done to Bakugou, after what Todoroki had gone through to bring him down, and now he was back in their lives. She knew that he'd picked Dabi on purpose. Dabi was probably ecstatic that the boy who had desperately tried to save Bakugou from the League of Villains was now a part of them. Sue broke the tense silence and spoke what they were all thinking. Todoroki, we cannot fight them. I don't think we have a choice, Todoroki responded, never once looking away from the 5 villains. Uraraka knew that he was trying to come up with a plan, calculate what he could possibly do to get them out of here. None of them wanted to just run away, but there was no way that they could get through them either. Todoroki was one of the strongest heroes she knew, and she'd seen him take down multiple villains on his own even when they had been just students. But so had Deku. He knew exactly how Todoroki worked and how to defeat him too. As if he knew that Todoroki had come up with the same conclusion, Deku lifted a hand in the air and grinned. Todoroki was gripping the steering wheel so tightly that he was almost shaking. Sue, call UA and alert them that we need reinforcements. They're the closest. Uraraka. His eyes finally moved away from the villains and he caught hers in the rearview mirror. Call Bakugou. At least Ida might be able to arrive in time. In time for what? Uraraka asked, even though she knew in her heart what his answer was. Before someone dies, Todoroki told her, focused on the villains again. He forced his body to relax, his arms going slack and his grip loosening. I'll hold Deku and the others off for as long as I can. That's suicide, Uraraka exclaimed, gripping the back of his seat. I'll go with you, Tsu said. No, Todoroki swung to look at Tsu. I need you to stay with Uraraka. We don't know if they have backup. There could be more villains lurking. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. The villains were still waiting, giving them time to consider their situation. It wasn't good, no matter what way they looked at it. Todoroki was smart and strong, but there was only one of him and at least 6 of them, and they all knew how Deku worked. At least the Deku of old. She had a feeling this new Deku was different. He wouldn't be so cautious. I didn't want it to be this way, Todoroki said under his breath. Tsu pulled out her phone and called Yue, her eyes flickering around them to get as much of an understanding of their situation as she could. Uraraka sent their location to Bakugou's cell, but then leaned forward to put her hand on Todoroki's shoulder, causing him to open his eyes. I know this is to protect me, but I'm here to protect you too. If it gets too much for you, I'm going in. Maybe it'll stop Deku, if only for a moment. She hardened her resolve. Don't forget, I'm a hero too. A ghost of a smile crossed Todoroki's face, so faint and brief that she couldn't tell if it was there. I know. Oi, Shoto, Deku called out. Are you going to come out to play or not? He put his hands on his hips. After all the trouble I went through to greet you properly too. Todoroki frowned. At least he thinks highly of me still. Right then, Bakugou called and Uraraka didn't get a single moment to say anything before he started in on her. Anger lacing every single one of his words. What the F dash, Uraraka? Is it Deku already? And a few others, including Dabi, Uraraka told him, her eyes locked on Todoroki as he opened the door and slowly got out. She turned to watch Deku, who actually seemed happy. He even held his arms out like he was opening himself up for a hug. A wonderful reunion between 2 best friends. Bakugou swore. That bastard. I'll end him. She wasn't sure if he was talking about Deku or Dabi, probably both. Hang tight. We're already on our way. Hurry, Uraraka said, though it didn't need to be said. She didn't know how long Todoroki could last. She hoped the entire time and then some. He was strong, she kept reminding herself. She just didn't know if he was strong enough. It didn't matter. He had to be. That was it. Shoto, Deku greeted. I missed you. Todoroki shut the car door and then walked around to stand in front of it, the headlights causing an unearthly glow around him. I missed you as well. The two stared each other down. I don't want to do this. Deku shrugged his shoulders. You're not giving me much of an option. He held up a finger and wagged it, shaming Todoroki like a child. Trying to take Ochako and hide her away from me. What kind of friend does that? You're supposed to be supportive of our relationship. And Todoroki had been supportive more than anything. She could see him struggling now. It was a battle in itself facing Deku when he was like this. Seeing him again made Uraraka want to scream. She both wanted to jump out of the car and run to him and also get into the driver's seat and drive away. The two desires clashed so painfully that she ended up doing neither one of them. I'm protecting her, Todoroki said. It's what you would have wanted. The smile was dashed away from Deku's face, replaced by a horrible shadow as he clenched his fists and prepared himself for a fight. She'd seen that stance more than 100 times. Before, it had inspired her and let her know that everything was going to be all right. Now it instilled fear in her heart. What I want, Deku began in a growl before raising his voice into a shout, is Ochako and for you to leave us the hell alone. I want us to be happy. You think she's happy that you're like this now? Todoroki countered angrily, fissures appearing in his composure. She will be, Deku promised. Uraraka sunk into the back seat. She would never be happy seeing Deku like this. She wanted him back to normal. She wanted him home. The thought that she would rather him be still dead than become this devastated her. They promised me that they would let her live, but I've got to cover my bases. She won't be fully safe unless she's at my side. I'm being the logical one here, Shoto. You all are putting her in danger. I'm trying to keep her alive. You're not making any sense, Todoroki told him. You think she'd be safe around villains? Well, she's not safe around you or Kaken, Deku scoffed. Like it was obvious. You two have to be ended. Orders are orders. Todoroki slid his feet into a fighting stance. The time for talking was coming to an end. He'd done what he could to keep Deku talking for as long as possible. An easier feat than expected, seeing as how Deku still had a habit of going off on tangents and getting lost in his head. Do you do everything you're told? Deku grabbed part of his mask hanging around his neck and said, only when they line up with what I want and, well, I should at least thank you for bringing her to me. You were always a good friend. He put on only the bottom half of his mask, locking it into place over his mouth, jaw, and nose. It made him look demonic with the red and green stitching against the black like a terrible grin. It made it so that his eyes glowed like lights and his hair stuck out on end. Green lightning glowed from Deku's position as he launched himself forward faster. Then the light itself. Todoroki countered with an explosion of flames as large as the surrounding buildings, which he fluidly followed with an immense wall of ice to his left that blocked but was destroyed by Dabi's blue flames just as big as his orange ones. The result left the whole area shaking like an earthquake, windows shattering and the car rumbling dangerously. Uraraka had never seen anything like it before, and she'd seen Todoroki's fights up close multiple times. This was something different, though. This was on a level that very few could understand. When the smoke cleared, Todoroki was gone from the front of the car, using the ice half of his quirk to skate along the walls of a building and counter Dabi's flames with his own. Deku slammed into the ice just a hair behind Todoroki, but it knocked him off balance and he fell to the ground. He rolled when he landed to minimize damage and then popped up to engage with another villain she didn't recognize. He snatched the villain with his left hand and ignited his flames, while he shifted his right foot and ice burst from him, coating the street and shooting up a wall of ice spikes towards Deku, who was standing in the hole of a building he just created. The one villain couldn't avoid Todoroki's flames, but Deku smashed through the ice and leaped to attack Todoroki from behind. It was too much. Todoroki could have handled Deku on his own perhaps, but not like this. The other villains weren't on their level by a long shot, with Dabi as the exception, but they were distractions and that was just enough to give Deku the upper hand. Todoroki threw the villain he had a hold of like a sandbag at Deku. Despite being on the same team, Deku knocked the villain out of his way so hard that his body flew towards the car and smashed into it, nearly knocking them on the side. When Tsu glanced down at him, she shook her head. He wasn't moving. Uraraka didn't think he would anytime soon or at all. It had given Todoroki enough time to dodge Deku, using his ice to skate away again. Dabi used his quirk to force Todoroki to change course, putting him right in the way of a villain who began to crackle with a wild amount of electricity. Todoroki clapped his hands together just as an electric shock surged towards him, the combination of his quirks resulting in a huge burst of steam and smoke that covered the entire area. Uraraka watched as green and red lightning streaked through the smoke, Deku's quirk a beacon of light and fear. Are you hiding, Shoto? Deku's disembodied voice demanded. That's not like you. It wasn't. Todoroki was being overwhelmed and they all knew it. If he was hit even once, it would spell only doom for him. He was also using his quirk at near maximum every single time. They were forcing him to, pushing him to the brink of his quirk. Dabi only used his flames at their maximum temperature and Deku wasn't fooling around with only 15 or 20% of his power. They were going to bring Todoroki to the edge of his limit and force him to lose control. A shadow caught Uraraka's attention, and she latched onto it as the smoke cleared around them. It was Todoroki. He was breathing heavily and had a hand on his side. His shirt looked singed. He must have been struck by part of the villain's electricity before being able to create the steam and dodge. Still, he didn't look even close to giving up. The resolve etched onto his face. One villain was already down. He's gonna fight until they end him, Uraraka realized. Todoroki let off another explosion of fire so bright that it blinded everyone and followed it with a slick of ice that erupted from the ground like a volcanic explosion underneath two of the villains' feet. The ice threw them in the air and caught them midway, encasing them within a wall of ice that was almost 3 meters thick so that there was no way they could move or get out. It was incredible, but left him no time to properly dodge Dabi's attack. Todoroki threw up a smaller wall of ice as he fell backwards, but Dabi's fire broke through it so hard that it knocked Todoroki off his feet and into the side of a building with enough force to knock someone unconscious. It didn't him though, but it came close. Todoroki crumpled onto his hands and knees, gasping for air, as Deku casually walked up to him and pulled his mark down to hang around his neck, red light crackling around his right arm. Todoroki swung up his left arm, fire coming out even as he struggled to breathe, but Deku knocked his arm away and the flames died, reminding Uraraka of that moment they had come head-to-head in the cavalry battle, their first sports festival. Snatching Todoroki by the front of his shirt, Deku slammed him against the wall, hard enough to break bones, and a pained shout slipped out of Todoroki. No! Uraraka screamed in the car, jerking the handle to kick the car door open. Ochako, you can't! Tsu shouted, using her tongue to wrap around Uraraka and jerk her back. Without thinking, Uraraka touched Sue's tongue and activated her quirk. Sue floated to the ceiling and, taken off guard, loosened her grip on Uraraka enough so that she could slip out of it and throw herself out of the car. "Stop it, Deku!" Everyone stilled in the wake of her scream, the only movement coming from the smoke of Dabi's fire and the steam created when it had hit Todoroki's ice. Uraraka was practically shaking. Whether from anger or fear, she wasn't for sure. All she knew was that she couldn't stand to see Todoroki hurt anymore. She couldn't watch as Deku hurt his best friend. She couldn't take it. She was a hero, damn it. She wasn't going to just hide in a car while she watched one of her closest friends die by the hands of the boy she loved. Deku spun towards her slowly, like he was in a daze. His eyes, so empty and dead as he had fought, began to light up again once they landed on her. A smile even appeared, so dazzling it was like he's standing in front of the sun and couldn't look away. As if he didn't even realize what he was doing, he let go of Todoroki, who fell face first into the ground without trying to soften his landing, and turned to face her completely. "Ochako," Deku said softly, as if seeing her had taken his breath away and not the fight. "I knew you would come to me. They didn't believe me, but I knew you wouldn't let Shoto die on his own. Please," Uraraka begged, unable to move towards him. She couldn't move, as if her ankles had been frozen in place by Todoroki's ice. Deku had to see reason. He had to. She couldn't believe that he would go through with ending someone he'd loved before. "Don't do this, Deku. He's your best friend. Please." Deku blinked at her innocently. "I'd really rather not." He glanced back down at Todoroki's prone body, a slight frown on his face, like he was disappointed but there was nothing to be done about it. He didn't want to end Todoroki, but he would because it had been deemed necessary. "I know he thinks that he's doing what's best, but he's not. Even then, he's too big of a risk for the League. Better to take him out early." Uraraka forced all her tension into her fists to the point where her fingers ached. "I can't let you do that." "Oh, Ochako," Deku sighed with a sad smile on his face. "I admire your strength. I always have. But what can you do that Shoto can't?" "I don't know," Uraraka admitted. Before he could respond, she took off running, directly for Electricity Villain, who seemed startled that she had targeted him instead of Deku though not displeased. A nasty grin split across his face as he aimed a hand at her and shot off a lighting bolt. Distantly, she heard Deku scream and maybe even Sue too, but Uraraka ignored them both. She activated her quirk on herself and jumped, clearing the lightning like it was nothing, and then released it so that she slammed her foot right into the villain's chest. It knocked him to the ground and she followed him down and grabbed his arm, reactivating her quirk, and launched him with all her might, quickly releasing it again so that he slammed into a building with all his weight. Even though it pissed her off sometimes, it came in handy when villains underestimated her. She might not be as powerful as Todoroki, Bakugou, or Deku, and she might not have a quirk best suited for combat, but she knew how to fight and she would do so until the bitter end. She would never give up, not until she was out for the count. However, a large ball of Dabi's blue flames from behind caught her off guard, and she reacted too late. She spun around, moving to activate her quirk on herself again and try to leap out of the way, when something wrapped around her waist and jerked her out of the way of the flames so fast that it took her breath away. 1 second she had been staring wide-eyed into the flames, and the next she found herself underneath a street lamp, dazed and confused. For a brief second, she thought that Sue had pulled her out of the way, but then familiar strong arms pulled away from her, and she turned back around to look at who had saved her. It was Deku. She could feel the power of his quirk surging through his body, red and green light crackling in the air around them both. He was breathing heavily, a bit of sweat on his forehead, and there was a bit of smoke seeping out of the back of his uniform where the flames must have grazed him. His hair hung in his face so that she couldn't see his eyes, and while his grip had loosened on her, he hadn't let go, as if he didn't dare in fear that she'd fade away. "Don't," Deku panted low under his breath. "Don't do that." Tentatively, scared that he might react poorly, Uraraka went to touch his face, but he snatched her by the wrist, much more careful this time. It still stung because of the bruises and she flinched. His eyes moved to where he was holding onto her and his face twisted into a pained one when he saw the bruises that he'd left. He bit his lip and rubbed a gentle thumb over them, like he could wash them away. Kaken wasn't lying. He murmured to himself. Uraraka didn't dare say anything, worried that if she so much as breathed Bakugou's name, that terrifying jealous Deku would replace this tender one. "I'm sorry, Ochako. I'm not used to having to hold back anymore. He looked her in the eyes, deadly serious and filled with regret. I'll make it up to you. Then don't do this, Uraraka pleaded. Don't hurt your friends. Come with me, Deku said, almost sounding just as desperate as her. I can't do that, Uraraka told him in barely a whisper. Instead of getting angry like Uraraka had expected, Deku only nodded his head and let go of her completely. You're not ready yet. I understand. It wasn't that. She would never be ready for what Deku wanted. Even if she told him that though, she didn't think he'd believe her right now. But I can't do what you want either. Boss. Dabi drawled, not bothering to hide his sarcasm. Whatever softness that Deku was allowing to bleed out vanished in an instant. Stay here, he told her, his voice so harsh that Uraraka could only nod her head. He jerked upright and snapped into the direction of Dabi, eyes glaring so viciously that they glowed. He looked and sounded like a completely different person from just seconds ago. I'll deal with you later. The promise and heat in his voice made Uraraka want to shiver, even though it was directed at someone she loathed. You try to hurt her again like that and I'll break you in half. Dabi. I swear. Dabi shrugged his shoulders. She was attacking. I responded out of instinct. You're lucky I don't end you now, Deku snapped as he stomped in the direction of Todoroki, who was shakily pushing himself up with Tsu's help. Uraraka begged in her mind for them to get away. I'm sorry you had to get involved in this, Tsu. There wasn't a hint of regret in his voice. There was nothing. He kept on walking towards them, getting stronger with every step he took. If you step aside and return to Ochako, I'll spare you. Tsu tightened her grip on Todoroki while he tried to push her away and grumbled. Get out of here. Despite the fear very evident on her face, Tsu shook her head and continued to help him. Uraraka felt paralyzed. She had to get up. She had to save them. Deku tilted his head back and huffed. You're making things much more difficult than they have to be. Even though he had told her to stay put, did he think he could scare her into listening? Uraraka finally managed to convince her body to work and she scrambled to her feet. Deku must have heard her or expected her to disobey him because he snapped his fingers and pointed back at her without even looking. Restrain her. Please. And do not harm her or you'll find out what it's like to have every single bone in your body broken. Before she could react, a villain they hadn't seen phased out of the ground like the concrete was nothing but sand and snatched her by the arms so that she couldn't touch him. He knocked her legs out from underneath her before she could stomp on his foot and pressed her into the ground with a knee against her back. She would have been able to fight back if he hadn't activated his quirk and sunk her partially into the ground, leaving her to only watch in horror as Deku stopped in front of her friends. Her shout was cut off short by the villain slapping a hand over her mouth. Tsu held onto Todoroki and looked up into Deku's face. Why are you doing this, Midoriya? This isn't you. Deku bent down into a crouch so that he could gaze at them face to face and said, You have no idea who I am. You never did. None of you. You were our friend, Tsu told him. Friends don't leave friends to die, Deku simply replied. We searched for YU for weeks on end. Todoroki managed to ground out through the pain. His hands pressed against the sidewalk to hold himself up. How many bones had been broken? Fire licked the ground from his left hand while ice splintered from his right. We did everything we could. Deku considered them for a moment. Maybe so. It wasn't good enough. You were too weak. With a speed that they all knew wasn't even his top, he abruptly knocked Tsu to the side. She would have crashed into a parked car had she not been able to wrap her tongue around a pole and stop herself. Deku snagged Todoroki by his neck while Todoroki wrapped his hands around Deku's wrist, and they both fell into a staring match. Todoroki panted, as if he couldn't suck in enough air. Don't make me do it, Izuku. Do what? Deku asked, a smile curling onto his face. I'm stronger than you, more than you'll ever know. It said. We made a great team, but you were never on my level. Both of them moved to activate their quirks at the same time. Deku lifted Todoroki in the air by his neck with one hand while flames and ice wrapped around Deku's wrist, both ready to explode, and then everything just went out like a light. Deku blinked in surprise and squeezed Todoroki's neck almost experimentally, but whatever he'd wanted to happen didn't. He caught sight of the white bands shooting towards him at the last second, dropping Todoroki like a sack of potatoes and leaping out of the way just in time to avoid being caught. In the place where he'd stood just moments ago was Aizawa, his hair out of his face and his goggles on. With the pro-hero Eraserhead now at his side, Todoroki pulled himself to his feet. He rubbed his throat with his right hand while flames appeared in his left. I figured you would call for backup, Deku said, though I can't say that I'm not disappointed. I wanted this to stay between us. They're not the only ones, Todoroki told him, before Deku could respond. There was a series of loud explosions and Bakugou came barreling out of nowhere, using his quirk to fly at a high power speed, and screaming, "Get your hands off of her!" The villain holding onto her tried to escape, but one of Bakugou's outstretched hands grasped him by the face, and he let out of a violent explosion that ripped both the villain and Uraraka out of the sand-like ground. All three of them went flying, but Uraraka activated her quirk on herself so that she didn't hit the ground and landed on her feet on the side of a building. Bakugou pushed through, still holding onto the villain and firing off explosions. When they finally dropped to the ground, Bakugou landing on his feet and the villain with a thud. His red eyes swung from Uraraka to Deku, wild with rage. Uraraka kicked off from her spot on the wall and landed next to Bakugou, deactivating her quirk so that she'd stay on the ground. Ida appeared at her side as well, skidding to a halt as he let his engines die. "Sorry it took us so long. You got here just in time," Uraraka told him. "That's all that matters." Bakugou said nothing, just glared at Deku, who stared him down right back with an equally murderous gaze, both of them standing completely still. One thing Uraraka spotted though was that Deku's right fingers were beginning to twitch at his side, tapping against his leg in an erratic manner that he didn't seem to notice. "Midoriya," Dabi shouted warningly. "I know," Deku snapped, still not looking away from Bakugou. Finally, he took a deep breath and shook his head, his hair flopping in the wind. "This is a little too crowded for my taste." He glanced at Todoroki. "It was nice seeing you. I'm kind of glad you aren't dead yet." He turned back around and pointed a finger at Bakugou. It was shaking, as if it was taking everything in his power not to go ballistic and outright attack. His eyes kept flickering from Bakugou to Uraraka. "I'm stronger than you, Kaken. Remember that. It'll be a pleasure ending you." A warp gate appeared behind him, startling everyone. "Kurogyri," Ida shouted. It had been so many years since he had been seen that everyone had thought he'd died. They all looked around, but only saw the gate and not his actual form. Aizawa had to see him and not just one of his warp gates in order to cancel out his quirk. Midnight, who had been hanging back, tore open the sleeve of her shirt to release her sleep-inducing fumes, but then Dabi's flames blew them away. Bakugou shot forward with a roar, but it was too late. It was only a matter of seconds, but when the fire and fog cleared, the warp gate was gone, along with Deku and Dabi. Bakugou's scream of, "Damn it!" echoed through the streets, but other than that, no one moved, too shell-shocked over what had just transpired. It was only when Todoroki let his flames die and collapsed to one knee that people snapped out of it. Uraraka rushed over to him. Even though Aizawa was already there to help him back up, she reached out to cup his face in her hands, feeling the ice splotches on his right side while his left was flushed and hot. It felt like she was the only thing holding him up. "I told you to stay in the car," Todoroki huffed, clearly struggling to talk. He had one arm wrapped around his chest while the other hung limply at his side. "And I told you that I wouldn't if things looked bad," Uraraka countered fiercely, tears forming in her eyes. He was standing, but he looked so rough. His feet shifted underneath him as he struggled to stay upright. "I'm a hero and I'm not going to let anyone else die for me. Got it?" Todoroki hung his head, nodding it ever so slightly, and then slumped forward. He would have toppled on top of her had Aizawa not grabbed him from behind. "I've got him," Aizawa told her, looking more tired than she'd ever seen him despite the fact that he'd barely done any fighting. It was the type of exhaustion that came from grief. It was hard enough for Uraraka to see Deku like this. For Aizawa to know that his lessons were being put to use like this must have stung bitterly. "We'll take him to Recovery Girl." With Present Mix's help, Aizawa all but carried Todoroki to their vehicle, leaving Uraraka standing by herself in the middle of the street. She looked around the area, taking in the damage. Almost all of it had been caused by Deku and Dabi, but there was still the large wall of ice that had captured two surviving villains, who Cementos and 13 were slowly excavating. Midnight was taking care of the villain's body that was crumpled up against the side of Todoroki's car. Ida was checking over Tsu, who was bruised from Deku's hit but looked more annoyed by Ida's fussing than anything. "What were you thinking, Roundface? Getting in the middle of the fight like that?" Uraraka turned and found Bakugou standing very close to her. The sleeve of his right shirt was torn and burnt from letting off multiple large explosions. She could ask him the same thing, considering she knew that he had 2 broken ribs and had still thought it was a good idea to launch himself like a missile at a villain. "I was thinking that I didn't want Todoroki to die." "Deku could have hurt you," Bakugou said. He saved me, Uraraka shot back. Her words took Bakugou off guard for only a second, but it was enough to bleed the fight right out of her. She didn't have the energy to argue with Bakugou right now. She felt about as exhausted as Aizawa looked. Her head dropped and her shoulders slumped. I would have been hit by Dabi's flames if Deku hadn't pulled me out of the way, she grimaced. I wouldn't want to be Dabi right now. Deku was not happy. Still, out of everyone that had been involved in the fight, Uraraka was the only one completely uninjured. When the one villain had restrained her, he hadn't actually hurt her, lest he wanted to suffer Deku's wrath. Turned out it hadn't mattered since he'd suffered Bakugou's in the end. Deku had even managed to get burned by Dabi when he had saved her. And the way he'd rubbed her wrist so gently, the regret in his voice so genuine, it reminded her painfully of those nights after a battle with a villain when Deku would count her bruises and kiss them. He was in there. Her Deku was still in there. It was way too much to take in for one night. Deku was still there, but he had tried to end not one, but two of her friends, and he'd more or less declared war on Bakugou. Not to mention she'd barely slept these past 2 days. Uraraka's head fell forward against Bakugou's chest. She wasn't expecting him to do anything, but he wrapped a single arm around her loosely and pulled her against him. There were no tears from her this time. She only took a few deep shuddering breaths, taking in Bakugou's specific scent of nitroglycerin sweat and smoke. Come on, let's get out of here, Bakugou said gruffly, pulling her towards his car where Kirishima was waiting. She glanced back at the destruction as others began to arrive. The police, reporters, a few civilians. Present Mike and Midnight were handling them now. A few turned to look her and Bakugou's way, but his scowl must have made them change their minds about approaching them. She was far too grateful. There was no way that she could face any questions right now. If the public found out that Deku had turned into a villain. No, she couldn't think about that right now. It would happen eventually, especially since he'd admitted to being behind the prison break. But Uraraka wanted to keep the public's memory of Deku pure for just one more night. Silence rested over everyone in the car like a heavy blanket as they drove the rest of the way to UA. Even the normally talkative Ida and cheerful Kirishima had either nothing to say or were too wary to say anything at all. Despite them being in Bakugou's car, Kirishima was driving with Ida in the passenger seat. That left Uraraka, Bakugou, and Tsu in the back. It wouldn't have been too uncomfortable if Bakugou hadn't been radiating anger. His entire body stiff, even his thigh pressed against hers, but honestly Uraraka was too worn down to let it bother her. He was mad that Deku had gotten away from him not once but twice tonight, and for all their careful planning Deku had still managed to get close to Uraraka. Very close. She could still remember the way it felt to be pressed back into him as he'd held her tightly, and the way his thumb had caressed the bruise on her wrist. If they had been alone, he might have even gently kissed them as he had before. Her heart lurched at the thought. The kiss from the other morning still burned in her memory. Are you sure you're all right? Uraraka murmured to Tsu. Her friend nodded her head. A little bruised, but nothing broken. He didn't use anywhere near his full strength to hit me. Do you think? Uraraka bit her lip. Do you think he held back on purpose? So that you wouldn't be hurt as much? Tsu considered it for a moment and then shook her head. I don't think I mattered much to him, at least in that moment, or that he didn't believe I was strong enough to require more than that. It was a sad thing to think, considering how Deku had always built them up and believed in their strength and abilities as heroes. Even worse considering how close he had been with Tsu. Compared to how he fought with Todoroki, I was a fly. Uraraka definitely didn't think that of Tsu. But fighting with Deku now that he had control over his quirk was so much different than how it had been when they were in school. He could destroy this entire city if he wanted. It was terrifying. If it came to that, she didn't know what they would do or if there was anything they could. Well, there was one thing that might stop him, but Bakugou would spontaneously combust if someone so much as hinted at it. Uraraka herself didn't know how she would react in that case. But she couldn't allow innocent people to die, especially not for her or if she could stop it. Sacrifices had to be made every day, especially in a hero's life. Upon reaching UA and sliding out of the car, Uraraka noticed Bakugou wince almost imperceptibly, but when she put a hand on his arm and gave him a look of concern, he shrugged her off. Hurt flashed across her face and he caught it before she could get rid of it. He let out an aggravated huff and his face didn't soften in the slightest, but he cupped her chin in one of his calloused hands and nodded his head, somehow letting her know with those two very brief actions that he was fine and appreciated her checking on him. All too quickly, the moment was over and he pulled his hand away. So fast it was like it never happened. She might have questioned it more, had she not spotted the skeletal frame of All Might walking towards them. As soon as they connected eyes and she saw the pure pain on his face, something inside of Uraraka shattered. Deku had been more than a protege or successor to All Might. In the end, he had very much become like a son. This was worse than losing a loved one. This was something that words could not truly capture. Uraraka found herself running towards the former #1 hero until she finally crashed into him, with a little too much force probably, but he latched onto her, his absurdly long, thin arms wrapping around her and his body folding over her like a piece of paper. He might have been much physically weaker than he had been before, but she wouldn't have known that he grew weaker by the day from the way he held onto her now. Just when she thought that she was fresh out, tears pricked at her eyes and began to rush down her face. She could feel splashes of water drip on top of her head as All Might allowed tears of his own to be shed. There was a time for strength and a time for grieving. They had thought it was the former, but they had been wrong. Deku was still in there, she was certain, but watching him wrap a hand around Todoroki's throat sure made it seem like he was dead all over again. "I'm so sorry, Uraraka. I'm so sorry," All Might mumbled against her, his body shaking so badly that she was surprised that she couldn't hear his bones rattling underneath his thin skin. It wasn't his fault. It wasn't any of their fault, she could hear Bakugou saying, but she recognized that All Might needed to get this out in the air. She was afraid that he believed that he might have had a hand in unleashing a monster. She didn't want him to think of Deku like that. It made the gaping wound in her heart weep further. "We'll get him back," Uraraka promised as she clung to the back of his jacket. There was so much left unsaid, so much that couldn't be said, but most of it didn't need to be. He didn't even know the half of it yet, and she knew Deku's casual proclivity for violence towards his friends would cause a wound almost as damaging as the one that had taken him out of commission. He must have seen Todoroki being taken to see Recovery Girl. It was so much worse than it looked though. You had to see Deku in person to know just how horrific things were, and she desperately did not want All Might to go through that. Once they were guided inside, Uraraka found herself undeniably exhausted, but knew that the night wasn't over. She saw Aizawa watching her out of the corner of his eyes and knew that she would be questioned thoroughly before being allowed to sleep. Todoroki, Bakugou, and Tsu were being treated while Ida and Kirishima had only seen glimpses of Deku. She was the direct source, the centerpiece as far as Deku was concerned. They would have to hear it from her. She wished Bakugou was here with her. Even if he had been over the top about her protection, he'd had her back. His solid presence had made her feel stronger. Now she felt sort of alone. "Uraraka," Aizawa was at her side, a hand on her shoulder. "I know." Uraraka wiped her face and lifted her head. They had to get this over with. Then she could get a bit of rest before they left for the safe house. It was too dangerous to stay at UA, a place that Deku knew intimately and also housed students. Despite this being the third time, it didn't make rehashing things any easier. Still, when she sat down to tell all her former teachers about Deku, none of them interrupted her. Midnight even held her hand in a calming manner. Uraraka couldn't feel anything though. She wasn't just running on empty. It was like seeing Deku tonight had drained her of everything. Like he'd taken a part of her strength with him through that warp gate. It would come back. Eventually, but she was worn to the bone. After shedding tears with all might, she couldn't manage any more to save her life. When she was done, none of them spoke for a while. They seemed to realize that Uraraka was at the end of her rope and she was allowed to leave. They would talk it over amongst themselves. To be honest, she didn't think she could handle what they had to say right now. She didn't think they would be as forgiving as her. Her only issue was that she didn't know where to go, so she found herself walking to the nurse's office. It was all she could think to do. Her friends were probably there and she wanted to check on Todoroki. Right before she opened the door, it swung open to reveal Bakugou. There were circles under his eyes, but he held himself straighter. Recovery Girl must have healed his broken ribs, but it had stolen whatever little adrenaline and stamina he had left after 2 confrontations with Deku. He didn't look surprised to see her here, but he didn't move either, as if he couldn't now that she was in his sight. Seeing as how it didn't look like he was going to speak first, all Uraraka could think to say was, "I came to check on Todoroki." Bakugou scoffed, but there was no heat in it. Just him. Even though she could have sworn that she didn't have it in her, the tiniest of smiles found its way on her face and she gently punched him in the chest. He acted as if it hurt him, clutching at his sides, but she knew his ribs were healed. It made her feel a little better at least. Without a word, Bakugou stepped to the side and allowed Uraraka the space to peek inside the room. She didn't go all the way in, keeping her spot in the doorway next to Bakugou. On one of the beds laid Todoroki, knocked out from his treatment by Recovery Girl. His wounds had been much more severe, especially since he'd pushed his quirk so hard. Likely he'd be out until the morning. It would aggravate him to no end. The idiot, Bakugou mumbled under his breath. He held back. Uraraka gave him a sharp look. Are you kidding me? Bakugou did not look like he was kidding even remotely. She couldn't believe him. You weren't there. The fight it was massive, but Bakugou simply shook his head. There should have been a lot more destruction. He should have been able to last longer. He didn't land a single hit on either Deku or Dabi. Why? Because he held back. The downright seriousness coming from Bakugou was what got her. She had expected him to be infuriated over something like this, steaming like a pot filled with boiling water. But there was only a hard edge to his tone and a begrudging expression on his face. No scowl, no glare. You held back too, didn't you? Now there was a scowl on his face, but it wasn't directed at her or Todoroki. It was towards himself. I've never done that before. He held up his hands, palms up, and then formed them into fists. I kept telling myself, the second I see him, I'm gonna blast him to high hell. And then he was right in front of me and he looked ready to punch a wall or blow something up. Maybe both. He threatened to destroy my apartment building and end everyone in it the second I went to make a move. He was so casual about it, but he wanted to do it. He was waiting for me to explode like usual. He knows us well, Uraraka murmured. He's one step ahead of us, just waiting for us to catch up to him and do what he wants, Bakugou growled. His fist now one of determination. And next time I see him, I'm gonna give him exactly just that. He wants to end me? He can go ahead and try. I'll show him strong. Uraraka knew that trying to talk him out of something this mad right now was pointless. Instead, she could only sigh and step back into the hallway so that he could shut the door. Todoroki was resting, so there was no sense in bothering him. Right now, all she could think about was rest. The last time she'd gotten a good night's sleep had been when she'd gone day drinking with Bakugou and he'd ended up carrying her to bed. Despite being stone-cold sober, she felt just as out of it now. You look like hell, Bakugou told her. Usually Uraraka snarked back at him when he said things like that, but at the moment, she kind of agreed with him. I feel like it too. Let's get you to bed, Bakugou said, nudging her in the direction of where she guessed they were supposed to stay for the night. I'm not carrying you again, she thought one of the teachers might have told her. But she'd been so distracted by her mental and physical exhaustion that she couldn't remember. It was a good thing Bakugou had been paying more attention. All she could think about right now was a bed and the look on Deku's face when he'd saved her. It didn't match up at all with how Deku had looked when he'd told Bakugou that he was going to enjoy ending him. Just the thought of Deku saying that in front of everyone stilled Uraraka's feet. Bakugou! He stopped and turned around to face her, a faint questioning look on his face. I'm scared. Bakugou gazed at her and then simply said, then use that fear to fuel that fire because I can guarantee that you're gonna need it. Before turning back and continuing down the hallway. All she could do was follow him and believe in her heart that she could do what he said. It was all any of them could do. The room they finally entered had a few beds made up in it. Sue, Ida, and Kirishima were already there. Sue and Kirishima had been conversing quietly while Ida was on the phone with his back to them. As soon as Bakugou opened the door, the two facing towards the door waved them over and Bakugou and Uraraka made their way over to them. How's Todoroki? Sue immediately asked. Recovery girl fixed him up, Uraraka told her. Bakugou plopped down next to Kirishima. He'll be fine by the morning. No need to worry over him. The four of them fell into silence. Uraraka couldn't help but hear Ida talking on the phone. It sounded like he was on the phone with someone from their class. But she couldn't be for sure who. She figured it was either Momo or Kaminari, both who had the best resources at contacting people. One thing for sure was that he sounded like he was still carrying on well, powering through this whole thing. But she saw the way he kept clenching and unclenching his left hand. He'd had it fixed 2 years ago. But Uraraka remembered it as being the one that he'd injured while fighting Stain the Hero Ender alongside Deku and Todoroki. Kirishima suddenly piped up. I believed you, Uraraka, I did. But seeing Midoriya like that tonight, he rubbed at his eyes. What are we supposed to do? He was scary, Sue added. It was like he was playing with Todoroki. Bakugou folded his arms across his chest. He wouldn't have been playing had Icy Hot gone all out like he was supposed to. Sue shot Bakugou a look, which he ignored but said nothing. She had seen the way Todoroki had fought against the villains. To them, it had looked like nothing short of a miracle that he was still alive. Then again, now that Uraraka thought about it, she had seen Todoroki cause much more damage before. Had he held back because he had been concerned about collateral damage or because it was Deku? What was it that Todoroki had said right before Aizawa had shown up and cancelled both their quirks? Don't make me do it, Izuku. What had they expected? None of them wanted to truly fight Deku, and not just because he was insanely powerful. Just as he had been at school, he wasn't giving them a choice, forcing them to come at him with their all. She was afraid that it still wouldn't be good enough. This wasn't some lesson that would help better them as heroes in the future. It was a hard punch in the gut that made their knees buckles and took their breath away. He used to do that for her before. In the morning as he left for work, the door open and the sun shining on him. His green hair an utter mess no matter what he did. The smattering of freckles on his face that would never leave. And that big beam on his face that told her everything was going to be all right. She had loved him so much in those little moments. A part of her still wanted to love him now. They all did, in their own way, even Bakugou, who might not have liked Deku, but had done everything he could to save her as Deku would have wanted. They didn't want to do this. None of them. But they had to. He left them no choice. Uraraka watched with thinly veiled frustration as Momo and Hatsum went about their business throughout the safe house. As far as safe houses were concerned, it could have been cleaner, but Uraraka wasn't certain that Aizawa didn't use this place to hide off the grid and just sleep. It had little in the way of defenses or surveillance systems, which was where the two other girls came in handy. The sort of tech needed was Hatsum's style, and Momo alone outside of Kaminari was able to help her. All in all, it made Uraraka feel like she was being babysat, which she loathed. Hatsum dropped down onto the couch next to her, ignoring the way it sank uncomfortably to the middle. It was probably older than them. All done. I don't sell this kind tech very often, so it's good to be of service. Everyone is so focused on the offensive these days. Though none of the same equipment, it reminded Uraraka of the tech they'd used during the cavalry battle at their first sports festival. They'd used defensive stuff then, like the jetpack and blasters on her boots. As a pro hero, those blasters were an integral part of her costume, allowing her to navigate the air whenever she used her quirk on herself. It had come in handy so many times. Hatsum always updated them for free, claiming that Uravity wearing her gear gave her enough commissions just from the publicity. Still, it made Uraraka nervous, Hatsum leaving her obvious mark on the safe house. If Deku found the place, and to be honest, she did not doubt he would somehow, he would know that Hatsum had had a hand in helping hide Uraraka away from him. It was a target on another friend's back, placed there because of her. All her friends were willing to risk their lives, that was what heroes did. But this was different, and they all knew it. They would have had to fight Deku regardless if he was fixated on her or not. But this just made it worse. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, Hatsum, Uraraka said, staring down at her hands in her lap. Hatsum smiled softly. I would have dragged my own butt into it eventually. You know how nosy I am. She wasn't flippant in the way that Todoroki had been. Uraraka knew that Hatsum was devastated by the news of what had become of Deku. He had done a lot to help her make a name for herself in the hero support world, always telling reporters about her new tech or pointing her tech out while on live television. That had been the kind of day-to-day hero that he was, the kind that went out of his way for his friends because he simply enjoyed it. I'm not sure how much good it will do, Hatsum sighed, but it's better than nothing. She shook her head. I can't believe that Aizawa used this as a safe house. It's practically just bones. It has been a while since he's used it as one apparently, Uraraka pointed out, though why she felt the need to defend it or her former teacher, she had no idea. It's pretty reclusive at least. It's sheet, Bakugou interjected from his spot by the window. Hatsum folded her arms across her chest. Don't you go insulting my babies. I did what I could. Bakugou folded his arms and made a scoffing sound, but didn't say anything. They'd all seen her gear in action before and some of it was wild. Didn't mean he thought it would amount to much stacked up against Deku. I bet you won't say that to Aizawa's face. I did. Bakugou threw back like a rock. And I will again. Before Uraraka could berate him for being so critical, she was certain that he would only be pleased if she was halfway across the world in a bunker. The door opened and Todoroki stepped inside. His movements seemed a tad more languid than usual, but other than that, he appeared absolutely normal, as if he hadn't been slammed hard into a wall twice or fought for his life. Uraraka had only managed to say, Todoroki, are you? Before Bakugou cut in with, he would be if he'd effing done what he was told. There wasn't a single reaction from Todoroki, as if he either hadn't heard Bakugou or it didn't affect him. He'd barely managed to shut the door before Bakugou rounded on him, grabbing him by the collar of his pro-hero costume and slamming him against the door. Both Hatsum and Uraraka jumped to their feet, the latter exclaiming, Bakugou, but of course he didn't listen. Todoroki was freshly healed from his fight with Deku, and here was Bakugou doing the same damn thing. It was slightly jarring. Even though the door made a banging sound, it wasn't anywhere near as hard as Deku had done to Todoroki. It wasn't enough to hurt, just to get a point across, and Bakugou looked like had a list of them. UFNG held back, you idiot, Bakugou snarled in his face. He was holding Todoroki against the door, but not pushing him into it. If Todoroki wanted, it wouldn't take much to knock Bakugou away. But he didn't. He stood there and took all of Bakugou's rage head on without so much as blinking. You told me that you wouldn't let that bastard get close to her. He was close enough to where he had to save her from getting deep-fried by Dabi. His red eyes glared furiously into Todoroki's mismatched ones. But there wasn't hate in his eyes like there used to be. I should have been there. There was nothing but an impassive expression on Todoroki's face as he said, don't pretend that seeing him like that didn't affect you either. Bakugou made a growling sound, but Uraraka knew that Todoroki was right since Bakugou had basically told her that he had froze as well. Seeing Deku like that had a polarizing effect on a person. It was so wrong that it almost seemed more reasonable to believe that he had an evil twin running around. She could see Deku in there, but then it wasn't like she was looking at two people at the same time. I won't let that happen again, Bakugou swore. Neither will I, Todoroki said. Bakugou narrowed his eyes. You better make damn certain you don't, because if Deku doesn't end you I will. He let go of Todoroki's shirt and took a step back. We can't afford to be weak or fight half-heartedly when he's going to come at us with everything. He hasn't already? Momo asked as she stepped into the room, her worried gaze landing on Todoroki. Not by a long shot, Bakugou said. His eyes swept over them until they landed on Uraraka. For once, she couldn't read what was in them. Was it fear? Anticipation? She couldn't be for certain. He turned away from her and opened the front door to walk out. We'll know when he does. It's going to be ugly. And I, for one, am not going to stand by and let him get away with it. I don't care what's wrong with his head. It'll still be done by his hands. The door slamming shut echoed in Uraraka's ears for at least 3 seconds, matching the loud beat of her heart. None of them spoke, if only because they knew he was right. Momo and Hatsum looked a little less sure, but they hadn't seen Deku in action. Even Uraraka had questioned it before seeing Deku fight Todoroki. She'd thought that she knew what was happening, but a small part of her had kept whispering that it couldn't be that bad. Deku couldn't be evil. The second it came to fighting one of his best friends, surely he'd snap out of it. But he hadn't. As he had done everything before, Deku went in with all his heart. A part of her was worried that he hadn't ended Todoroki because he wanted to fight him again. Someone's got to stick up their ass, Hatsum grumbled. He's right, Todoroki sighed, looking down at his feet. I did hesitate. I told myself I wouldn't, that I would use everything in me to keep Deku from Uraraka. But I couldn't do it. Momo laid a hand on his arm. That's not your fault. Any of us would have reacted that way. We can't do that anymore, Todoroki insisted. We're not children. We're pro-heroes and they do not hesitate in combat. I doubt pro-heroes have to fight their formerly dead friends, Hatsum offered. They were all valid points. Even now, if faced with Deku on her own, Uraraka wasn't sure if she could take him on full throttle. She didn't have the kind of quirk like Todoroki, Bakugou, or Deku did. Her quirk couldn't easily end just as much as it could save. When they fought, they had to consider their quirk a little more carefully so as to make sure that they didn't take a life. They had been taught to refrain alongside strengthening their quirk. When Todoroki turned to Uraraka and gave her a brief bow, she blinked at him in surprise. But his words, "I'm sorry for failing you," had her raising both her eyebrows. Todoroki, you did nothing of the kind, Uraraka told him. His eyes were tired and sad when he gazed at her. The eyes of someone who had lost a friend. She'd seen him wear them before. It upset her now just as much. It was harder than I anticipated, seeing him, and I expect it will only get worse. If the League told him to take Bakugou and I out of the way, that means they're planning something. I let my personal feelings get in the way of our objective. Knowing that this was a battle she could not win, Uraraka nodded her head. Just don't let it happen again. She put on a brave smile. He needed it. They all did. Everyone was acting like she might break at any minute, but right now, she was tired of that. She had to take care of the others too. I won't always be there to jump in and save you. A shame, Todoroki replied. I expect such things of Uravity. It wasn't nearly enough to bridge the pain they shared. Uraraka knew that it would be a long time before Todoroki admitted just how much he'd been hurt by Deku. Not by his fists, but by his words and behavior. His grief would turn to fuel later on, but for now, he was forcing himself to hang in the middle of a fog, as if he could block out everything he felt. She could understand that. Sometimes you had to push your emotions away to get the job done. Hadn't she done that back in the day about her feelings for Deku? They'd been such kids then, even if they had been forced to deal with horrific things. She hadn't known that those feelings would eventually lead her to this. She wasn't quite sure what she would have done had she known. The mere thought of giving up the many beautiful memories she'd shared with Deku made her terribly sad. She didn't want to give those up or have them replaced by the Deku of now. She wakes up to the sound of wood creaking and an aching back. The bed isn't that comfortable, which has led her to believe that Aizawa probably still slept in his sleeping bag out here if he used this as a place to nap. It's still night, but she's alert enough to know that she isn't going to fall back asleep anytime soon. Instead, she stretches in the bed, raising her arms far enough to brush against the wall, and then sits up. It's awfully silent. She assumes that at least one person is awake standing guard, but she can't hear anything. There has to be someone out there or she wouldn't have heard the wood. You couldn't step foot in this house without it making some sort of sound right back at you. Outside she can hear bugs chirping and the wind gently blowing through the trees. But that's it. Throwing the blanket off, she swings her legs over to the side of the bed and stands up. The floor immediately protests her weight, but she ignores it as she pads over to the door. She's not quite sure why she's tiptoeing, seeing as how she was the only one supposed to be sleeping. But when she presses her ear against the door, she hears absolutely nothing. She pulls away and frowns. Maybe they're outside doing perimeter checks? Then she hears it. The wood creaking and something else. A squelching sound? She can't make it out, not with a door in between her and the other room. Even if she doesn't know what it is, it makes her stomach twist uncomfortably. Slowly, in an attempt to make as little noise as possible, she twists the doorknob and pushes the door open, only to find that it is completely dark in the rest of the house. The only light shining inside comes from the moon glowing through the windows. She blinks in confusion at the sight. Hadn't they made it a rule to keep the blinds closed? Besides, where is everyone? Why are they so quiet? Did they fall asleep? Did they leave? Hello? She whispers. The darkness seems to swallow her voice and no one answers her. Stepping further outside of the bedroom, she makes her way through the house. Nothing else makes a sound. She's very much alone. Her heart begins to race wildly in her chest. Had they been called away? Had something so awful happened that they needed everyone to deal with it? That didn't make any sense though. No one had come to wake her up. Even if they didn't want her to come, they would have told her before leaving. The first thing that she sees in the living room is Aizawa's bright yellow sleeping bag in the middle of the room. She lets out a sigh of relief. She's not alone. Her former homeroom teacher just fell asleep while on watch. Kind of odd, considering how serious he is about his job and protecting people. But this has been an exhausting few days. Even she passed out. "Sir," she calls out. "Nothing." "Aizawa?" No response. Maybe because she used his real name. Eraserhead. He doesn't stir, but then again, he is a heavy sleeper. She bends down to his level and reaches out to him, pulling on his shoulder to wake him up, but instead he rolls over easily towards her. A scream almost tears out of her throat, but she throws her hands up to her mouth at the last minute. Aizawa's eyes are wide open and unseeing, his goggles broken around his neck, which has turned red and purple. She staggers away from the body, scrambling to her feet even as her knees threaten to give out. He's dead. She tries not to panic. He's dead. She's going to panic. But that begs the question, what about the others? Her head turns and she spots a figure slumped against the wall, their head resting against their chest and long green hair hiding their face. "Tsu, it's Tsu." She rushes over to her friend, but when she gets close enough to check her pulse, she finds nothing. When she lifts Tsu's head, she finds blood covering half her face. She jerks her hands away, gasping for air as she struggles to make sense of everything. Tears burn her eyes and her body shakes. This can't be happening. Can't be. Out of the corner of her eyes, she sees him. There, lying by the slightly ajar door, his left foot hanging out of it. It's Bakugou. She crawls over towards him, unable to pull herself to her feet, and tears are dripping onto the floor and her hands with every step she takes. "No, no, no," she keeps mumbling to herself, praying that she's wrong. Let him be alive. Let at least one of them be alive. The second she touches Bakugou's body, she knows that nothing is all right. He always runs so hot, like his quirk is simmering just underneath his skin, but he's cold to the touch. Feels wrong. When she reaches for his hands, she finds them practically dry, which is not normal. Even worse, they're bruised and broken, like someone stomped on them repeatedly. Please no, she pleads, even though she knows in her heart that it's no use. She rolls Bakugou over and his head lolls against her knees. There's blood everywhere, pouring from various stab wounds all over him, sliding onto her hands and legs. She starts crying in earnest because she knows it's her fault. She did this. She let this happen. She allowed herself a moment of rest and they died. She let her guard down. She didn't fight back hard enough. She brought them into this when she should have taken care of it herself. Somehow, she drags herself to her feet, away from Bakugou's body, but his blood is all over her hands. She's struggling for air and her body is wobbling, but she can't look away. It's only when she feels arms wrap around her, one right underneath her bee and another around her neck, that she freezes and the crying comes to an abrupt halt. There is the familiar feel of soft hair brushing the side of her face as someone rests their chin on her shoulder and takes a deep breath. Do you like it? Deku murmurs in her ear. Now we can be together. She feels herself breaking. Deku. Now there's nothing holding you back to be with me, Deku continues. To join us. He moves the arm around her neck to grab her hand. Both of theirs slick with Bakugou's blood, and he presses the hilt of a knife into her palm. She knows that he was the one to end them, but for a second, as she looks down at the knife in their hands, it's as if she was the one that stabbed Bakugou, like she did it indirectly. He was only here because of her, wasn't he? If he'd been somewhere else, he would be alive. Deku kisses her on the cheek, so chaste and innocent. You were wasted on them. I know you. I love you. He pulls away so that he can turn her around to face him. She still has the knife in her hand, tilted towards him, but she can't make a move, not with the way he's staring her in the eyes right now. His smile is so full of warmth and love, but his eyes are cold and dead. Come home with me, Ochako. Uraraka bolted up right in her the bed so fast that she got vertigo, a scream in her throat. When she tried to swallow it though, she choked on it and then began to gasp for air so hard that tears leaked from her eyes. The bed was so flimsy that it made a loud squeaking noise when she woke up and the headboard slammed against the wall. Sue was at her side in an instant, hands on Uraraka's arms, soothing her as best as she could while Uraraka tried not to sob or scream. She couldn't be for certain what would come out if she tried to talk. When the door was suddenly kicked open, both Uraraka and Sue jumped and nearly screamed again. But it was just Bakugou of all people. Mini explosions already blasting at his fingertips, shouting, "Where the F is he?" He must have heard the loud noise and come running in to make sure nothing bad was happening. Couldn't have been that loud, but maybe he had been walking to the bathroom. He's not here, Bakugou, Sue sighed irritably. Calm down. Wiping the sweat off her forehead, Uraraka added, I'm sorry. I had a nightmare. Bakugou looked no less tense, but he straightened up and flexed his fingers to loosen up his hands. He eyed Uraraka suspiciously, but she just looked down at her hands. She kept picturing him lying dead on the ground, his blood all over her hands, his red eyes sightless and unable to see her tears. The red in them had looked faded. They had looked so wrong, no passion in them at all. It was hard for her to look him in the eyes now. Do you want to talk about it? Sue asked tentatively. No, it's fine. Really? Uraraka said, a smile on her face. Probably didn't look right since she still looked like a hot mess. But she was going to push through this if it was the last thing she did. She didn't want to tell Tsu that she had dreamed that Deku had ended her. The nightmare was still too vivid. Bakugou was still looking at her with narrowed red eyes and a frown on his face. Take a break, Ajui. Tsu blinked at him. Ribbit, you've been in here for a while. You should get some rest. But I just woke up, so I'm not going to backsleep anytime soon. Bakugou interrupted, his flat tone not changing whatsoever. I'll take over. He shot Tsu a sharp glare. We can't afford you to be tired and sluggish because you didn't get proper rest if Deku shows up. I'm not carrying your ass in a fight. Uraraka folded her arms across chest and mumbled, I don't need a babysitter, but both Bakugou and Tsu ignored her. It seemed to be one of the few things they agreed on. Having them both in the safe house at the same time was a terrible idea. As Tsu spoke her mind and Bakugou got everything across through insults and yells, but neither one of them were willing to leave for long. Alright, Tsu finally agreed. Uraraka smiled encouragingly at her, and Tsu squeezed her hand before leaving the room. It might have been the wrong way to say it, but she did agree that Tsu needed to get some rest. Ever since they had confronted Deku, she had been pushing herself, like she was trying to make up for not doing enough. With Tsu gone, It left Bakugou and Uraraka in silence alone. Now that she thought about it, they hadn't been alone in a few days, not since the night they'd arrived at UA. The safe house was remote, but despite being in the middle of nowhere, it had little room to give any sort of privacy. Outside of the 2 bedrooms and the bathroom, you could practically see the whole place. Bakugou didn't like it for tactical reasons, but then Aizawa had pointed out that it never been made to be a stronghold. Not like that mattered against Deku, who could break through concrete and steel reinforced walls with a single punch. Bakugou moved to the window, peering out of the curtain sideways, and harumphed. He wasn't going ballistic, so he must have been appeased with what he saw. Was it the dream? Ha! Uraraka stared at the back of his head for a moment before it clicked. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was... She really didn't want to talk about it, and Bakugou wouldn't press her for more information if she didn't. It was something different. She could tell that a part of him wanted to ask more questions, but the rest of him either didn't think it was all that important or didn't care. He stayed silent, continuing his examination of the outside world. It made Uraraka itch. Every time she got so much as near a window, everyone freaked out. Didn't they see it was pointless? If Deku or any villain connected with the League was out here, then they already knew who was inside. Now she really felt like she was locked away in a prison. This was so much worse than her apartment. Crossing her legs under her, Uraraka pressed the palms of her hand on the bed and straightened her back, trying to stretch out her arms, anything to break the tension in her body. I hate this. She glowered at the blankets, like it was their fault that she was here. I hate this hiding, not doing anything, not knowing anything. I should be out there doing something. I'm a hero, not some hapless victim. None of her friends were exactly treating her like that, but they were all so protective of her. It was endearing, but also smothering now that she couldn't escape it. I feel so useless stuck here. You don't think I feel the same way? Bakugou questioned, turning back to face her. His eyes were like molten lava, glaring holes into her, but she swatted the feeling away. I know you do, Uraraka replied. It's driving you up a wall, isn't it? Bakugou tightened and then relaxed his fists. Fing mad. We don't know anything about what's going on, Uraraka said angrily. We don't know what Deku is up to or what he's doing. We don't know what the League of Villains is planning. We don't even know how they did this to him. She rubbed at her eyes, not because she was about to cry, but because just thinking these things made her head hurt, the pain throbbing behind her eyes. We're running blindly in the dark, trying to catch a break. Why can't we be the ones to find him? It's always him finding us. It pisses me off, Bakugou said, his voice low and gravelly. Has there been any news? Uraraka asked, almost begged. Anything? After a moment of consideration, Bakugou sighed and shook his head, but not in the way to tell her no. It was more like he didn't want to tell her because he knew she wouldn't like it, but Bakugou didn't half-ass things. He wouldn't keep things from her because he was worried that it might upset her. Oh no, he was upfront about every single thing, even if he knew it would break her heart. That was just who he was. He'd been like that for as long as she'd known him. 4 of the escaped prisoners were found dead in the past 2 days, Bakugou told her. Uraraka frowned. If they were going by Deku's MO, then that fit him, but it didn't make sense that he would break them out only to end them. Maybe they had pissed him off or something. Maybe after failing to end Todoroki and not being able to get rid of Bakugou, Deku had gone off the handle. She'd seen the way his fingers were twitching, and she hadn't known what to make of him. Had he been struggling to hold back or struggling to break free of whatever or whoever had a grip on his mind? Who were they? Uraraka asked. Pulling his phone out of his pocket, Bakugou pulled up the email and walked over to her. They were ended the same way that we now know was one of Deku's confirmed villain ends, but they aren't sure if it's him or not. Could be dissent among the ranks. You know how fickle villains can be. She took the phone from him and flicked through the pictures. They weren't pretty by a long shot. There was blood everywhere, seeing as how they'd been beaten severely. The same cause of death, but far more intense. It looked personal, like the Ender had lost control and kept going even after they were dead. It made the villains, well, victims, impossible to recognize. However, because of the blood evidence, the authorities had been able to figure out who they were. As soon as Uraraka read the names, it clicked for her. It's him. How do you know? Bakugou questioned. They were all my callers, Uraraka told him. She set the phone down on the bed. This one. She swiped to the 3rd victim. He managed to get a hit on me. I had a black eye for 2 weeks. Bakugou looked mildly disappointed that she'd allowed any villain to hit her, but didn't comment on it. Instead, he focused on the pictures. And the other 3? All difficult and rough, Uraraka said. You know, the kind of fight where you come out scraped but in one piece. I don't have those, Bakugou replied flatly. She was not going to point out that Deku had broken 2 of his ribs a few days ago. It would only cause his hackles to raise and he'd get sheety. Already he was in a foul mood from not being allowed to hunt Deku down. Still, the prison Deku had destroyed had held the worst of the worst, so it stood that anyone locked in there had been pretty strong. Uraraka was confident in her abilities, but she wasn't perfect. Besides, she'd gotten them in the end, hadn't she? Sure, they'd been broken out, but now they were… Oh! Uraraka's heart dropped into her stomach. He's doing it for me again, isn't he? Another one of his weird love letters? Bakugou quired. These were the only people you collared that were sent to this prison? She nodded her head. I guess he didn't want Uravite's good work to go to waste. He made a disgruntled noise in the back of his throat and pocketed his phone. You told him about them? Uraraka fiddled with her fingers in her lap. Well, I mean, yeah, it was a hard-to-avoid topic, especially when I came home sporting bruises and scratches. He always got so worked up over when I was hurt. He had been kind like that. If she didn't have time to tend to her wounds at work, he would help her with them at home. Once, when she'd broken a rib, he'd helped her with the bandages every day. It had been sweet. She could remember them lying down in bed together, her reading and him napping, and then he'd woken up and kissed her gently right above her injured rib. It had tickled and left her breathless at the same time, but they hadn't been able to do much before she'd started wincing in pain. Her eyes darted away from Bakugou's when she caught him watching her with a guarded expression. No way was she going to sit here thinking about things like that and Deku while he was right next to her. It was awkward, even if he didn't know what she was remembering. No doubt he was picturing Deku fussing over her all annoying like. They had 2 very different images of Deku in their minds. Bakugou looked away from her and scratched the back of his head. Deku definitely escalated in violence towards them. Yeah, he'd gone to Baku rage levels, except he'd followed through on the threats that Bakugou used to make all the time while they were at school. Deku really had ended those villains. He must have remembered them and how they hurt you. He wouldn't have stood for them to be in the League. But do you think the League is okay with Deku just ending potential members? Uraraka wondered. I don't think they have much of a choice. Not with Deku's strength, Bakugou said. It was strange hearing Bakugou more or less admit that Deku was very strong, but she knew better than to comment on that as well. It was just something they had to accept. Besides, if they get ended just like that, they didn't have that much potential anyways. He snorted. Quality over quantity. There was a moment where neither of them had anything to say or they just couldn't figure out what it was they wanted to say. More and more, Uraraka was beginning to feel like something was missing from these moments. Like there was something they weren't doing that should have been done. But she couldn't figure out if it was his or her doing. She'd only begun to notice it after Deku had returned, and it didn't hit her fully until she'd realized that Bakugou had put up the wall she'd painstakingly broken through. She knew exactly what he would say if she did question him on it. He would say that he couldn't afford to let himself get distracted by anything with Deku on the run as a villain. Distracted from what she either couldn't say or didn't want to, but she also knew that he was right. They couldn't be distracted. Already it felt like they were running in last place of a race that ended in death if they didn't finish first. Letting out a deep, frustrated sigh, Uraraka flopped back on the bed. What are we doing, Bakugou? Jack sheet, Bakugou responded, as delicate as ever. Uraraka swallowed, staring up at the ceiling. Am I naive or stupid for thinking I need to save him? Is that even possible after all that he's done? You tell me, Bakugou said. You've seen him more than any of us so far. It's not just that. Uraraka chewed on her bottom lip to the point where it would have started bleeding had Bakugou not nudged her harshly. Say he's being, I don't know, mind-controlled or something. What if we do snap him out of it? What if he does break free? What then? She didn't want to think about it. But she knew that such things would rest heavily on Deku's mind if it were to happen. He still murdered people. Yeah, most of them were villains, but innocent people died during the prison break as well. Not to mention any people that might get hurt or ended because of the escaped villains. Bakugou was silent for longer than Uraraka could ever remember him being. Sure, he didn't go on rambling tangents like Deku and he didn't blabber nervously like Uraraka or make admittedly dramatic speeches like Todoroki, but he was very rarely silent. He was never quite still unless it was deadly serious. Of course she knew that he could be quiet when it called for, but getting lost in thought was not one of his habits. I guess, Bakugou said, more thoughtful than usual, that will depend on Deku. He twisted his lips into something that was not quite a sneer but not a frown either. as if he didn't know how he felt. Stupid nerd will probably cry himself silly over it. Every time Bakugou mentioned confronting Deku, it usually involved Bakugou threatening to end him. Uraraka knew that he wouldn't really do that though. Maybe he wanted to or maybe he didn't, but he wouldn't. She could not say for sure why. Maybe he did feel a hint of guilt over not being able to save Deku. He'd only managed to keep her from falling into the ocean after her quirk had finally tapped out. Maybe he was just angry about how Deku was toying with him. This time, though, he seemed to at least acknowledge that he wasn't going to outright blast Deku to another planet. Forcing herself to get over whatever melancholy was threatening to swallow her whole, Uraraka pulled herself back up into the sitting position. Bakugou was close enough to the bed where she could reach out and grab his hand, like she had the night he'd put her drunk self to bed. He flinched at the contact, but didn't pull away. It wasn't so strange to do it without the alcohol dimming their defensive systems, but it still took some effort. "Thank you, Bakugou, for being here. Don't really got much of a choice," Bakugou mumbled. Uraraka smiled and said, of course, when she really meant, "That's not what I mean." He appeared to be at the limit of his emotional comfort, even if it would have looked like to anyone else that he hadn't done anything, so she decided not to push it. He was in here with her when he didn't have to be. She could have stayed in here by herself, but he'd chosen to stay. His eyes fell to their hands, a thunderous expression on his face. He liked to hide how he was feeling with anger, as if he could transform any emotion into that. She wasn't quite sure what that look was for now. Her heart jumped a little when he rubbed his thumb in a circle over the back of her hand. His fingertips were calloused from firing off multiple explosions. It didn't hurt him, but his skin still built up a tough resistance. She wondered if it affected how much he could feel things with his fingers, but right when she opened her mouth to ask, there was a knock on the door and he jerked his hand away. "Guys," Kirishima's voice called from the other side. "What?" Bakugou barked. "It better be important. Thought you'd want to know Kaminari is calling in with an update." That was important. Bakugou was barreling towards the door as Uraraka bolted out of bed and followed him. A testament to how much Kirishima knew his best friend. He was already standing a good distance away from the door when Bakugou ripped it open and stomped out. Uraraka at least thanked him for letting them know before taking the call. There were multiple screens set up in the living room showing feeds from multiple cameras around the area, but they went to the laptop set up on the coffee table. In her dream, Aizawa had been lying next to it, dead, but she blinked the memory away as she sat down on the couch next to Tsu behind the boys and Kirishima pressed the button to answer the call. "Hi, ladies and gents," Kaminari greeted when he appeared on the screen. He was so pale, but then he had been working tirelessly for the past few days. She wondered how much time he'd gotten outside, how many breaks he'd taken, if he'd been properly resting or eating well. Bakugou had been riding him hard about getting as much info as possible. Since the end of his time at UA and after, Kaminari had really come into his own using computers and other technology to work as a hero. He often worked with Hatsum on testing her support gadgets, thinking it great fun unlike Ida. It helped that he was the best one at setting up communications between all of them. "Are you feeling well?" Uraraka asked before Bakugou could barrel through the conversation like a bull. Kaminari blinked. "Huh." He only then seemed to notice what he looked like in his own camera and let off a shaky chuckle as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Oh yeah, I am fine. Too many energy drinks." Tsu frowned. "Those are not healthy for you, Ribbit. I told you that years ago." "Ha! Should have listened," Kaminari chuckled again. "Whatever. I approve of them if they're helping you work longer." Bakugou shoved Tsu out of the camera so that he could hog most of it. They could have moved the computer back so they could fit in it comfortably, but they ended up squashed together. "What have you got? Any new leads? I'm dying out here." A twitchy grin appeared on Kaminari's face. He really needed to lay off those energy drinks, and he rubbed the back of his head. Yeah. Well, you know how you told me to keep digging around looking for clues about Midoriya's whereabouts? Did you find anything?" Bakugou demanded. Well, Kaminari was abruptly knocked out of the view of the camera, only to be replaced by Deku, causing them all to give a start and gape. "I kind of found him instead." He gave them a winning beam and waved his hand, like he was a classmate that they hadn't seen in a long time. "Surprise!" Bakugou reached for the computer like he could physically jump through it and strangle him. "Deku, you little sheet." For a moment, Uraraka was worried that Bakugou might actually break the laptop, but then Kirishima jerked his hands away from the screen. "He's gotten a lot better at this," Deku said conversationally as he clicked through a few files on Kaminari's computer, his eyes slightly unfocused as he looked away from the camera. "I'm not as tech-savvy, but even our guy can't figure out where you all are." Impressive. His eyes jerked back to them. You all are in the wind, but I figured someone would keep the communication up. Kaminari was always good at that, with or without his quirk. I swear to. Thank you God. Deku, Bakugou growled, gripping the coffee table so tightly that it looked like he was about to break it into pieces. Sue had already jumped over the couch to alert Aizawa and a few key others. Deku laughed. Don't worry. I haven't hurt him. He held up his hands in a what can you do manner. Not yet at least. The humor bled away from his face, replaced by a cold expression. I see you didn't follow my one rule, Kaken. Still entirely selfish. I told you what would happen if you didn't stay away from Ochako. At the mention of her name and the unspoken threat hanging in the air, Uraraka pulled a Bakugou and barreled her way into the conversation. She dropped down on the ground in between Bakugou and Kirishima, knocking the latter to the side so that he was completely out of the camera's view. Deku! A bright smile twitched onto his face, but he still looked angry, likely over the fact that the very two people he expressly did not want to see together were now the only two he could see. Where are you? I want to see you. You know I can't tell you that, Uraraka told him, forcing her voice to be soft despite the fact that her heart was racing like a dog chasing after a rabbit. Or maybe it was like a rabbit running away from a dog. Please, don't do anything rash. It's not rash at all, Deku pointed out. I told Kaken what would happen if he didn't listen to me. I told him nicely too. All he had to do was stay away from you. He's not good for you. And you are. Bakugou snarled out of the corner of his mouth. Uraraka elbowed him in the side, making him grunt but shutting him up at least for a moment. He glared at her furiously, but she ignored him, putting her entire focus on the man on the computer screen. Deku. It was Deku, always worried about her. She knew he trusted her and believed she was strong, but that never stopped him from considering her safety and happiness. Listen to me, Deku. You don't want to do this, Uraraka told him. His nodding emphatically only made them more anxious. I don't, you're right, but Kaken forced my hand and, well, Kaminari is not being particularly forthcoming. He turned his head to smile fondly at someone off camera. Are you going to tell me where they are? I don't know. Kaminari's disembodied voice shouted from somewhere off camera. There was an audible crack or maybe a pop and then the sound of a scream muffled through a grunt, like the person was trying to hold their pain in and not let it show. They all knew what it was though. Another villain breaking one of Kaminari's bones. Most likely a finger. Shock them, Uraraka pleaded in her mind. Just shock them stupid. But then it would leave Kaminari completely defenseless and they'd end him. The ball was in Deku's court, but they had to steal it and Uraraka knew that she was the only one capable of doing so. Right when Bakugou made to shout at Deku for hurting Kaminara, Uraraka completely shoved him out of the view of the camera, so hard that he went sprawling against the floor, and held up a hand to stop him from trying to shove his way back in. She relaxed her shoulders and put a soft expression on her face. I saw what you did for me, Deku, she said in a shy voice. That caught Deku's attention. His eyes darted to hers, unblinking, and they were so bright and alive. You did. You didn't let the villains I caught get away, Uraraka said, sounding oh so nervous, like she was on a first date or something. She fiddled with her fingers, glanced away from him briefly before bringing her eyes back to him. It wasn't all that hard to feign. She did feel nervous and scared. What if this ploy didn't work? She saw Bakugou gawking at her out of the corner of his eyes, like he didn't know who she was either. The eagerness on Deku's face would have been cute if she didn't know that he'd ended people for her. I couldn't just let them live after what they did to you. It was unacceptable. Besides, you worked so hard to get them off the street. What kind of boyfriend would I be if I let them work under me knowing how they hurt you? I'd be implicit. You're a little more than that, Bakugou muttered under his breath, not loud enough for Computer Mike to pick his voice up. Some FING boyfriend. You told me that you wouldn't let me get hurt, Uraraka continued. And I meant it, Deku replied in the most earnest tone. Twisted her gut. He sounded so much like he had before, so much like the boy she'd fallen in love with. The tears that pooled in her eyes weren't fake. She wanted to let them loose. This was breaking her heart. Then why are you hurting me, Deku? A hurt expression flashed across Deku's face, like she'd just slapped him. He looked genuinely hurt by her words. Kaminari is my friend. Your hurting him hurts me. Deku considered her words, one of his fingers tapping thoughtfully on the keyboard. It was like he hadn't thought of this factor before. When he'd said that he wouldn't let her get hurt, he'd meant physically. But the emotional pain was getting worse with every passing day. Was he breaking his word to her by doing this? Was it worth it? She could see the gears turning in his head as he wondered if she would forgive him this. "I'm sorry, Ochako," Deku settled on, a determined look on his face, "but it has to be done." Her heart dropped into the pit of her stomach. She'd failed. "If you come back to me though, I'll spare him. Kaminari's only doing what Kaken told him and I understand him listening. Kaken's very persuasive in his own brute force way." Well, that was better than nothing. Bakugou looked about as pleased by this development as he would be about chewing on gravel, and seemed to be doing just that as he ground his teeth. He dragged himself to his feet and went to his bag so that he could rifle through it for his hero costume. "I just want this to end," Uraraka said quietly, allowing her grief to seep into her voice. I know, Deku replied soothingly. "And it will once we make things right." She didn't know what he meant by that, but she knew that whatever it was, it wouldn't be right at all. Not by a long shot. "I know you won't come alone. Tell Shoto I look forward to seeing him again. I'd like to finish what we started." Bakugou ripped his t-shirt off so viciously that she was surprised he didn't tear it and snapped, "I'm going to be the one finishing him," before pulling his black and red tank top over his head. "And remember," Deku said, pulling Kaminari back into view of the camera. Kaminari was somehow paler than before, but sweat was covering his face and he was breathing heavily, one of his fingers swollen and bent at an awkward angle. Still, he wore a determined look on his face, like he was ready to fight on. Deku had a tight grip on Kaminari's wrist, but when a few sparks crackled around him, Deku didn't even flinch. Uraraka only then noticed that he was wearing thick, rubber gloves. "If you all don't come, we'll see how Kaminari handles the pain that I suffered through when I was first learning my quirk." Sue gasped behind them and Kirishima hissed, but Uraraka held on tight, staring Deku down. "You've got an hour." The screen went black and Uraraka was left to look at her own reflection. She looked lost. She felt lost. "What do we do?" Kirishima asked in the silence. Bakugou snorted. "Obviously we go there and kick his ass. Doesn't fighting on his grounds sound like a bad idea?" Kirishima wondered out loud. "I mean, we have no idea what we're walking into. He's obviously not alone, but we don't know how many villains he has with him." "It's a trap," Sue added. "You think I don't know that?" Bakugou rounded on them, his red eyes looking like they were on fire. They were all too used to him to flinch, but it would have sent anyone that didn't know him scrambling. "But what other choice do we have? Kaminari might be an idiot, but do you want him to suffer a very slow and painful death?" That shut them all up. Deciding quickly with a few glances towards each other, the other three rushed to suit up as well. By the time they were ready, it was likely other pro-heroes that were now involved in the situation would be on their way to the location. Uraraka wasn't certain what Deku would do if heroes showed up to Kaminari's residence and they didn't, but she thought it would be awful. One thing she had noticed was that during their confrontations so far, Deku hadn't really been angry. He'd had flashes of fury, but then it would fade away by the time the fighting began. He hadn't fought in anger. She had a feeling that if he did, the devastation would be immense. They had to keep him from getting like that. How was another matter? They couldn't exactly make him happy without caving to his insane demands, which they were still unsure about. Uraraka padded over to Bakugou, who was down on the ground lacing up his boots. "I don't think I'm the main target here." "What do you mean?" Bakugou tied his boots so tight that it looked painful. "He all but demanded you hand yourself over to him." Fiddling with her helmet in her hands, Uraraka chewed on her words carefully before continuing. "Well, he had Kaminari call you, not me. Maybe he thought he'd get a hold of me that way. But if you had done what he told you to do and stayed away from me—" "Not likely," Bakugou rumbled. "Then he wouldn't have been able to see me," Uraraka finished, ignoring his interjection. "He also brought up the fact that I wouldn't come alone and that Todoroki would be coming." Bakugou finally looked up at her, tilting his head back and watching her through narrowed but not disbelieving eyes. She stilled her hands. "I think you and Todoroki are the real targets. I'm just—" Bakugou arched an eyebrow. "The cherry on top?" As much as she liked Sundays, Uraraka wasn't a fan of this one. It made sense to her though. Deku had more or less said that the League of Villains wanted Todoroki and Bakugou dead. They were both strong enough with their quirks and rising fast in the hero ranks that they would prove to be an issue for any villainous activity. Besides, using Uraraka as the reason, they were pointing Deku like a missile at his former friends. Maybe he believed in what the League was doing and maybe he was just there for the ride. But his desires and theirs lined up for now with Bakugou and Todoroki acting as a barrier between him and Uraraka. "I just want this to end," she'd said. What she had really meant was, "I want you to come home." But Uraraka was starting to realize that it would never be possible. Even if the old Deku did come back, it wouldn't erase all the things that his new Deku had done. Bakugou jumped to his feet. Likely he's got a few villains handpicked to counteract our quirks. He wiped his sweaty hands off on his baggy pants. It seemed like a casually haphazard thing to do, considering that he was essentially rubbing explosives on himself. But I'm not letting that stop me. I told you I'd get him, and that's what I'm gonna do. He gave her a look. Can't promise that he won't be more than a little busted up. A little busted up was a grave understatement considering how much she knew Bakugou wanted to fight Deku. It wasn't just about blasting him to next Tuesday. This was a serious grudge match, a long time coming. She kind of thought that Bakugou believed Deku had held back at least a little, to ensure that no one was seriously hurt, but Deku wouldn't do that now. When he punched, he would be aiming to end. A sudden hand on her cheek startled Uraraka out of her thoughts, and she peered up at him. The touch was a lot more intimate than the one she was used to from him, but it had the effect of forcing her full attention on him and letting her know how deadly serious he was. There was that strange, unreadable look on his face again, like the one from their last quiet night. "Promise me," he said in a low voice, "if things go south, if we can't take him, you'll get out. Grab Kaminari, whoever you can, and go." Uraraka bristled and hardened her expression. "I'm not just going to leave you too. This is my fight too. Promise me," Bakugou repeated. "Save who you can and get out." She would have argued with him more if not for the way his voice cracked just a hair. It was almost unnoticeable. Maybe if she hadn't been staring at him, she would have missed it. But she didn't, and it caused her to hesitate. His fingertips were as rough as hers on her cheek, but his was from multiple explosions and burns. "What if I want to save you?" "Then it better not be at your expense," Bakugou told her. "Or you'll have wasted my time, and you know how much I hate it when people do that." Taking a breath, she nodded her head, silently agreeing to his terms, even if she didn't like it. Only then did he pull his hand away. The main goal was to stop Deku, but obviously saving people and keeping them safe was a top priority as well. Being in the city, there was a chance for massive collateral damage. Sue had told her while they were getting ready that the pro-heroes were going to attempt to evacuate the area as much as possible. Deku's reaction to that worried her, but if his main focus was on Bakugou and Todoroki, then he might not care. The thought that Deku didn't care about innocent lives was a very painful one. The block was too quiet. Uraraka watched Kaminari's apartment building from what most would have considered a safe distance. But with Deku nearby, it was anything but safe. A light shone from the apartment, but they weren't sure if Deku was inside with Kaminari. He could have transferred them somewhere else. She hated not knowing, hated wondering what was going on through Kaminari's mind as he waited to be tortured by his old friend, hated what Deku had turned into. How could she possibly save him when he was like this? How could any of them forgive him? Uraraka knew she was being soft, but she couldn't help it. She had loved Deku with everything in her and still did, but seeing him like this twisted a knife in her heart. The world felt wrong and she had to fix it. Sue returned from the roof of the office building they were in, pulling her goggles off to rest them on top of her head. 8 people confirmed in Kaminari's apartment. The heat signature goggles she wore came in handy while out on the ocean when visibility was low, but they also helped tonight. If Kaminari is in there, that's 7 villains. That's assuming all of them are holed up in one spot, Kirishima pointed out. More could be stationed throughout or outside the apartment. He pinched the bridge of his nose. "I don't like this. We shouldn't go in so blind. We don't have much of a choice," Bakugou said as he glared at the apartment, as if he could melt it with his eyes alone. "We're out of time. The end of the hour limit Deku gave them was almost up." Uraraka checked the time on her phone and chewed her bottom lip. She kept picturing Kaminari tied up in his apartment, alone with a bunch of villains, watching the clock and counting down to a horrible death. They weren't going to let that happen, he had to know that. But it was still terrifying. What if they didn't make it in time? They managed to reach here with time to spare, but then argued about the next step. The truth was they weren't enough to take on Deku and an undetermined amount of villains. Bakugou could deny it all he wanted, but even he couldn't defeat 7 high-powered villains at once. Besides, if there was one person that knew his fighting style in and out, it was Deku. He knew all of them well. He'd spent years watching them and documenting them for his own analysis. He knew her. It was frightening to know the one person who had believed in their strengths could now revel in their weaknesses. A knock on the door pulled everyone except Bakugou away from the window. Kirishima answered and stood to the side as other pro-heroes poured inside. Aizawa was first, looking livelier than she'd ever seen him, though perhaps it was because he was about to battle a former student. He also was the voice of reason, seeing as how Midnight and Endeavor followed after. It was hard not to be slightly overwhelmed by their old teachers and the number one hero. Ida, Jiraiya, and Todoroki strode in to complete the group. Even though the battle hadn't begun, relief bloomed in Uraraka's heart. Surely with everyone they could save Kaminari. They had more people in their favor now. She was grateful they'd managed to convince Bakugou to wait. With so many heroes, the scales might be tipped in their direction. I can't believe that idiot got captured, Jiraiya complained, although there was genuine concern in her eyes. Uraraka was surprised to see her at first, but then she did live close by. Her arms folded and a tense frown at her lips. Jiraiya looked awkward standing in between Todoroki and Ida with their incredibly serious expressions. Deku knows us too well, Uraraka sighed. He knew Kaminari would run point on communications. Are we that predictable? Jiraiya asked sullenly. Uraraka bit her lip. To Deku, maybe so. Then I'll just have to blow his expectations out of the water, Bakugou growled, sounding like an attack dog. We can't just burst in there and fight him head-on, Ida stated. Bakugou rolled his eyes and muttered something obviously insulting under his breath. But Ida didn't care. We need a plan. That's what the adults are doing, Aizawa said, giving them a look that suggested they were still kids. They bristled, but it did the trick of shutting them up. Bakugou looked like he was ready to launch himself out the window, but clenched his fists and stayed quiet. Even after graduating years ago, Aizawa still had that effect on them. Is anyone else coming? Kirishima asked. Bakugou shook his head. We can't afford to wait. He was right. They had to make do with who they had and work together. If Bakugou wasn't complaining about teaming up, it was a dire situation. He considered Deku that much of a threat. Then again, he witnessed power like Deku's up close when he'd seen All Might battling All for One. If Deku was capable of that kind of power nowadays, they needed all the help they could get and more. They came up with a plan quick. When they finished, not wholly satisfied but unable to do much more, they split up throughout the room. Sue rubbed her arms. Do you really think we can do this, Ribbit? We have more people, Ida said. We have the advantage. We don't know that, Todoroki pointed out. There are likely other villains lying in wait. He did that when I fought him. Not knowing made Uraraka shift on her feet. Her friends huddled together one last time before the night went to hell. None of them knew what would happen. They could stick to the plan and still be defeated, or they could go off script and do something amazing. Anything could happen. Uraraka stared at the apartment. What was going on up there? What was Deku doing? She imagined him sitting in Kaminari's computer chair, looking out the window and waiting for them, but that wasn't right. She bet he was talking. But about what? Would he just talk with Kaminari about how his life had been for the past 11 months? That sounded right, though unsettling. He shouldn't do such casual things while hanging the threat of torture and death over a person. When Uraraka's phone rang, she jumped. She completely forgot she had it on her. Who is it? Aizawa demanded. She pulled her cell out to show Kaminari's caller ID. It's Midoriya. He stared Uraraka down, making her question everything she knew about herself. Answer it. Taking a deep breath, Uraraka swiped to accept the call and put it on speaker before setting it on the table. Everyone crowded around it, except for Bakugou and Todoroki, who hung off to the side on opposite ends of the room and watched out of the corner of their eyes. Hello. It's good to hear your voice, Ochako, Deku responded on the other end. He sounded like he genuinely meant it, like he was away for hero work outside of the city. His late-night phone calls had always meant so much to her, even if it was simply listening to his rambles. You too, Deku, she replied softly. Kaminari says hi as well. There was a shuffling sound. Say hi. Don't listen dash. There was a smack followed by a yelp, and then Deku was sighing into the phone. So much for being nice. Yeah, he was threatening to end one of his old friends by breaking his bones. That didn't sound nice at all. Uraraka didn't comment on it, not wanting to push Deku's buttons further. Did you come like a good girl? Uraraka tried not to blush. It wasn't the appropriate response given the situation, but it was uncomfortable with everyone listening. You know I did. I don't want anything to happen to Kaminari. Such a good friend, Deku said. I hope you didn't come alone. No, I dash. Uraraka glanced at the others, who had their eyes on her. Everyone you saw on the camera feed is here. No Shoto? Disappointment laced Deku's voice. Todoroki stiffened but said nothing. More than ever before, Uraraka believed she wasn't the target tonight. By calling her, he came off as focused on her, But mentioning Todoroki alerted her Deku wanted him here. Maybe he should have stayed back. But no, Todoroki was as stubborn as she was. Besides, they needed him. I thought we were friends. Maybe he doesn't care as much as I thought he did. Todoroki turned away from them completely, hiding his face in the shadows. She gazed at his back, reading all the tension in his shoulders. He cared. He cared so much. This was tearing him apart. Everything that had brought Deku and Todoroki together was either gone or twisted into something awful. Just as Deku's love for Uraraka had been turned into some sort of obsession, his love for Todoroki had changed as well. Into what? They weren't certain, except Deku seemed unable to decide whether or not he wanted to end him. Maybe if you gave us more time, Dash. No, I'm afraid I can't do that. I've probably been too accommodating as it stands. Deku chuckled lightly. Can't have the others think I'm going soft after everything I did to prove otherwise. I'd have to break a few things to prove my point again and, well, no one would enjoy that. Uraraka fought the urge to shiver. To think Deku had actually injured other villains to prove he wasn't to be questioned was a strange thing. Actions always spoke louder than words. He could tell them he was no longer a hero only so many times before it became repetitive. Or he could show them just how cruel and cold he could be. Deku had always been good at proving what he believed in and who he was. Ochako? Yeah. I'm a little disappointed you thought I don't know you still. He did sound disappointed. Like when you wanted it to be sunny but opened the door to find rain. Uraraka furrowed her brow. What dash? Tell Shoto I'm sorry. Uraraka whipped her head around, connect eyes with Todoroki. Confused expressions mirroring each other's and their bodies equally tense. When a burst of blue fire exploded, blew down the door and took Todoroki completely out of her sight. She didn't even get the chance to scream out for him. The explosion knocked her off her feet into Bakugou and threw them through a window. He grabbed her so he took the brunt of their fall when they hit the pavement, but let go as they rolled. She hadn't even come to a complete stop when she scrambled to her feet and screamed, Todoroki! Her wide eyes took in the sight of half the building blown to pieces, blue flames eating greedily and flickering in the air. It wouldn't stand for much longer, especially if another explosion hit it. To their right, Ida set Tsu back on her feet. He must have grabbed her and leaped out another window. Everyone else was still inside. Nausea rolled over Uraraka. The blast had been huge. Was anyone still alive? Oh, was that rude? Should I have knocked? The smoke cleared a bit, showing Dabi standing beside the hole of the building. Of course it was him. Those blue flames were as good as a signature. But seeing him just standing there, jacket billowing in the wind and his eyes glowing as blue as his flames, Uraraka couldn't help but tense up. Before Uraraka could do anything, Bakugou threw himself toward Dabi with his explosive quirk at a rocket-like speed. You bastard! They shot off simultaneous explosions, Bakugou's orange colliding with Dabi's blue. The collision was so strong Uraraka had to throw an arm over her face and bend down to one knee to brace herself so she wasn't thrown again. When she pulled her arm away, she realized Bakugou had launched himself in the air with one hand at the last second to avoid Dabi's flames while attacking with the other. He dropped to the ground, aiming like a bullet directly towards Dabi, his eyes as red as fire. Uraraka, watch out! Ida yelled. So focused on Bakugou and Dabi and dazed from the hard landing, Uraraka had stopped paying attention to everything else. She spun around just in time to see a large chunk of asphalt flying towards her. She couldn't dodge it, but before it smashed into her, a wall of ice erupted between her and the rubble. Ice shattered around her, but it did the job of shielding her. Todoroki hopped through a broken window of the burning building, panting heavily and staggering. His costume was singed and blood streaked down the side of his face, but he was alive. He must have used the ice half of his quirk to protect himself from Dabi's initial blast. Now he glared and snarled as he stomped towards the villain who appeared at the mouth of the alley. Fire burst to life behind Todoroki as Endeavor joined Bakugou in fighting Dabi, and she heard Dabi actually laugh. Oh, you too. So some of them had survived the initial attack. She shook her head. She couldn't worry about that. She couldn't be distracted. Their fears were correct. The villains hadn't only been in Kaminari's apartment. They hadn't even gotten inside the building. Ida and Todoroki started towards the villain, who pressed his hands to the ground. The street started to quake under their feet, as if alive, and then break into pieces. They threw Ida off track, taking away his footing. Tsu leaped from each chunk of concrete like it was a maze while Todoroki used his ice quirk to skate over the broken ground. The villain threw up more of the street in Todoroki's way, forcing him to blast them with his fire, but it gave Uraraka an idea. She ran forward, stumbling through the street as it shook and broke underneath her, and slapped her hands on the rubble as she did. When she had enough, she rounded back to where she started and touched the large block of concrete thrown at her initially. "Get out of the way," she shouted. Todoroki slid to a halt. He got the picture pretty quickly when he looked at her. He threw himself to the side as she swung the concrete like a bat and hit the floating debris as hard as she could. It rained on the villain like a hailstorm, too massive for him to dodge. The victory was short-lived. A shadow snaked its way through the cracked street and wrapped around Uraraka's ankle. She yelped when she was jerked into the air upside down and then slammed into the ground like she was a ragdoll. The air was stolen from her lungs, forcing a gasp out of her, and her head felt like it was split open despite wearing a helmet. Before she could be thrown again, Sue's tongue wrapped around her waist and pulled her to safety. "Do you see him?" Ida questioned as they searched for the source of the shadow. Instead of finding the villain, Dabi jumped back and said, "Your turn." Shadows as black as ink burst onto the scene. They were so thick they seemed to swallow Bakugou and Endeavor until nothing could be seen except pitch blackness. They vanished entirely from sight, but could still be heard. Even one of Bakugou's explosions sounded out, but only the darkness could be seen. They gaped at it, not knowing what to do. After only a moment's hesitation, Ida shot forward, darting into the shadows and disappearing. Seconds later, he partially reappeared, looking frazzled. But then the shadows started to contract, like water being sucked down a drain. The shadow caught hold of his leg like it had Uraraka's ankle. When it finished draining, the only shadows remaining were tightly wound around Bakugou and Endeavor too, holding them in an anaconda-like grip in the air so neither of them could move their hands. Explosions rattled out of Bakugou's hands as he struggled in the painful grip and fire from Endeavor's body, but they did nothing to hinder the shadows binding them. When Uraraka and Todoroki stepped forward, Endeavor snapped, "Don't come closer." "Smart choice," Dabi mused before letting off more flames in Sue's direction. She leaped out of the way while Todoroki shot a row of ice spikes at him. With him distracted by counteracting Todoroki, Uraraka ran up behind Dabi. She was only a few inches away from slapping him on the back when a knife buried itself in the ground at her feet. She skidded to a halt, the noise catching his attention. He threw a hand in her face and started to activate his quirk. They both realized what was about to happen at the same time, their eyes widening. He was going to hit her directly in the face with his flames. Deku had he'd break Dabi in half if he hurt her. She had a gut feeling Dabi had seen firsthand what happened to people that Deku didn't like. And then the fire winked out as if someone blew on it, so that she was left to gawk at Dabi's hand an inch away from her face. They stared at one another but were interrupted by someone yelling and crashing into Dabi. Uraraka gasped when she saw it was Kirishima. He was a little burnt, but otherwise uninjured. When the explosion hit, he must have hardened himself. Dabi's flame had gone out suddenly too, which meant Uraraka looked over to see Aizawa carrying Jairu out of the nearly destroyed building. They both looked worse for wear, Jairu especially, but they were alive. He must have cancelled Dabi's quirk right before he let it off. However, Uraraka couldn't bask in the knowledge of her friends' lives when more knives rained down around her. She did her best to dodge. "I'm a little disappointed you thought I don't know you still." He did sound disappointed, like when you wanted it to be sunny but opened the door to find rain. Uraraka furrowed her brow. "What dash? Tell Shoto I'm sorry." Uraraka whipped her head around, connect eyes with Todoroki, confused expressions mirroring each other's and their bodies equally tense. When a burst of blue fire exploded, blew down the door and took Todoroki completely out of her sight. She didn't even get the chance to scream out for him. The explosion knocked her off her feet into Bakugou and threw them through a window. He grabbed her so he took the brunt of their fall when they hit the pavement, but let go as they rolled. She hadn't even come to a complete stop when she scrambled to her feet and screamed, "Todoroki!" Her wide eyes took in the sight of half the building blown to pieces, blue flames eating greedily and flickering in the air. It wouldn't stand for much longer, especially if another explosion hit it. To their right, Ida set Tsu back on her feet. He must have grabbed her and leaped out another window. Everyone else was still inside. Nausea rolled over Uraraka. The blast had been huge. Was anyone still alive? Oh, was that rude? Should I have knocked? The smoke cleared a bit, showing Dabi standing beside the hole of the building. Of course it was him. Those blue flames were as good as a signature. But seeing him just standing there, jacket billowing in the wind and his eyes glowing as blue as his flames, Uraraka couldn't help but tense up. Before Uraraka could do anything, Bakugou threw himself toward Dabi with his explosive quirk at a rocket-like speed. You bastard! They shot off simultaneous explosions, Bakugou's orange colliding with Dabi's blue. The collision was so strong Uraraka had to throw an arm over her face and bend down to one knee to brace herself so she wasn't thrown again. When she pulled her arm away, she realized Bakugou had launched himself in the air with one hand at the last second to avoid Dabi's flames while attacking with the other. He dropped to the ground, aiming like a bullet directly towards Dabi, his eyes as red as fire. Uraraka, watch out, Ida yelled. So focused on Bakugou and Dabi and dazed from the hard landing, Uraraka had stopped paying attention to everything else. She spun around just in time to see a large chunk of asphalt flying towards her. She couldn't dodge it, but before it smashed into her, a wall of ice erupted between her and the rubble. Ice shattered around her, but it did the job of shielding her. Todoroki hopped through a broken window of the burning building, panting heavily and staggering. His costume was singed and blood streaked down the side of his face, but he was alive. He must have used the ice half of his quirk to protect himself from Dabi's initial blast. Now he glared and snarled as he stomped towards the villain who appeared at the mouth of the alley. Fire burst to life behind Todoroki as Endeavor joined Bakugou in fighting Dabi, and she heard Dabi actually laugh. Oh, you too. So some of them had survived the initial attack. She shook her head. She couldn't worry about that. She couldn't be distracted. Their fears were correct. The villains hadn't only been in Kaminari's apartment. They hadn't even gotten inside the building. Ida and Todoroki started towards the villain, who pressed his hands to the ground. The street started to quake under their feet, as if alive, and then break into pieces. They threw Ida off track, taking away his footing. Tsu leaped from each chunk of concrete like it was a maze while Todoroki used his ice quirk to skate over the broken ground. The villain threw up more of the street in Todoroki's way, forcing him to blast them with his fire, but it gave Uraraka an idea. She ran forward, stumbling through the street as it shook and broke underneath her, and slapped her hands on the rubble as she did. When she had enough, she rounded back to where she started and touched the large block of concrete thrown at her initially. Get out of the way, she shouted. Todoroki slid to a halt. He got the picture pretty quickly when he looked at her. He threw himself to the side as she swung the concrete like a bat and hit the floating debris as hard as she could. It rained on the villain like a hailstorm, too massive for him to dodge. The victory was short-lived. A shadow snaked its way through the cracked street and wrapped around Uraraka's ankle. She yelped when she was jerked into the air upside down and then slammed into the ground like she was a ragdoll. The air was stolen from her lungs, forcing a gasp out of her, and her head felt like it was split open despite wearing a helmet. Before she could be thrown again, Tsu's tongue wrapped around her waist and pulled her to safety. Do you see him? Ida questioned as they searched for the source of the shadow. Instead of finding the villain, Dabi jumped back and said, Your turn! Shadows as black as ink burst onto the scene. They were so thick they seemed to swallow Bakugou and Endeavor until nothing could be seen except pitch blackness. They vanished entirely from sight, but could still be heard. Even one of Bakugou's explosions sounded out, but only the darkness could be seen. They gaped at it, not knowing what to do. After only a moment's hesitation, Ida shot forward, darting into the shadows and disappearing. Seconds later, he partially reappeared, looking frazzled. But then the shadows started to contract, like water being sucked down a drain. The shadow caught hold of his leg like it had Uraraka's ankle. When it finished draining, the only shadows remaining were tightly wound around Bakugou and Endeavor too, holding them in an anaconda-like grip in the air so neither of them could move their hands. Explosions rattled out of Bakugou's hands as he struggled in the painful grip and fire from Endeavor's body, but they did nothing to hinder the shadows binding them. When Uraraka and Todoroki stepped forward, Endeavor snapped, Don't come closer. Smart choice, Dabi mused before letting off more flames in Tsu's direction. She leaped out of the way while Todoroki shot a row of ice spikes at him. With him distracted by counteracting Todoroki, Uraraka ran up behind Dabi. She was only a few inches away from slapping him on the back when a knife buried itself in the ground at her feet. She skidded to a halt, the noise catching his attention. He threw a hand in her face and started to activate his quirk. They both realized what was about to happen at the same time, their eyes widening. He was going to hit her directly in the face with his flames. Deku had he'd break Dabi in half if he hurt her. She had a gut feeling Dabi had seen firsthand what happened to people that Deku didn't like. And then the fire winked out as if someone blew on it, so that she was left to gawk at Dabi's hand an inch away from her face. They stared at one another but were interrupted by someone yelling and crashing into Dabi. Uraraka gasped when she saw it was Kirishima. He was a little burnt, but otherwise uninjured. When the explosion hit, he must have hardened himself. Dabi's flame had gone out suddenly too, which meant Uraraka looked over to see Aizawa carrying Jairu out of the nearly destroyed building. They both looked worse for wear, Jiro especially, but they were alive. He must have cancelled Dabi's quirk right before he let it off. However, Uraraka couldn't bask in the knowledge of her friends' lives when more knives rained down around her. She did her best to dodge them until one sliced her thigh and she crashed to the ground. "Not her, you idiot!" Dabi shouted as he jumped away from Kirishima's swing. His nose was bleeding from where he was punched by Kirishima, but he'd slipped out of the hero's grip. "Stay still," Kirishima growled. Uraraka tried running to Aizawa, but was forced to stop when a villain dropped down in between her and them. It was a woman, wearing an absurdly revealing outfit almost entirely made out of knives. The woman smiled and purred. "Oh, you must be the one he talks about so much." Uraraka narrowed her eyes. "Strange. You don't look like much." Once upon a time, talk of Deku might have distracted Uraraka. This whole thing messed with her mind, but she wasn't about to let a villain knock her off her game. So she attacked. The woman was as graceful as a ballerina. She pulled out a knife from her leg, spinning it delicately on a finger before slashing at Uraraka. She bent backward out of its reach, sliding under the woman's outstretched arm and slamming a palm into her chest. With her quirk activated, the villain crashed into a wall. "We got this!" Uraraka exclaimed as the knife villain and Dabi squared up together. "Help the others!" If Aizawa found the villain with that strange shadow quirk, it would free Bakugou, Endeavor, and Ida from the shadow's grasp. She could hear Bakugou exploding behind her in rage, Ida's engines bursting at full speed to pull himself out, and Endeavor's flames attempting to cut through the shadows to no avail. She couldn't help them. She needed to get through these two villains so she could save Kaminari. Todoroki was on the same page. "I'll distract them and you and Tsuyu go." He could take them on, but she didn't like the idea of leaving him alone, especially since Jairu was almost entirely out of commission. "Froppy will stay back to help." Midnight's voice came from behind. Besides Jairu, she looked to have suffered the worst of the blast. Burnt patches littered her costume, pink smoke seeping out from them. "I'll come with you." With Eraserhead busy, "We'll need my quirk to subdue Midoriya." After taking the two gas masks Midnight held out to her, Uraraka nodded jerkily. This was a disaster. She was terrified to face Deku again, but knew it was unavoidable. A part of her hoped he wasn't inside. They couldn't fight him head-on. It should have been Todoroki or Bakugou. Using both his ice and fire, Todoroki cut a line to the apartment building for them, blocking the villains from attacking them. They bolted down the line, Midnight slightly ahead. Once they reached the side of the building, Uraraka touched the other woman's arm and threw her into the air. She activated her quirk on herself and jumped when she caught a shadow from the corner of her eye. She was 5 feet off the ground when it burst up like a hand reaching for her, but it disappeared when it was only inches away. Aizawa must have found the villain controlling the shadows. Uraraka grabbed the railing of Kaminari's balcony and hoisted herself over before deactivating her quirk so she and Midnight could stand. Taking her helmet off, she slipped on the gas mask as a thick, pink fog began to seep from Midnight's exposed skin. Midnight jerked open the door, and the air sucked in the sedative smoke. Except the apartment was empty. Uraraka searched the apartment, but there was no one inside. A lamp and chair were overturned, pictures knocked off the wall, and someone raided the fridge, but that was it. Her heart dropped into the pit of her stomach. They'd been tricked. She ran back onto the balcony and ripped off the mask. "Where is he?" Bakugou screamed from below, ready to blast himself up to her level. Uraraka could only shake her head. She didn't know. "Up here, you guys." Uraraka leaned over the railing and twisted her neck so that she could look up towards the roof. Sure enough, there was Deku. One foot propped up on the edge while he rested his folded arms across his knee and leaned half his body over it. A soft smile appeared on Deku's face. "There you are, Ochako. Safe and sound. I knew you'd be the one to come up for Kaminari." Uraraka's heart seized in her chest. "Deku stay there," Deku told her as he straightened. "I don't want you to get hurt." Him ordering her around like he had any right to do so angered her so much, but there was little she could do about it, especially when she realized what was about to happen. The others down below tried to brace for it too, but when Deku jumped off the roof, they could only prepare so much. Using the strength of his quirk, Deku crash-landed in the middle of the fight like a meteor. Smoke exploded everywhere. The impact so hard it created a large crater and wrecked the street. The concrete shattered and more pieces of the building Dabi destroyed began to fall off in chunks. A shockwave broke windows and set off car alarms. At the same time, Todoroki threw up a huge wall of ice and Bakugou let off a massive explosion to defend themselves and others. It was too much power. Uraraka had never seen Deku unleash so much unless it was to fight a villain. But now he was using it to just break things. Because he could. Because he was capable of such destruction and whoever was behind the scenes of this new league of villains was letting him. Uraraka didn't wait for the smoke to settle. She threw herself over the balcony and activated her quirk, using the rockets in her boots to slow her fall before deactivating it. The ground was uneven, and she skidded down a chunk of concrete before regaining her balance. She shoved her way through the smoke toward the ice until red flames appeared at her right and came to a stop. Had they come from Todoroki or Endeavor? Chains shot towards her and wrapped themselves around her, writhing like snakes. She fell sideways onto the cracked street, grunting in pain as they tightened around her. Arms trapped at her side. She couldn't move. A cry slipped out of her as the chains dragged her through the rubble toward the villain controlling them. She twisted her right wrist to a painful degree and stretched her fingers until she was able to brush her fingertips against the chains and then her thigh. The sudden change in gravity jerked her forward, but it startled the villain as well. Floating in the air, the chains loosened around her and she wiggled out of them. Using an upturned part of the street as a base, Uraraka planted her feet on it and kicked off. She floated through the fog like a phantom, shouts and explosions echoing around her, until she spotted two figures. She released her quirk and landed next to Jairu and Ida, who were both covered in dust and blood. Ida was crouched over Jairu, who shoved him away so she could sit up, even though it looked like she might collapse again. "Thank everything you're alive," Uraraka gasped. Ida raised his eyes to her. "Uraraka, you came down." Of course she had. Had they expected her to listen to Deku's order? "Help me with Jairu. She's being stubborn. We need to get her to safety." "I'm fine," Jairu snapped. She certainly didn't look it, but Uraraka understood how she felt. "We're blind right now, so unless you want to walk right into a villain." Ida gave them both uneasy looks. Taking a deep but uncomfortable breath, Jairu plugged one of her earjacks into the ground and listened. Uraraka looked through the smoke. It was beginning to clear. The telltale red streaks that came with Deku's quirk crackled in the air. "Okay. There's a clear path to our right, but we've got to be quick." Luckily, quick was what Ida did. Uraraka activated her quirk on Jairu so he could pick her up with no issues and then climbed onto his back herself. She didn't take away her own gravity, starting to feel the toll of using it on herself in the pit of her stomach. The last thing she needed to do was puke in the middle of a fight. It was only when they stopped and Ida let them down did she notice one of his engines was beginning to sputter. Ida caught her line of sight and admitted, "I had to overdo it in order to get Jairu away from the building when pieces started to fall off. Jairu practically fell down in a sitting position. And I used my heartbeat speakers to blast most of the rubble away from me, but broke my left one. I think." She struggled to move her leg, gritting through the pain she could no longer hide. "I think my leg is broken." Behind them, Uraraka thought she heard Bakugou shouting something at Deku and turned toward the sound of his voice calling out like a beacon. With the smoke and dust mostly settled, the fight could be seen clearly now. 5 villains, including Dabi, were on Aizawa and Endeavor while Todoroki and Bakugou were fighting against Deku. Su and Kirishima were nowhere to be seen. She couldn't think about that. At first, the 5 villains appeared to be struggling with the 2 older heroes. With Aizawa canceling their quirks left and right, it made for easy picking for Endeavor, who was even more proficient with his Hellfire quirk than Todoroki. The shadow villain was the most difficult to deal with, considering the versatility of his quirk, so Aizawa focused on him. But then Dabi let off a large burst of flames that forced Endeavor to counter with one of his instead of paying attention to the shadow villain. Endeavor also had to contend with a water-controlling villain working alongside Dabi, which left him little opportunity to help Aizawa or consider the other fight going on. The realization struck Uraraka. The villains weren't fighting Aizawa and Endeavor. They were distracting them. The real fight was between Deku, Todoroki, and Bakugou. The villains needed to ensure the older heroes, especially Aizawa, were kept out of it. Deku's quirk was overpowering. After mastering it, he could take on multiple people at once. If Aizawa were to join that fight, Deku would immediately go from 100 to 0 and Bakugou and Todoroki would be able to subdue him. As of right now, Todoroki and Bakugou were trying to close in on Deku and keep him in one spot, But while they were fast, Deku was faster. He could punch a hole through Bakugou's explosions and knock him back or shatter Todoroki's ice with a kick that sent sharp ice flying everywhere. Deku bolted in zigzag directions. He leaped out of the way of Bakugou's explosive reach to the side of a building and kicked off it to aim a punch at Todoroki. He managed to block Deku's hit by using his fire to blow himself out of the way. But then Deku corrected himself swiftly by grabbing onto a piece of rubble. He swung around it and launched it at Bakugou. He blasted the rock with such a strong explosion it turned the rubble into dust and bits of debris. Unfortunately, the rubble hid Deku, who came up behind it. Bakugou didn't have time to defend himself and took a heavy hit from Deku, flying back at least 15 feet and one of his grenade bracers breaking. She couldn't wait any longer. She had to make a decision on what to do, and she had to do it now. "I'm going in." Ida reached for her but hesitated. "Uraraka dash. Trust me. I'll be fine," she interrupted firmly. "I need you to look for Tsu and Kirishima." Ida wasn't pleased, but he nodded in determination. He took off one way and Uraraka ran to join the fight between Aizawa and Endeavor and the 5 other villains. She activated her quirk on a large chunk of the street and threw it like a frisbee at the shadow villain, whose back was to her. However, the ground villain saw her and pulled up more of the street as a shield. Still, it was enough to distract them. Aizawa canceled the shadow villain's quirk and wrapped him up in bindings before slamming him hard enough against the ground to knock him unconscious. The female knife villain snarled and threw 5 blades at Uraraka, but she was saved by Endeavor's flames. With the fire as her cover, she reached the knife villain and grabbed her by the wrist. Without gravity, Uraraka threw the woman into the sky and then released her quirk so she fell at least 15 stories from the air, a scream tearing from her throat. The villain with chains was able to snatch her and bring her safely to the ground, but it was close. Gasping for air, the woman shrieked, "You little sheet," and threw at least a dozen large daggers at Uraraka. This time, there was no Aizawa or Endeavor to save her, and she cried out in fear. Just as Uraraka hoped, Deku came to her rescue, gasping her name and shooting away from his fight with Todoroki. Quicker than lightning and little more than a blur, he snatched her bridal style and carried her out of the way of the knives so fast that it was like a gust of wind blew through. Her hair settled as she took a shaky breath. Even Deku panted. "Why would you be so reckless?" Tears in her eyes, Uraraka turned to face him and cupped his face in her hands. "I'm sorry, Deku." As soon as the words sunk in, Deku staggered as his feet left the ground, nearly dropping her. She peeled herself out of his arms and away from him, keeping his gaze as he clenched and unclenched his fists. His eyes flickered from her to his hands and then behind her. An awful, furious expression overcame his face when he realized Aizawa had canceled his quirk, and he had no hold on his gravity, turning him into an open target. "DKU!" Bakugou roared as his explosions propelled him forward like a bat out of hell. He threw a hand out to snatch Deku, another explosion at the ready. Deku used a bit of debris to kick off the ground with his gravity zeroed out to escape his grasp. She released it when Todoroki created an ice wall behind Deku to keep him from escaping. They had him. Oh my god. They really had him. And then pitch-black shadows and blue flames exploded at the same time, the shadows swallowing Deku and Bakugou while the fire forced everyone else back, severing them from each other. "Enough!" Deku raged from inside the darkness. A series of explosions set some at random as Bakugou attempted to hit Deku, but then signs of Deku's power lit the street. It was like nothing she'd ever seen before. The shadows shielding him didn't seem to matter as red and green lightning streaked through it and into the sky. "This would be easier if you did your damn jobs." "Bakugou! Get out of there!" Uraraka screamed. The shadows retreated and they all watched in horror as Deku slammed a fist into the ground. It blew everyone out of the water, heroes and villains alike, the ground rippling like a tidal wave. Uraraka was thrown backward, crashing into an upturned piece of concrete, painful and hard. She hit her head and blacked out. When she came to, Uraraka slowly opened her eyes and pushed herself up. Her entire body screamed in pain, ears ringing and head throbbing. How long had she been out? She gingerly touched the back of her head and winced, her fingers coming back sticky with blood. No wonder her head hurt so much. It was difficult to focus her vision, much less her thoughts. When she tried to sit up further, her body protested and she fell back down again, her hands scraping on the dirt. Lying there on the ground with her head turned to the side, Uraraka blinked and tried to focus. As far as she could tell, nearly everyone else was down as well. She caught sight of Aizawa's blood-stained scarf, but he wasn't moving. Endeavor's flames flickered around him, as if he was coming in and out of consciousness. The whole place was destroyed, like someone had dropped a bomb in the middle of the street. The building they'd occupied earlier was gone, having collapsed in on itself. Where were the others? Had Ida been able to find Tsu and Kirishima? Had they been able to escape the area? Shit, where was Bakugou? He'd been so close to where Deku exploded. Movement to her left caught her eyes. Dabi and the ground villain appeared in the clearing of the smoke. The ground villain must have used his quirk to protect them both from the quake caused by Deku. Dabi nudged something with his foot as he wiped blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. His blue eyes glowing dimly in the light of the fires and a hint of interest on his otherwise cold face. She managed to scoot a little to glimpse what Dabi was examining and felt her breath stolen away when she saw it was an unconscious Todoroki. His right side was patchy with ice while steam poured from his left. There, stay still. She heard Deku sigh in a soothing but exhausted tone. With some difficulty, Uraraka pushed herself up so she could get a better view of him. He was leaning over someone, a knee pressed deep into their back and an almost gentle look on his face. I wouldn't struggle if I was you. After taking a hit like that, even indirectly, you must be in a lot of pain, Kaken. Bakugou. Deku was leaning over Bakugou. Uraraka's heart jumped. She tried to get up, but it was a struggle. She couldn't tell if she'd broken anything, but her head was so dizzy. Deku's costume was burnt on his right leg, showing red and angry skin, where one of Bakugou's explosions must have hit him. But he was the one still standing while Bakugou was on the ground. I'll end you, Deku, Bakugou gritted out. Deku tilted his head back and let out another sigh. His right arm was trembling, so he used his left hand to grab Bakugou by his hair. I know. He slammed Bakugou's face into the ground and Uraraka twitched. And I know. I really should just end you now. He did it again, like that Nomu had done to Aizawa during the USJ incident their first year. All those stories about how villains get caught because they can't stop talking or let a personal grudge get the best of them? Blood spilled out of Bakugou's nose, and he spit out more when Deku let go of his head. Why don't you just shut up then? Oh, Kaken, you didn't think this was just about Ochako, did you? Deku asked in a voice that brought tears to Uraraka's eyes. It wasn't anger or disgust or anything like that. It was hurt. It was pain. It was all the awful things Bakugou had done to Deku when they were kids before some sort of respect was born. Even Bakugou stilled upon hearing that voice. All those years, all those days when I was just trying to be nice because I admired you and you were so strong. I wanted to be just like you. But you were a monster. Uraraka clawed toward them, digging her way through the dirt and rubble. She gathered more scrapes and bruises, the thin material of her outfit catching on rocks and tearing. She had to get to them. She wasn't sure what she could do, but she had to do something. Deku, it amazes me, Deku continued, his words taking on a disdainful tone. The kind of trash they'll let become heroes these days. You were a nightmare, Kaken. Do you know how many times I had to go to the nurse's office after getting a beating from you? How many burns I had to fix up on my own? How many outfits my mother had to either repair or just throw away because they were too destroyed? Bakugou was silent. Anger coursed through him, but it bled into something else she couldn't read from her position. The left side of his face was pressed into the ground and he stared up at Deku with one red eye, blood seeping over it from a cut over his eyebrow. He was still, the only movement coming from his chest as he struggled to breathe with Deku pressing down on him. That quirk of yours, so strong, so destructive, you never once used it for good until UA. All you knew how to do was hurt and so that's what you did. Now, to sound like a hero to you? Deku leaned closer to Bakugou and dug his knee further into Bakugou's back when he didn't answer. Does it? Screw you, Bakugou wheezed. Deku pulled upright, a rather smug expression on his face, like he'd expected that response. You're only as strong as your quirk. I was nothing compared to you then. Look at us now. He pulled something out of his boot and held it up in the air. Uraraka's eyes widened when a knife gleamed in the light of the fire. Your quirk comes from secreting sweat from your palms, right? Have you ever wondered if you'd still have a quirk if you didn't have hands? He grinned in amusement. I have. I wondered how you'd feel if you were quirkless. Not so I could treat you as you did me, but so you could learn some humility. So you could understand what it truly means to be a hero. Oh God, no, oh God, no. Panic flared in Uraraka's mind as Deku spun the knife delicately between his fingers. Bakugou struggled again, but Deku used his quirk to still him and he grunted in pain as he was shoved harder into the ground. I don't think I'll use my quirk for this. I deserve to take my time. Deku. Uraraka managed to cry out. Deku, please. This was too much. She couldn't handle it. There would be no going back. Deku paused, the knife hovering over Bakugou's right wrist. You know what he did to me? You know what he said? She didn't reply. It was his time to speak. This was his moment. The day that Sludge Villain attacked him and I jumped in to help him despite being weak and afraid. Kakin told me to throw myself off the roof. He told me to end myself. His hand shook. He probably would have laughed about it had I done it. What kind of hero does something like that? They don't. Uraraka pushed herself up, cringing as she did so, and used an upturned piece of the street to stand. They don't do this either. The knife trembled a hair over Bakugou's wrist. He doesn't deserve a quirk like this. He doesn't deserve to be called a hero. He isn't one. Tears sprang to his eyes. So emotional, her Deku, he felt everything. He felt so much. He never hid it either. Kakin might have been the hero in his story, but he was the villain in mine. He lifted the knife, ready to bring it back down, and Uraraka exclaimed, "You're right." Deku halted. He turned to face her. She took a shaky step towards him. "You're right. He's terrible. He's rude, selfish, and an arrogant bastard." She didn't look at Bakugou as she spoke, only at Deku, who stared back at her. She didn't want to see the look on Bakugou's face, whether it was shocked, confused, or nothing at all. She didn't want to know. "But I don't want to see you do this either." She held out a hand. "Take me with you." Deku blinked. "What? Take me with you?" Bakugou jerked, but Deku didn't push him down harder, just stayed in position. "Uraraka, don't dash." "Shut up, Bakugou. This doesn't concern you," Uraraka interrupted, not unkindly. He went silent. A small, tremulous smile appeared on Deku's face. "I'm starting to get it now, I think. How can society be good when they allow bad people to become heroes? It's not fair. I don't want that, but I don't want this either. I'm still a hero to you, aren't I?" He slowly nodded, almost mesmerized. Her hand shook the longer she held it out to him. "I'll do whatever you want, Deku. Just don't do this. Please, for me. Let's just go. Take me away from here. Take me with you. It's you. It's always been you." There was nothing but the crackle of fire around them and the wind until finally Deku sheathed the knife back in his boot and stood up straight. Before Bakugou could attempt to get up, Deku hooked a foot underneath him and kicked him hard so he was flung to the side and smacked into a wall. He didn't get back up or even move. Uraraka flinched, but she said nothing, just continued to hold out her hand. When Deku took a hold of it, she tried to breathe steadily. "We're done here," Deku decided. He tugged her closer to him. He didn't look just happy as he gazed into her eyes. He looked relieved. His eyes flickered behind her, and he furrowed his brow. "What do you think you're doing?" Uraraka turned around and brought a hand to cover her mouth. Dabi lifted an unconscious Todoroki over his shoulder as a warp gate appeared behind him. Todoroki was by no means small. He'd been fairly tall when they were 15, but despite being thin, Dabi carried him like a sack of flour. Todoroki hung limp, his feet and hands swaying as Dabi moved, his hair hanging over his gray and blue eyes. "You get your toy," Dabi replied. "Why can't I have mine?" Deku huffed. "That wasn't the plan. We're supposed to end him." He didn't sound angry, just worn down. "What if we find a better use for him?" Dabi countered, a sly grin on his face. It looked eerie on him. "What if he's better to us alive?" Deku tilted his head in thought. "You don't really want to end him, do you?" "He could come in handy," Deku murmured. Dabi hoisted Todoroki further on his shoulder. "I think it could turn into a new opportunity." He jabbed a finger back where Endeavor was coming to. "Plus, it'll really stick it to that bastard if we've got his precious little Shudo." He stepped back toward the warp gate. "Come on, Midoriya, it'll be fun. We'll all be one big, happy family." Uraraka didn't think Todoroki would be happy about any of this. When he came to and found out she had willingly gone with Deku, he was going to be infuriated. She didn't know what else to do. She couldn't let Deku freaking cut off Bakugou's hand. A wave of exhaustion and nausea came over her like she'd overused her quirk. Maybe she had, and the adrenaline had worn off. Would Deku have really gone through with that? How horrible had Bakugou been? Deku had rarely talked about it, always brushing it off in the end. "What are you going to do with Todoroki?" Uraraka asked as Deku guided her to the warp gate. She was almost too afraid to ask, but knew she had to even if she didn't get an answer. "It'll be for his own good," Deku insisted, though it wasn't much of an answer. I mean, I won't lie. It's going to hurt at first, it did with me. But it'll be for the best. While he nodded enthusiastically, his eyes were distant, like his mind was lost in thoughts again, and she couldn't really reach him. Yeah, this is much better. I wasn't really savoring the idea of ending him. He wrapped an arm around her and kissed her on the temple. She was still dizzy and weak from his last attack, so she let him support her. She didn't look back until the very end when they turned. Bakugou was pulling himself to his feet with Kirishima's help, but Uraraka couldn't feel relief at the redhead's appearance. Bakugou swayed dangerously and they both looked wrecked. When she and Bakugou connected eyes, the first thing she saw was rage, but then behind it, clear as day, fear. She couldn't remember seeing that in him ever before. She wondered if Deku could see the desperation in Bakugou as he tried to fire off a few pitiful explosions. Maybe Deku had, but his warning goodbye, stay back, Kakin, and the protective way he held Uraraka against him made Bakugou freeze. The last thing she saw was Bakugou's horrified face. Hopefully, he saw her mouth the words and believed her. I'm sorry. Gods, she really was. She couldn't keep her promise to him. Stay back, Kakin. Bakugou froze on the spot. Having his words from years ago thrown back at him by Deku made it feel like the whole world had been pulled out from underneath his feet. If it wasn't for Kirishima holding him up, he would have collapsed. He had one arm slung over Kirishima's shoulders while his other hung limp at his side. He could only watch as Deku pulled Uraraka against him possessively, as if proclaiming, "She's mine." You lose. Uraraka mouthed the words that he'd never wanted to hear or see her say. I'm sorry. And then they were all gone, disappearing through the warp gate. No, this wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. His mind was screaming at him to move, to run to her, to do something, but he couldn't do anything. His body wouldn't cooperate. Even if it did, he wasn't sure if he could do more than limp forward. There was nothing to reach anymore, but he couldn't just stand here. Uraraka, we have to. He didn't know what he had to do. He didn't know where to go. His mind was trying to jump through hoops in order to figure out the next step, but it felt like he was leaping into a black hole and there was no solid ground for him to land on. We can't just stay here. There's nothing we can do right now, Kirishima told him, regret lacing every word. Bakugou tried to rip himself out of his friend's grip and snarled, F that, but then he staggered and fell down to his knees, almost falling on his face when his right arm buckled underneath him. The muscles in his arms were strained beyond belief and the veins were bulging from overuse of his quirk. Both of his gauntlets had been broken in the fight. At least he could move his right arm, but his left hung limply and was beginning to go from throbbing to sending sharp pains all the way up it, which probably meant it was broken. His gaze fell on his left hand. It had been the one that Deku had been prepared to hack off with a knife until Uraraka had stopped him. Her words bounced around in his head in between the pain and anger. Rude, selfish, and an arrogant bastard. They hadn't hurt. He'd heard much worse. He knew that he was much worse at times. She wouldn't look at him, and he'd known that she was just saying those things to placate Deku. It didn't mean she hadn't thought those things about him before, but they'd moved past that. Take me with you. An angry, desperate growl fought its way out of Bakugou as he pressed his forehead against the ground and then he screamed. Kirishima let him, saying nothing, as everything spilled out of him. Rage, humiliation, despair, and shame all poured out of him with that scream, tears pricking his eyes. He hadn't let that happen in a long time, but the smoke stung his eyes and his entire body ached and he was so furious that things had fallen apart so much. Uraraka had sacrificed herself to save him. She shouldn't have had to do that. It was the last thing he'd wanted, but he had been weak. He was too weak, and it ended him to admit that, but if he'd just been stronger, if he'd paid closer attention, if he had gone straight for Deku instead of fighting with Dabi and getting stuck in that shadow villain's grip, if he'd been smarter, if he'd protected her more, none of this should have happened. He'd promised to take care of this, to keep her safe and to get Deku, and instead he'd lost them both. He'd failed her. It hit him as hard as one of Deku's punches. He had to stop screaming or stop breathing and he sucked in a gasp of air, still bent over now from the pain. Not only had Deku escaped them again, but he and his villains had destroyed the street, collapsed a building, and taken hostages. Along with Uraraka, they had taken Todoroki, which was an even lower blow than Bakugou had expected. Todoroki would have been fine, but he'd thrown up that last wall of ice at the last second to protect the heroes behind him, and the blast of Deku's punch to the ground had hit him hard. Bakugou hadn't just failed. It had been a disaster. They didn't even know if Kaminari was alive. It looked as if someone had dropped a bomb on the street. It was nothing but rubble. Metal bars sticking out of the debris from the broken building and glass littered everywhere like sand. Red and blue fire flickered around them, reminders of Todoroki and Dabi, and a fire hydrant was spewing water like a fountain. There was no hiding this. They had worried about Deku's ability to cause destruction, and he'd more than confirmed their worst fears. Bakugou tried to drag himself to his feet, but he stumbled again, and Kirishima wrapped an arm around Bakugou's waist to keep him upright. The pressure on his chest hurt, like his ribs had been broken again. His vision swam, going blurry and dark before coming back, and he forced himself to stand up straight. It took him a second before he realized his right eye was so blurry because blood was falling into it and it had started to swell. "I fed up," Bakugou mumbled, his energy draining. He was coming down from his adrenaline rush, so his body and mind were letting him know just how bad in shape he was, and he felt like he was crumbling. "I told her that I'd keep her safe, and I lost her and Todoroki." "It's not just on you," Kirishima told him. Like that was some sort of comfort. He didn't care if they were all in this together. He had promised her. Bakugou fell against Kirishima, in too much pain to be embarrassed about leaning on him. "Hang in there, man." Ambulances could be dimly heard in the distance, but Bakugou felt himself fading fast. He did his best to cling to consciousness, using his pain as a focal point, but it was hard to do when his entire body ached, as if he'd been hit by a train. Maybe fighting Deku at this level was equivalent to that. Next time, though, he'd have to force that train off the track and destroy it. "Uraraka," Bakugou's head lolled against Kirishima's shoulder, smearing the boy's bruised skin with his blood. "I know," Kirishima sighed. She looked determined, accepting, terrified. "We've got to get them back," Bakugou said, trying to clench his good hand but unable to muster the strength. He couldn't remember feeling so drained in his life. "We will," Kirishima replied, his voice sounding far away despite being right next to him. The world started to blur and dim around Bakugou, and he felt himself slipping further into darkness. "Bakugou!" There was someone else in front of him, large and bright, orange like fire, and Bakugou grumbled, "Turn off your quirk, half and half," before remembering that Todoroki was gone, and then he fell forward into nothing, sagging completely in Kirishima's hold as the last of the adrenaline left his body. The last thing he thought of was the look on Uraraka's brave face and scared eyes, as if she telling him that she had to do it. She had to save him. It wasn't supposed to be this way. The first thing Bakugou noticed upon coming to was that his body felt like one big bruise. The second thing was that he was surrounded by softness, like he was enveloped in a cloud. The third thing, when he opened his eyes, was that everything was FNG bright. He scowled at the whiteness and went to throw his left arm over his face to shield his eyes from the light, but pain shot like lightning down his arm from his elbow to his fingertips, causing him to stiffen his whole body until the pain calmed down to a throb. "Oh, you're awake already," a familiar woman's voice said. Bakugou opened his eyes again and found himself glaring into the face of Recovery Girl. Judging from the room and the smell of antiseptic, he was in a hospital instead of UA. Their injuries must have been severe enough where they had to bring her to them after stabilizing them. At least that was all Bakugou could manage to come up with. His brain felt muddled, like he was in a bog. Even though he hated them, they must have given him some sort of painkiller. The hospital bed wasn't super soft, but it was better than the concrete rubble he'd been shoved into multiple times. His light blue clothes were loose and gentle compared to his hero costume. Monitors beeped beside him, and he could hear muffled voices from outside the room. All of it made him feel incredibly removed from reality. Still, Bakugou was stubborn if nothing else, so he used his good arm to shove himself into an upright position. To her credit, Recovery Girl didn't try to stop him, just eyed him with displeasure. When he was finally sitting up, he looked down at himself. His left arm was in a white cast from his elbow down past his fingers. He had bandages around his chest all the way up to his neck and multiple patches on his right arm for burns and cuts. He could feel stitching over his right eyebrow, but what he really felt the most, besides his left arm, was how sore his face was. "My main concern was your face," Recovery Girl explained when he gingerly touched his left cheek and nose. It felt as if he'd been punched in the face a few times, but it was more like he'd been slammed face first into the concrete. Deku had managed to pull some of his hair out of the back of his head too while doing that. "Not to keep you handsome, of course, you're arrogant as it is, but you had a broken nose, fractured left zygoma, and a small orbital fracture, so basically his whole face had been F-ed. No wonder he'd had trouble seeing straight, and his brain had been pounding when Kirishima had tried to help him stand. "And my arm. They operated on it, which will help the healing process of my quirk," Recovery Girl explained, But we must wait before I can use it on you again. Bakugou shook his head. Bullshit. I need it fixed now. You cannot. Fix it now, Bakugou repeated in a growl, awkwardly shoving it in her direction despite the pain. Recovery Girl did no such thing, instead fixing a hard gaze on him. If I were to use my quirk on you so soon to fix such a strenuous injury, you would spend another 2 days unconscious. He clenched his good hand into a fist, fighting the urge to let off an explosion. Simply put, your body cannot handle it. Would you rather be healed now and unconscious or healed later and aware? Her logic was sound, which just pissed him off even more. Bakugou grit his teeth and sat back in the bed, turning away from her. He couldn't afford to be unconscious any longer than necessary, and that included regular sleep. He had to be awake so that he could think, plan, and prepare. Not only did his body have to recover, but he needed to recover Uraraka and Todoroki as well. Damn him for getting caught too. Bakugou didn't want to think about what Dabi had been thinking when he decided to take Todoroki, but it couldn't be helped. Torture? Ransom? Or something worse? Could whatever had been done to Deku be done to Todoroki? It was a very unpleasant thought, but one he needed to consider and could not if he was lying unconscious in a hospital bed from overexerting himself. Damn his body for not being strong enough. His gaze fell to the left, away from Recovery Girl, and he halted when he realized that he wasn't the only one lying in a hospital bed in the room. Kirishima was knocked out in a bed 2 meters away from him, for once sleeping quietly when Bakugou knew for a fact that the other boy snored something fierce. It must have been a sleep either induced by Recovery Girl's quirk or medicine, maybe both. There were bandages on his arms as well and a patch on the side of his face, which struck Bakugou as unnatural. His hardening quirk kept him from injuries that required things like that. He pushed his quirk past his limit, Recovery Girl told him even though he hadn't asked. The confused look on Bakugou's face must have clued her in on what he was thinking. Of course he knew that Kirishima had a limit, every quirk had a limit, but he'd never seen it so obviously. When the building partially collapsed, he sheltered Froppy from the debris, but he was trapped under there for a while and was forced to constantly use his quirk or the two of them would have been crushed. So focused on fighting Deku alongside Todoroki the second the green-haired sheet had jumped down into the fight, Bakugou hadn't noticed that Kirishima was missing. He just assumed that Kirishima was off fighting another villain and couldn't get away to help them. All Bakugou had been able to think about was getting Deku once he showed his stupid mug. By the time he'd gotten the first semblance of a breather when Uraraka convinced Deku to not mutilate him, Kirishima had been there at Bakugou's side like he'd never left it, so Bakugou hadn't thought to ask where he'd been. Ironically, the second blast caused by Midoriya is what saved him, Recovery Girl continued. It collapsed the rest of the building, but the aftershock knocked the large rubble off him. Great, he's still a FING hero somehow, Bakugou grumbled. Unable to rub his face, which was healed but still had a dull throb of pain to remind him of what had happened. He laid back in the bed, careful not to flop since it would only exacerbate what he figured were a few rebroken ribs, and stared up at the white ceiling. Can I at least get out of this room for a while? Of course, I'll get a wheelchair for you. Bakugou jerked to snarl at her. I don't need a damn. Unless you want to fall flat on your face 5 steps outside of your room, I highly suggest using a wheelchair, Recovery Girl interrupted without batting an eyelash. Bakugou had to fight the urge to throw himself out of the bed or blow it up entirely. She was treating him like he was a student again, and it was maddening. He was a pro hero, damn it, and he didn't have time for this sheet. He didn't have time for his body to not cooperate with him. After Recovery Girl fetched him a wheelchair, Bakugou shooed her away. He didn't need her help getting in it. She gave him one last look as he threw the covers off and swung his legs over the side of the bed, but then let out a sigh and walked out the door, washing her hands of him. With her out of the room, he shoved the wheelchair away from the bed. Like hell he was going to use that. The ground was cold when his feet touched the floor and he slowly stood up, testing his strength. He grit his teeth when he felt just how much his legs wobbled and how weak his body was. It felt like he might crumple to the ground like that collapsed building. Still, he forced himself to take one step, then another and another until he was at the door. Then his right knee buckled and he fell. He would have fallen down completely had he not had a hold of the handle, and he awkwardly caught himself, face smashed up against the door. He managed to pull himself up with a shaky arm, but was panting furiously and worn down by the time he was straight. Damn it. Recovery Girl's quirk really had done a number on him. His face must have been more jacked up than he'd realized. Standing there and catching his breath, Bakugou eyed the wheelchair with disdain. He wanted to get out of this room and find everybody else. He needed to know what was going on. He had to do something. However, the idea of people seeing him use a wheelchair made Bakugou's stomach curl. He didn't want people to see him and know that he was feeling weak. He couldn't show that to anyone. He didn't need help. He didn't need anything. His pride won out and Bakugou slunk back to the bed, nearly collapsing in it the second he was close. Just another hour of rest and then he'd be good to go. His body was screaming at him from the effort it had taken him to walk to the door and back. Even if his mind was raging, his body was quieting down. It still hurt like hell, but he could feel himself slipping back into sleep, his eyelids drooping heavily as his body sank into the bed. He didn't want to sleep though. His mind was running wild. Thoughts of Uraraka and what she was going through, what Deku could be doing with her in his grasp now, surrounded by all those villains, not to mention whatever plans they had for Todoroki. And he still didn't know if Kaminari was alive, if anyone else had survived. He needed to be awake. When Bakugou woke up the next time, his body felt remarkably better, although he wasn't about to admit it. The downside was that his mind was nothing but rage. How dare his body fail him like this? He didn't have time for any of this. Only when all of this was over could he rest and recuperate. Of course, that wasn't how things worked, but it felt wrong to lie in a bed while Uraraka was who knew her. It made him sick to think that she had been gone for over a day already while he'd been stuck recovering. Well, the time for rest was over. Recovery Girl was going to fix the rest of him today and then he'd be good to go. This time, when Bakugou got out of bed, his legs didn't shake. Kirishima was sitting up in his bed, watching warily as Bakugou tested his knees and swung his right arm in a circle to check his flexibility. Besides his left arm, he felt ready to go another round. Apparently he didn't look it, judging from Kirishima's expression, but Bakugou could not give less of a shit about that. "Where's Kaminari?" Bakugou demanded. "He came in earlier while you were still out of it," Kirishima told him, "so he's probably still around somewhere." That didn't do a single thing to help him. But Bakugou said nothing as he strode out of the room. Kirishima had been awake and looking mostly healed by the time Bakugou had woken up, and he'd explained everything that he had learned while Bakugou's body had been busy sucking. It had been a great relief to find out that Kaminari was not only alive but barely hurt. Despite the fact that he had been the one kidnapped, his only injuries had been a broken finger, bruises on her wrists and ankles, and his right arm pulled out of socket. They'd popped it back in and healed his finger quick. He had been on the roof with Deku and Kurogiri when the fight had begun, bound too tightly and connected to a battery so that he would have only managed to shock himself stupid if he tried anything. It had been Tsuyu who had found him. Thanks to Kirishima protecting her, she had come out with minor injuries as well. All in all, it could have been worse. No one had died, which was a miracle in itself, and they'd even managed to capture two of the villains, mostly because they had gotten caught in Deku's last powerful as Hell Blast. It appeared as if the League did not care about collateral damage on their side either. But Bakugou couldn't feel good about anything knowing that they had lost two of their own as well. Felt like a much bigger loss. It felt like there was a hole in Bakugou's chest and no amount of anger could fill it. Uraraka was gone. By chance, Bakugou found Kaminari, Ida, and Tsuyu stepping out of Aizawa's room, chattering quietly amongst themselves. Besides Bakugou and Kirishima, Aizawa had taken some of the worst damage. He'd been trying to stop the shadow villain from shielding Deku from his sight and therefore his quirk when Deku had let off that punch that had blown everyone to high hell. Todoroki's ice wall hadn't reached Aizawa in time. Recovery Girl had not been able to see to all of them. Luckily, some doctors had healing quirks in order to lend a hand. Ida caught sight of Bakugou barreling towards them first. "Oh, Bakugou, should you be up? I need to talk to you," Bakugou cut in, snatching Kaminari by the arm. He knew that he didn't look much with his left arm in a cast and sling and in light blue hospital pants, shirt and slippers, but at least all his bandages had been taken off. Besides, he could still fire off huge as hell explosions with his right arm if he needed to be threatening. The look on his face must have been good enough though since Kaminari didn't fight him at all and allowed himself to be dragged to an empty waiting room. "Talk." Kaminari shuffled on his feet. "I don't know what you want me to tell you." "Everything," Bakugou stressed, like it was that simple. "What did Deku talk about? Did the villains say anything that might give us a clue about what they want or where their base is located? Anything about what they might want with Todoroki or what Deku planned to do if he got Uraraka?" "I don't really." Kaminari clenched his fists at his side and looked down at his feet, shame written all over his face. It was a wasted emotion in Bakugou's opinion, as it did absolutely nothing to help them. But it was eating away at his gut as well no matter how hard he tried to drown it. Midoriya was so calm. It was like he was actually pleased to see me. He just wanted to chat about how everyone was doing. It was weird. But the whole time he kept a tight grip on me, and when he smiled, I thought he was going to break my arm if I so much as sneezed out of line. Kaminari's quirk was a lot stronger than a lot of people realized. Had he let off one of his huge shocks, he could have knocked everyone out, Deku included. But of course Deku had been smart enough to realize that, using those thick rubber gloves to ensure that he was safe while holding on to Kaminari. By neutralizing Kaminari's quirk, it had kept him from fighting back. He might have gotten all the other villains, but Deku would have still been able to end him. By staying alive, he could at least try to get some information, but that wasn't exactly Kaminari's forte. What did you tell him? Bakugou questioned. Just like everyday, boring stuff, Kaminari said. I kept worrying that I might say something important and he'd use it against us, but he didn't really seem to mind. He liked hearing all of it. Said he missed us sometimes. Sometimes. Bakugou snorted. How FNG quaint. What about the other villains? They didn't talk much, Kaminari admitted, but when they did, it was mostly in the kitchen where I couldn't hear what they were saying exactly. He unclenched his hands and finally brought his gaze back up to Bakugou. I think they were kind of scared of Midoriya, like they were worried that they might say something to set him off. Dabi and Kurogiri were the only ones that really talked to him, and Kurogiri was the only one to stay in the room with him the entire time. Well, that was interesting. When Todoroki had been squaring off alone with them, Deku had knocked another villain out of his way. The hit and his crash into Todoroki's car had been enough to end him. He'd also threatened Dabi after the latter had almost hit her with his flames. Plus, he'd also ended villains for Uraraka. Was Deku so unstable that he was attacking and snapping at other League members? To think that he was this frightening to both heroes and villains, did that suggest Deku might be easier to turn back or that he was a lost cause? The villain with the knives, Kaminari continued, dragging Bakugou out of his thoughts. She talked to me some. Nothing about where they were or anything. She was playing with one of her knives, going on about how long it took to skin a person, trying to scare me, but Midoriya shooed her away. Being saved from torture by the guy who was planning on torturing me later made things so much worse. So kind of him, Bakugou said dryly. Gods, what was wrong with Deku? It was like he couldn't decide what he wanted to do. He had a set of rules that had to be followed, but none of them made sense. She did mention that she wanted to, play with Todoroki, Kaminari said uncomfortably, fidgeting again, but Dabi told her that Todoroki wasn't hers. Midoriya didn't say anything, just watched them, and then went back to asking me about All Might like he hadn't heard them. They had known that Todoroki was a target alongside Bakugou himself, but it seemed as if the League had planned on who took who. Deku had known that Todoroki would come to face him again. They had needed the debilitating strength of his quirk. Dabi had also been the one to suggest taking Todoroki with them instead of ending him. Bakugou couldn't be for sure, seeing as how his memory of those last few minutes were foggy and dimmed from the pain, but Deku had almost seemed relieved at the idea. Then the rest of Kaminari's statement hit Bakugou upside the head and he snapped back to attention. Deku was asking about All Might? Kaminari nodded his head. Yeah, he wanted to know how All Might was doing, if he was getting any weaker, how he had handled Deku's supposed death. Deku knew that he was still teaching, but that was about it. There was a genuinely sad look on Kaminari's face. He seemed pretty pleased when I told him that All Might had been crushed by his death. He even laughed with some of the other villains about it. He rubbed his face with his hands, as if trying to wipe the memory of the way. It was so messed up. Bakugou. Way more than I thought when Uraraka told us everything. Deku's reaction towards All Might was troubling at the least. He, Todoroki, and Uraraka had talked over the idea that Deku's focus might switch over to All Might, but none of them had known what that focus might entail, if it would be kind of positive like Uraraka's or very negative like Bakugou's. He couldn't seem to decide what he wanted to do with Todoroki, as if whatever mental conditioning he'd gone through could only do so much. It appeared as if they'd managed to twist Deku's view of All Might somehow though. Gone was the total admiration, respect, and love. Replaced by what though? It sounded like he'd enjoyed hearing that All Might was suffering. Was there anger towards his former mentor? Hatred even? What could they have done to turn Deku's adoration of All Might into that? Bakugou's real concern was if Deku planned on doing anything about it. Was All Might a target or an afterthought? I thought. Kaminari's hands had started to shake and he shoved them into his pockets, probably hoping that Bakugou hadn't noticed. I really thought he was going to end me or Kurogiri was after Deku jumped into the fight. It served my purpose as bait, you know? What good was I alive? Kurogiri didn't say anything or do anything? Bakugou prompted, trying to pull him back on track. It wouldn't do him any good to dwell right now on what could've or should've happened. That was for later. He'd fallen into that pit a few times already and barely managed to pull himself out. Kaminari scrunched up his face in thought. Well, he was watching the fight, probably so he'd know when to make a warp gate. I think I heard him say something like, I hope he knows what he's doing, but I'm not for sure. They'd already made me use my quirk while attached the battery, so I was a little out of it. What could that have meant? Did the League not have confidence in Deku? If not, then why were they practically letting him run loose and do whatever he wanted? Bakugou was certain that Deku's obsession with Uraraka could jeopardize the League of Villains' plans. It brought them all out into broad daylight. Not to mention that if anyone was going to snap Deku out of it, she had one of the best chances. Deku had loved her something silly. Did love her. When Bakugou had told Deku of those bruises on her wrists, he'd freaked out and almost split in half. There were so many questions, little to no answers, and not nearly enough time. A headache was starting to build and Bakugou couldn't rub it away. I'm sorry, Bakugou, Kaminari mumbled. I should have done more. I should have fought back harder. You wouldn't have let them get you like that. Bakugou couldn't say anything. He had let them get him once, back during their first year at the camping trip when he'd been kidnapped by League and strapped to a chair so they could have a chat with him. He'd been in Kaminari's shoes before and he hated being reminded of it. Yeah, they were older and stronger now, but that didn't change the severity of Kaminari's situation. The fact that Deku had done something so similar with one of their friends when Deku himself had been part of the group to save Bakugou from those villains made this sting all the more. I let Uraraka and Todoroki down. On some level, Bakugou knew that he should say something now. Give him some sort of comfort. Tell him that he was wrong. Remind him that they would get their friends back. Promise to smack some sense into Deku. But then he thought of how Deku had forced him onto the ground with just his knee and the way the spots of fire around them had reflected off of the knife as Deku twirled it in his hand. He thought of how still he'd gone when Deku had begun to ramble about their childhood. The despair and rage in Deku's voice had cut him almost as deep as any knife. He couldn't move. Deku had been about to FNG cut his hand off and Bakugou couldn't move. In the end, Uraraka had been forced to save him. And so he couldn't tell Kaminari that he was wrong. Not when Bakugou thought the same thing about himself. Flexing the fingers of his now healed left hand, Bakugou tried to decide whether or not he wanted to deck the guy walking into the room. It had been almost 3 years since he'd last seen Shinso Hitoshi and things hadn't gone well. Granted, that was how most of Bakugou's connections with people worked, but it was hard to get over with Shinso in particular since Bakugou couldn't yell at him or anything. If he so much as opened his mouth to snarl back, the other guy would activate his quirk on Bakugou and make him look like an idiot. Do we really need him? Bakugou asked Aizawa, turning his whole body to the side. He didn't want to even give Shinso the idea that Bakugou was talking to him, just in case it enabled Shinso to use his quirk. Aizawa leveled Bakugou with a tired look that suggested he would rather do anything else in the world than explain things. But he had been the one to bring Shinso into the fold. They were still in contact with one another after graduation. Made sense considering their quirks and perpetual look of exhaustion. Out of everyone, Shinso is the most experienced with brainwashing, as it is his quirk, and therefore would be best at spotting any anomalies in Midoriya's behavior that might suggest it has happened to him. Well, of course it's happened to him, Bakugou shot back. All Deku has ever wanted was to be a hero, even when he bit his tongue, remembering that not everyone knew that Deku had been quirkless before he had come to UA. Only a handful of people knew the truth about All Might passing on his one-for-all quirk to Deku. Bakugou shouldn't know. But Deku had half-assed confessed in a moment of weakness. It had taken him months to figure out he was telling the truth. Uraraka knew as well. To be honest, Bakugou wasn't sure who knew, so he just assumed that no one else did. Did Todoroki? Did the League of Villains know now? Great, as if there was something else they needed to worry about. Are you going to give me the video or not? Shinso asked in his bland tone. Bakugou turned to glare at him and opened his mouth to snap back, but then shut it quickly before a word could slip out. A knowing grin worked its way onto Shinsu's face as he held out a hand. Bakugou snatched the disc out of Aizawa's hand and shoved it in Shinsu's direction. He took it with much less hostility and put it into the computer. The footage was decent at best, but that was to be expected when a civilian was hiding in their apartment next to one of the most massive hero and villain fights. They had evacuated the area, but this stupid a-hole had decided to ignore the warning signs. After Dabi had blown up the building across the street, he'd whipped out his phone and began recording the incident. The guy definitely wasn't going to be a director or cameraman for a movie anytime soon, but he'd gotten the gist of it. Luckily, Midnight had found him before he'd been able to do anything with the footage. He had been shaking life a leaf trying to escape the apartment complex, and was knocked out by her fumes in an attempt to catch any other potential villains hiding inside. Naturally, when he'd come to, he had been terrified out of his mind, babbling about how he'd wanted to leave but he just couldn't leave his place. Midnight had confiscated his phone and found the video. It was damning. Bakugou had watched it almost 10 times now, unable to get it out of his head. On the video, it didn't look like he'd given it his all until he'd managed to escape the shadow villain. His fight with Deku alongside Todoroki had been more massive than he remembered. Todoroki's ice scaling up the walls of buildings and his own explosions lighting up the entire street. Uraraka's attacks had even looked larger than life. He could remember the rubble that she'd brought down on his head like a meteor shower, but she had been lifting huge pieces of concrete left and right like it was nothing. That shadow villain's quirk had taken up an entire block, and Bakugou watched again now in a removed way when the shadows blocked out Deku from Aizawa's view, so he could activate his quirk. Nothing compared to the destruction that Deku had unleashed after that. The civilian's window had shattered in the explosion and even knocked him backwards. By the time he'd crawled back to the window to finish the video, Deku had been lording over Bakugou and twirling that knife around. It was jarring seeing himself in such a vulnerable state like that. But it was even worse watching Uraraka get taken again. The way she held out her hand, like she was beckoning Deku to choose her over Bakugou. "Take me with you," he'd replayed that part so many times, unable to look away from her. The determined set of her wounded body, the way her hand trembled in the air. She was scared, but she was strong too. She had known that she was making the biggest gamble of her life, and the payoff was a lose-slash-lose situation for her. Deku should have ended him. Bakugou knew that in his heart. Deku could easily have ended him and taken her anyways. But he hadn't. He'd listened. He'd stopped. Yeah, he had sent Bakugou flying with a kick. But he hadn't chopped Bakugou's hand off, and he hadn't stuck him with the knife. Even Todoroki had been spared, although they couldn't get their hopes up. Everyone was so certain that Uraraka would be more or less okay. But they were deluding themselves. Deku's mind was so fickle right now. If she said or did anything that shattered his illusion of her, Bakugou was worried that something might really snap in Deku. Whatever Deku felt for her, it wasn't love anymore. Not really, but a twisted version of it. An obsession. Uraraka might have known that, but it still hurt. It still played at the heart. Obsession could turn nasty very quickly though. Once the video was done playing, Shinso rewinded it to watch it again. Bakugou walked away, bile rising in the back of his throat along with his rage. He couldn't be here. He couldn't just stand here and watch her get taken away again. He had to do something, but he felt grounded and lost. Being back in this stupid safe house was already starting to grate on Bakugou's nerves. With Uraraka gone, it didn't serve a purpose in his mind since there was no one to protect. With Todoroki gone, no one was going to lump him in that category, but he couldn't even revel in that. But they had decided to make it a base of operations. It made sense with all of Hatsum's equipment here, but he was wary since the League had a hold of 2 of their own and could find out the location of this place from them. None of them were quite sure what would happen to either one of them. No sort of ransom had been given and things had been forebodingly quiet. What was going on? Had they ended Todoroki? Tortured him? Those weren't even the worst thought that had crossed Bakugou's mind. What if they would try to mess with Todoroki's mind like they had messed with Deku's? Taking on the 2 of them at once sounded like a nightmare. Shit. All Might and Endeavor really had created the perfect weapons. Anything stand out? Aizawa asked. Shinso leaned back in his seat and scratched his chin. This is different from my quirk. So you believe that it is brainwashing? Well, there are clear moments of hesitation, Shinso put in. Bakugou snorted and then paused, wondering if that counted as a verbal response to activate his quirk, or if he had to actually say a word. Shinso glanced back at him, his expression as flat as his voice. I'm not going to activate my quirk on you. Bakugou said nothing, just glared at him suspiciously. This is a serious enough matter that I don't feel like humiliating you. Bakugou worked his jaw, thinking it over, and begrudgingly said, it sure as hell didn't seem like he hesitated. He was pretty excited to fight us. Nothing happened to him, so Shinso had been telling the truth, at least for now. While he was much more willing to work with others, Uraraka had still pointed out that his natural instinct to distrust everyone was a weakness. He didn't cut your hand off, Shinso pointed out, and he didn't end Todoroki. He hasn't ended anyone, besides a villain, in any of your confrontations with him so far. A moment of clarity? Bakugou interjected. I don't think so. The emotional outbursts are what truly stand out. Shinso clicked to rewind the video to where Deku broke away from his fight with Bakugou and Todoroki to save Uraraka from the knife villain. Uraraka could have taken her on, but she'd allowed herself to get into a compromising situation to pull Deku into a position that would give Aizawa the chance to cancel out his quirk. It had worked. With just one terrified scream, she'd done more to take down Deku than Bakugou and Todoroki combined, playing him at his own game. At the time, he had thought she was in trouble and he'd almost moved to help her. But then Deku had beat him, switching gears so fast that it had taken Bakugou aback. He's a completely different person in this moment. Like he breaks character, Shinso said. 1 second he's focused on fighting you too, the league's objective, but when Uraraka is in danger, a switch flips. You can see his entire body relaxing the second he's with her. It's hard to see because he's so fast, but he's so tensed up when he's talking and fighting. He fast-forwarded to the part where Deku had Bakugou pinned down to the ground with a knee. It made Bakugou uncomfortable to watch, seeing himself in a position like that. Though he would never admit it out loud, fear had cut through him in that moment where Deku had held the knife over his wrist. He'd never thought of what might happen to his quirk should something happen to his hands. Now that Deku had brought it to the forefront of his mind, it was hard for him to not think about it. Those minutes, when Deku had dragged their past through the mud, all Bakugou had been able to think about was how he had been such a FNG child back then. He'd learned over time to not look down on others, that doing so only held him back, but back then, he had only thought of how much better he was than everyone else. He had instilled that thought in everyone, especially Deku, using fear and aggression. No, that wasn't right. It had been with violence and the threat of more. And FNG Deku had used the same damn tactic on him. This whole exchange confirmed it for me, Shinso continued. All that talking he does before moving to finish the job? Yeah, he was trying to scare me, Bakugou said with a grunt. His words suggested that it hadn't worked. But they all knew that bravery was not the absence of fear, and it was impossible to face this new Deku without feeling at least a hint of apprehension. Or rambling like he did all the time. It was annoying then, and it's annoying now. Shinso shook his head. He was stalling. The frown on Aizawa's face somehow deepened. How so? You don't see him obviously hesitating until Uraraka interrupts him, but you said that he talked about how villains get caught because they keep talking or let personal grudges get in the way. Shinso tapped a finger on Deku on the screen. I think some part of him knew what he was doing was wrong, but he couldn't override whatever he's been programmed to do, so he stalled until someone else could stop him. Sure didn't sound like it, Bakugou mumbled, folding his arms across his chest. He was excited. Oh, I'm sure he was, Shinso said, eyeing Bakugou like he might enjoy dissecting Bakugou as well. He responded with a sour expression. The stalling was more of a subconscious decision. He probably wasn't even aware of it. You said it yourself. He's still in there, but it's been buried deep. Shinso appeared thoughtful as he rewatched Deku threaten Bakugou on the screen. Did he have to watch it again? With my quirk, a person is fully aware that they're being brainwashed, but there is nothing they can do. Midoriya is the only one to have been capable of breaking through it, and I still don't know how. And this one? Aizawa asked. If he is under the influence of a brainwashing quirk. They're rare as is. A grimace crossed Shinsu's features. Judging from how unstable he is and how he switches back and forth, I would say that the quirk affects the person's emotions along with their mind. It would explain the extreme highs and lows plus the switches. Some of his emotions and thoughts aren't exactly his own, but he feels them as such. He shook his head. It must have been a painful process. Why do you say that? Aizawa questioned. I just control a person's mind and body, Shinso answered, shrugging his shoulders. Midoriya looks as if he's had his mind twisted. He fought hard against my quirk, to the point of breaking his own finger. I can't imagine what he went through to struggle against his entire person being changed into something else. We all know Midoriya isn't a natural-born villain. Quite the opposite. A lot must have been done to him in order to transform him into this monstrosity. They watched Uraraka talk Deku down from harming Bakugou any further. It didn't get easier with each watch, only making his stomach twist even further to the point where he felt sick with anger. Her hand trembling in the air as much as Deku's had been over Bakugou's wrist. You could literally see the change in Deku, the rage turning to grief and then to joy. Even when he'd kicked Bakugou hard across the street, he had been calm, at ease, peaceful, like he could finally breathe. It was almost a touching moment, if not for the violent air that surrounded him. You should have died, Shinso told him, turning in the seat to look back at him. Bakugou didn't respond. If Deku was truly evil now, he would have ended you and taken Uraraka with him anyways. He spared you, Shouldn't he have ended me if he was being controlled? Bakugou countered. Not if he's not fully under control. Shinso stood up and wiped his hands on his pants, as if washing himself of what he'd seen. Either way, I suspect the next time you all cross paths with him will be much more unpleasant. He'll likely be forced to go under more conditioning to ensure that he doesn't let anyone survive. That look any pleasant to you? Bakugou shot back. Shinso fixed him with an unsettling look that only he and maybe Aizawa could manage with their permanently exhausted expressions, like they were tired of how awful the world could be. You're alive, aren't you? That shut Bakugou up, but it didn't make him any happier. If that had been Deku still holding himself back, he did not want to consider what it would look like when Deku finally didn't, or couldn't. He was still in there, clawing underneath whatever mask they had put over him, but it was clear that he was losing. Bakugou wanted to ask if Shinso thought Uraraka would be safe, but didn't want an answer either. There could be no such thing as safe where she was. Even if Deku made sure none of the villains touched her, she was still in a den of snakes. With my quirk, a person can be snapped out of it if they're hurt or startled enough, Shinso explained. It used to be as small as a bump in the shoulder, but can now hold past a broken bone. It's still not foolproof from outside attacks, though. He shook his head. Midoriya took multiple hits from you and Todoroki that would have broken the hold of my quirk. But it doesn't faze him. This is an incredibly strong quirk on a mental level I haven't reached. Aizawa fixed Shinso with a critical look, one that Shinso appeared to be rather familiar with judging from the frown on his face. Could your quirk potentially stop him or cancel the other out? Well, he's already broken it once before, but I am stronger now, Shinso pointed out. It could force both the twisted version of him and his real self to combat each other in order to break free of my quirk. Maybe it would cancel out the other brainwashing entirely. He held out his hands. I don't know. Or it could cause an actual psychological collapse. I don't think any of us want to see the outcome of that. It reminded Bakugou of Deku on the rooftop the night of their first confrontation. How he had looked like he was being torn into two and he'd started to activate his quirk without realizing it, like some sort of bomb ready to go off and bring everything down with it. If this destruction was Deku in control, then what was out of control? Bakugou's phone ringing startled all of them out of their thoughts. Shinso snorted at the ringtone itself, a rage-filled screaming song that Bakugou didn't think was that obvious but made Uraraka laugh every time she heard it. But then waved a hand, as if giving Bakugou permission to interrupt their conversation. Whatever. It better have been someone with good news or a lead. It was Tsuyu who was one of the last people he'd expected to call him. She had been shaken by Uraraka being taken. Before Bakugou could even say anything when he answered the call, Tsuyu said, "Turn on the news." "Which channel?" Bakugou asked, a horrible feeling settling in his gut. Sometimes her straightforwardness got on his damn nerves, but other times he could appreciate it. He didn't know what he wanted right now, to be honest. Any of them. That seemed to be the gist of the conversation, so Bakugou hung up the phone. A text would have sufficed. He strode forward to the computer, ignoring Aizawa's and Shinsu's questioning looks, and brought up the most popular news channel, only to get his world rocked by what he saw. Symbol of peace turned symbol of terror? The headline was in bold lettering on the bottom of the screen, which was currently playing clips from the very same video that they had just analyzed. There was Todoroki and Bakugou fighting Deku, Uraraka going up against that knife villain, Aizawa and Endeavor fighting 5 villains at once. Terrified, angry, and confused comments were flooding in so fast that it was almost impossible to read any of them. People were freaking out. "I thought Midnight said that the footage was safe," Bakugou exclaimed, rounding on Aizawa. "She went through it," Aizawa insisted. "Nothing was sent. They could have simply deleted the sent messages," Bakugou snapped. "Idiots. This is the last thing we FNG need. It's gonna cause mass hysteria and push back against any heroes connected to him." Aizawa shook his head. The guy was delirious from fear. I don't think he was capable of sending someone a copy and covering his tracks. Unless it wasn't his actions, Shinso pointed out. Why didn't he evacuate like everyone else? He said he wanted to leave, but couldn't. Aizawa trailed off and all 3 men looked at each other as a light bulb went off. The video had captured every damning thing. It showed off Deku at his best and the heroes at their worst. When they glanced back at the screen, they noticed that the news channel had zoomed in on the video as best as they could and were met of a grainy picture of Deku looking back directly into the camera, just as he had done with Uraraka's security camera that first day he'd resurfaced. The civilian was being controlled as well. Aizawa stepped away from him as he made a call to whoever was holding onto the guy that had taken the video. Bakugou's phone started going off repeatedly from calls and texts, But he ignored them all, unable to look away from the screen. It suddenly felt like the world was a different place. Everyone had loved Deku. It had been annoying as shit, but he had been adored by the public. He had taken his role in taking over for All Might with everything he had and, combined with that cheesy-ass personality of his, he had made a splashy impact even before graduation. However, the impossible strength that people had once revered him for now made them terrified of him. Seeing someone they had not only adored, but trusted and admired turned into a villain that would destroy a whole street and take down a building shook a lot of people. Some of the comments were about the video being faked. Others about how a villain with a transforming quirk must have been impersonating the dead hero. There were a few that proclaimed they had known all along that Deku was secretly no good, that he had been too good to be true. Those last ones made Bakugou laugh bitterly. They didn't know how good Deku was. They didn't know the boy who had taken on years of abuse from another boy whose strength he admired. They didn't know the boy who was still able to kind after all that, who had broken his body to save that same boy, who had tortured him mercilessly over an inability to see kindness for what it was. To think that Bakugou would actually miss Deku. I knew something was wrong with the video, Shinso muttered to himself, his eyes locked on the screen but looking far away. It was too still, barely any shaking or talking, and he went right back to taping after Deku took out the entire street instead of hiding. A direct contrast to how Midnight found him. He what? Aizawa barked into the phone, sounding awake as hell and jerking both Bakugou and Shinso out of their thoughts. What do you mean by that? Taking a deep breath and letting a guttural sound out of his chest that sounded both furious and exhausted, Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. This is a disaster. As of right now, he's our only lead. We have reason to believe that he may have information on what's going on with Midoriya. He listened to whoever was on the phone, his entire body tense. So we wait. We don't have the time. It's been 3 days and besides the video being leaked we've heard nothing. For all we know they could be. Aizawa didn't finish the statement. He didn't have to for everyone to know what he meant. 3 days of silence was a terrible thing. It left their imaginations to run wild and it turned out that Bakugou's imagination was a lot darker than he'd realized. Deku wouldn't hurt her. He'd promised to not hurt her. He'd told Todoroki that he wanted to keep her safe, that the League said they would let her live, but he wanted to be careful. She was alive. She was unharmed. She was safe. As for Todoroki, well, they had no clue. All they could say was that the League hadn't ended him when they'd the chance and that was that. Okay. We'll meet you at UA. Aizawa hung up, not one for niceties, especially when he was in foul mood. Before Bakugou could launch a verbal inquiry like a missile, he held up a hand and Bakugou shut his mouth. You were right. He's connected with the League somehow. Is he a villain? Bakugou demanded. We don't know. But I think he might just be a civilian caught in the middle, Aizawa told him. He shoved his phone back into his pocket. At any rate, we can't find out. The second the footage popped up on the television, he went into a fit and somehow ingested a poison capsule of some sort that he had on him. Bakugou threw his hands up. Did you FING search him? Of course we did, Aizawa snapped, his voice threatening Bakugou to not question him like that ever again. They were able to stabilize him, but he's in a coma and it appears as if whatever he took is not only unrecognizable, but quirk-resistant. So Recovery Girl can do nothing to bring him out. Discomfort flooded Bakugou's body and he blinked. Quirk? Resistant? It would appear as if the League has someone with a quirk similar to mine, Aizawa said, frustration evident on his tired face. Well, that was great. So the League had their own evil versions of Shinso and Aizawa. That was just what they needed to deal with. It would definitely make it easier for them to control Uraraka and Todoroki, both of whom had quirks that made them difficult to contain. Shinso hummed thoughtfully. There must have been some sort of cue left in his brain that told him to take the poison when the footage was leaked or when he saw it again. Why not just have him end it before we found him? Aizawa wondered out loud. Bakugou looked back at the screen, which was showing Deku's face again, staring at the camera. It was blurry from being zoomed in so much, but Bakugou could still picture what Deku's eyes looked like. Dead, void of anything to suggest he was alive. He looked like that when he was fighting these days. It was only when he saw Uraraka or something truly upset him that those eyes light up like green orbs. When Bakugou's phone went off again, he growled in frustration and was ready to rip it open to yell at whoever thought he was the best person to freak out with when he came to a halt. The contact name left him breathless and that punch to the gut feeling came over him again. He must have been pale in the face or something because Aizawa put a hand on Bakugou's shoulder and snapped him out of it. Who is it? Bakugou turned his phone for Aizawa to see. It was a number that he hadn't called in a very long time. Almost 11 months to be exact. Before that, it had been much, much longer, years, over a decade. He had kept the number plugged into his phone mostly because he'd forgotten that it was there and it was transferred every time he upgraded phones. When he'd needed it all those months ago, he had been surprised to find it already there. The contact read just as it had all those years ago when he'd first put it in as a kid. Deku's home. It was his mom. It was Deku's mom, Inko Midoriya. Bakugou's stomach dropped. She must have seen the video on the news. With Uraraka having been taken, he was the person that she would call next. When he let the call go to voicemail, not knowing what to do, Aizawa sighed. I'll go speak with her. They had kept her under a close surveillance since being alerted to Deku's presence in case he tried to contact her. But Deku had kept his distance, perhaps not wanting to involve his mother either. We should have done it before, but I'd hoped to spare her this pain for as long as possible. No, Bakugou said flatly, I'll do it. He swallowed. It should be me. Are you sure? Aizawa asked, his expression unreadable. With that look in his eyes, Bakugou couldn't tell if Aizawa thought him capable of handling such a delicate matter. Truth be told, he didn't know either, seeing as how comfort and delicacy were not his fortes in the slightest. He couldn't treat Deku's mom like he had Uraraka, but he recalled letting the small woman hug and cry on him after she was told the news of Deku's death and then at his funeral. He hadn't said a word, but he hadn't had to. Uraraka had told him that he'd done what was needed most of him. To be strong, a pillar, a constant. He wasn't certain that was what Deku's mom would need now, but if he had to draw inspiration from Uraraka, then he'd do it. You didn't think this was just about Ochako, did you? No, it had to be him. This was partly his responsibility after all, and it was time he owned up to it. Tsuyu was already waiting outside of the apartment complex when Bakugou showed up. Since Deku had made his reappearance, Bakugou felt like he'd been bolting out of cars and running for it. But this time he took his time. He sat in his car for a moment before shoving the door open and dragging himself out. After he slammed the door and locked it, he slunk over in her direction. They didn't have time to do anything slow, not when it felt like there was a timer ticking away in Bakugou's head, ending in what he didn't know. But this had to be done. This is going to FING suck, Bakugou decided. I'm surprised you chose to come, Tsuyu said, never one to mince her words. Bakugou shoved his hands in his pockets, but said nothing as he watched another car pull in. As he'd left the safe house, he'd made 2 calls. They didn't have to come, but Bakugou knew for a fact that he couldn't do this alone. He was strong in a lot of ways and better than many in others, but even he could admit that he lacked when it came to emotional comfort. And he knew what Deku's mom was like. She was just as emotional as her son. When All Might unfolded himself out of the car, Bakugou looked down at his feet. He had to be here, but he would need the other 2 to actually help with the comforting part. Admitting any sort of weakness was rough, but it was especially difficult after suffering such a painful defeat. Even worse was the fact that they hadn't been the first people that he'd thought of to do this with him. I'm glad you called, All Might said, somehow looking thinner and more worn down than ever before. You should not have to do this alone. Bakugou swallowed a lump in his throat. I didn't know who to call at first. His gaze turned into a glower, as if his feet had offended him somehow. My first thought was Uraraka. She'd be good at this, you know? She's kind and sweet and good at comforting sheet. But she's gone and I have to tell Deku's mom that her son kidnapped her. All Might put a hand on Bakugou's shoulder and he didn't flinch, but he tensed up underneath the touch of his still favorite hero. He'd lost more than Bakugou in this, hadn't he? Bakugou hated relying on All Might or anyone else. He shouldn't be like this. He shouldn't be so weak. You know what the real kicker is though? Bakugou lifted his head and dropped it back so that he could look at the sky. Dark clouds were swelling above them, as if the mood was contagious to the weather. A storm was about to break. It was better than if it was shining. He didn't think he could handle a sunny day. I can't believe I actually FING thought that I'd want Todoroki around. He laughed coldly and maybe a little bit hysterically. When that half-and-half bastard had first crossed his mind, he'd almost wrecked the car in shock and irritation. Deku's mom adored them both and I thought, I wish Todoroki was here to do this. What is wrong with me? This is a very trying time for all of us, All Might told him gently. He hated being spoken to like that and shrugged out from underneath the former hero's hand. It didn't seem to offend him though. We're all processing this as best as we can, but it's difficult. Midoriya meant a lot to all of us in different ways. That shitty Deku, Bakugou growled, and even worse was that he knew he didn't really mean it. He hadn't meant it for a long time, but old habits died hard. "I'm proud of you for coming here," All Might said. Back in the day, those words might have meant something, but now they just made Bakugou feel hollow. What was there to be proud of? A terrible feeling swelled up inside Bakugou to the point that he felt himself getting overwhelmed, like it might swallow him whole. "I had to come. I had to." He rubbed his face with his hands. "We're only here because of me. Because of my weakness. If it wasn't for that, none of this would have happened." All Might frowned. "Bakugou, you did everything you could to stop him." "That's not it." Bakugou snapped. The dark shadow that rested in the back of his mind threatened to take over, as it always did when he thought back to that night 11 months ago. The one that whispered that he didn't deserve to be a hero, the one that was clawing its way back to the surface and breaking pieces from him. Back when Deku jumped to stop that villain and Uraraka yelled at me to throw her to him, I hesitated. I hesitated. Do you understand? She missed him by inches, by seconds, because I wasted time. I don't even remember why. She had to yell at me to snap out of it, and then I threw her as hard as I could. But it was too late. Midoriya's death was not your fault, All Might said. His face sad as he soaked in the shame radiating from Bakugou. They couldn't save everyone. As students, they had been told that right from the start. When they were heroes, they wouldn't be able to save everyone. And for Bakugou, that person had been Deku. When it counted the most, he didn't do it. He'd questioned everything, and in the few seconds he'd held back, all had been lost. "Are you sure?" Bakugou threw back. "If I hadn't hesitated, chances are Deku would be alive. None of this shit would be happening. I bet he and Uraraka would be engaged, talking about kids, all that stupid domestic shit that they dreamed about." He felt sick. This was a bad idea. He never should have come. We wouldn't be here, off to tell a kind as hell woman that the only family she had left, her only son, has been alive this whole time and is now a villain who will destroy an entire block because he's jealous or just been told to. His whole body sagged under the weight of everything. He had mentioned to Uraraka what felt like a lifetime ago that Deku's death might have been his fault for not aiming her right when he'd thrown her over the ocean to save Deku. It was like she didn't remember him staring back at her with wide eyes, like he hadn't heard her yelling at him to throw her. When she had said it, all he could think was that she and Deku would both die, and it was storming so violently and he couldn't think because Deku was falling and he... "None of this is your fault," All Might told him fiercely. He had lost someone again because of weakness or hesitation. It was a low blow. Bakugou expected that Deku knew that and was letting the bitter wound fester inside of Bakugou to weaken him further. Whatever. Bakugou jerked away from them and their two kind eyes. He shoved the shame to the side, hiding behind his usual walls again. He'd gotten on to everyone about letting their guilt consume them, and here he was doing it out in public. He turned and started for the building. "Let's just do this. I've got to get to UA to meet everyone else." Even though he headed that way first, by the time they reached the Midoriya residence, Bakugou was hanging in the back behind All Might and Tsuyu. They would have much more soothing faces than the scowl that he was trying to wipe off his face. The second the door opened, they were all greeted with Ink Midoriya's red tear-stained face, and she burst into a fresh set of tears, throwing her arms around All Might. Somehow, they all made it inside with All Might guiding Deku's mom back to the couch. The television was on, the video playing in the background as multiple news people, hero fans, and villain experts debated over it. Thank everything the volume was turned off, most likely because she couldn't what was being said about her son. But Bakugou searched for the remote to turn it off while Tsuyu made them tea. She didn't need to watch it anymore. Already he could tell that it had been too much. He had thought that All Might looked frail, but it was nothing compared to Deku's mom right now. What happened to my sweet boy?" She cried through the tears, her face pressed against All Might's bony shoulder as she clung to the material of his sleeve. Her whole body shook with sobs as the tears poured down her face. So much like Deku. It was a wonder that she had any tears left to cry or she hadn't completely dehydrated herself. The floor was littered with crumpled up tissues. I thought he was dead. There was really nothing that they could be said. All Might looked as much at a loss as Bakugou felt, but at least All Might was holding on to her and giving her the physical support that she needed, even if it did look like she might break him if she held on to him too tightly. Tsuyu walked back in with tea and nudged it in the older woman's direction. It wasn't much, but it did provide a small distraction, if only for a second. "It can't be him, can it?" Mrs. Midoriya whimpered, staring down at the tea. It's not him. He couldn't." The cup began to rattle so violently in her hands that Bakugou was certain it was going to spill tea all over her. So he reached over to take it from her and set it down on the table. She startled and stared up at him, as if suddenly realizing that he was there. It had been a long time since he'd seen her, but the last she'd seen him had been on that video where he had been fighting against her son with the clear intent to subdue him by any means necessary. It's him, Bakugou told her in a low voice, unable to lie to her. He should have been softer about it, should have been kinder somehow, but he didn't know how. Lying to her was too cruel besides. She deserved to know the truth. Maybe not all of it, but some at least. She didn't need to know that her son had ended people. Bakugou was an a-hole, but he wasn't completely cold-hearted. That would destroy her, and Deku wouldn't want that. How? She asked in a pained voice so similar to the one Deku had used on him days ago when talking about their history. How could this have happened? He was such a good boy. She turned her gaze to All Might. All he ever wanted to be was just like you. This isn't him. She looked back at Bakugou. You knew him. You've known him all his life. He's kind. He's sweet. He's good. What happened? Why? Because I failed him, that voice in the back of his mind whispered. He squashed it down viciously and admitted, we don't know much. It looks like a group of villains found him before our search efforts could end. His mouth was dry, but he didn't make a move to grab one of the other teas that Tsuyu had brought. He glanced down, noting the way that Mrs. Midoriya was clinging to Tsuyu's hands with one of her own now. They did something to his mind. A villain with some sort of brainwashing quirk. He still remembers us, so it's not amnesia or anything like that. But it's like everything is twisted around. It was a piss-poor explanation to a mother who probably felt like she'd lost her child all over again. A vicious streak of anger tore through Bakugou in that moment. How could Deku do this? He hadn't even mentioned his mother yet, and they all knew how much Deku had loved and adored her. The only thing Bakugou could think was that Deku was trying to keep her out of it. There could be no ill feelings towards the woman that had raised him on her own, protected him, loved him, believed in him. It would be best to leave her alone. At least Bakugou hoped. Mrs. Midoriya pulled her hands away from Tsuyu and All Might so she could fiddle with them. The tears had mostly dried, but Bakugou thought it was most likely because she had simply run out. What about Ochako? Her eyes dropped down to her hands. I saw that she chewed on her bottom lip. Izuku wouldn't hurt her. He loves her. He wanted to marry her, you know? But they both had their hero careers and he was worried that they were too young. She lifted her hands, shielding her face. I can't believe this is happening. Izuku is a hero. Why would someone do this to him? All Might sighed next to her. He carries an immense power within him. They must seek to exploit it through him, and it appears as if they have used his love for Uraraka in some part to manipulate him. Deku's mom must have known about One for All then. She pulled her hands away from her face and nodded her head in miserable understanding. What he didn't understand was the guilt on her face, as if she thought it was her fault that she'd let him get into a vulnerable position. Bakugou knew damn well that no one could tell Deku what to do in the end once he put his mind to something. The nerd had found a way to get a quirk and become a hero, something unheard of before. But you can get him back, can't you? She asked, a fearful hope shining in her eyes that were so like Deku's. It was unnerving to look her in the eyes when all he could think about was the way Deku's eyes had looked before he had vanished into the warp gate with his arm around Uraraka's shoulder, and then when he had been holding the knife. You said he's being brainwashed by a quirk, so there be a way to save him. She picked up a photo frame that had been lying face on the table, gazing over it fondly before she lifted her eyes to Bakugou's. You can save him, right? Him and Ochako and Todoroki. You can bring him back. It felt like there was a rock in Bakugou's throat and it was slowly making its way down to the pit of his stomach. His eyes glimpsed the picture she was holding, her and a 3-year-old Deku smiling cheesily at the camera while he wore his favorite All Might costume pajamas. Still happy and excited because he didn't know yet that he was quirkless, and his stomach dropped. Nonetheless, Bakugou raised his eyes back to her and nodded his head jerkily. I'll get them back, all of them, and I will save Deku. His voice was as firm as ever and he hoped his eyes looked the same, but a part of him felt jarred by this moment more than anything else. He knew that she wasn't placing all her hopes on his shoulders, but as someone that tried to outpace everyone on his own first, it certainly felt like it. If it's the last thing I do, I'm bringing them home. Deku's mom jumped to her feet and moved around the table so that she could throw her arms around him. She was small like Uraraka and he could feel her tears wet his shirt. At first, he stood there stiffly, letting her hug him, and then he could have sworn that he heard Uraraka gently urging him forward, telling him what to do. His arms moved slowly of their own accord until finally he returned the hug. I'm sorry, Bakugou, she cried against his shirt. I'm sorry I can't do more. I feel so weak. He's out there. My boy is out there, and I keep wondering if there was something more I could have done. But I don't know what. She pulled away from him slightly and had to tilt her head to look him in the face. He honestly didn't know what he looked like right now. All he felt was slightly stunned and numb in this moment. You are so brave that it's hard to see how much this is hurting you. I don't mean to put more on your shoulders. But if anyone can save them, in that moment Bakugou couldn't speak if he tried. He wasn't used to this, not from his family or anyone else. The only ones that came close were Kirishima and Uraraka. This woman looked so much like Deku, or he looked like her. In a way, they sounded like each other too. Although Deku's mom was clearly more afraid and softer somehow. Had he inherited anything from his father? Bakugou didn't understand how she could be so kind or so caring with someone she had to have known was cruel to her son for years. Their friendship had been one that so very clearly involved a power imbalance that Bakugou had taken glee out of whenever he thought Deku was looking down on him despite being quirkless. What was it that Deku had said? That his mother had been forced to mend clothes that Bakugou had destroyed with his quirk, or sometimes throw them out altogether and buy him new ones. They hadn't been wealthy, especially not when his mom became a single parent. It struck Bakugou suddenly that he didn't even know when Deku's dad had left, either unable and not wanting to deal with the embarrassment of having a quirkless child, something that Bakugou had often rubbed in Deku's face with his own. Surely his mother had known that he was being bullied, even if Deku had never talked about it outright. And yet she was, bleeding comfort into him, giving him a tremulous smile and looking at him like he was filled with hope and good. That terrible wave of emotions that he'd been bottling up since Deku's death crashed over him, and it was too much for him to deal with in front of other people. I have to go, Bakugou found himself saying, his voice thick with emotion, and he peeled out of her grip. She didn't look surprised or hurt, seeming to understand that he needed to get away. Without looking at All Might or Tsuyu, he turned on his heels and walked out of the apartment. The second the breeze from the oncoming storm hit him, a wave of nausea struck him and he put a hand over his eyes and took a few deep breaths to stop it. How could she be so good? How could she believe in him so much? How could she be so loving when so much of the world had turned its back on her and her son? It was like dealing with Deku all over again. Bakugou knew that it was kindness now, that a smile was not a sneer, that a hug was not a belief of weakness. But it still stung. He dropped his hand at his side and stared out into the cloudy sky. I wish Uraraka was here, was the only clear thought in the tangled mess of his mind. The door opened behind him and Bakugou wiped away any semblance of emotion from his face. He felt like he was trying to imitate Todoroki, but he had never been good at completely blank expressions. There was always something showing in his eyes. Tsuyu came out alone and shut the door behind herself, saying, All Might is going to stay here with her for a while longer. She needs it. There's a little more to explain, and I think he wants her to come stay at UA. Good, Bakugou said flatly. She shouldn't be alone. Tsuyu eyed him carefully, which only made Bakugou scowl and start down the stairs. He didn't need her analyzing him or thinking that she knew how he felt. You're allowed to show grief, you know, she told him as she followed him down. You don't have to always be angry. I am angry, Bakugou snapped like a whip. I'm pissed. You're scared too. Bakugou rounded on her sharply. I'm not FNG scared. Of course Tsuyu didn't back down. She merely blinked, standing face to face with him since she was 3 steps above him. You're scared for Uraraka, and damn her if she wasn't right, but Bakugou didn't want to admit that. He didn't want to bring up the fact that he could barely sleep because he didn't even know how she was sleeping. Was she in a bed? A cot in a cell? A cold floor? Deku wouldn't allow that, would he? Out of his mind as he was, he wanted her to be happy as safe, right? You do a good job hiding it, but it's in your eyes. Every now and then, you'll glance around, like you're looking for her. And then you get this look when you start thinking about it. Would you stop? Bakugou demanded, instantly hating how needy he sounded. Stop what? Tsuyu asked, tilting her head. Bakugou waved his hands in the air. Stop analyzing me. I hate it. I don't need you trying to get into my head. Okay? I've got enough things to worry about. I'm just saying that you don't need to deal with this alone. Tsuyu responded, so infuriatingly nice. And this was why he didn't hang around her a ton. She had next to no filter, and even worse was that she was right most of the time. It was annoying. We're all trying to cope with this together. It's not healthy for you to do it on your own, especially when you have such a huge role in this. Yeah, apparently my role is to fail repeatedly so everyone gets hurt, Bakugou ground out bitterly. He didn't mean to admit any of this out loud, and he was angry with himself for doing so earlier. He shouldn't have said any of that stuff about his hesitating and Deku's death, at least not in front of Tsuyu or All Might. It would have been better had he told Kirishima. But no, Bakugou had kept it to himself until he couldn't. He'd half-assed told Uraraka, but hadn't wanted to burden her more than she already had been with it being Deku's birthday. That's what I'm talking about, Tsuyu sighed. If you'd talked with the others, you would know that isn't the case. No one sees you as a failure except yourself. She frowned at him, which was a look that a lot of people fixed him with but seemed particularly bad these days. It's holding you back instead of pushing you forward. Stomping down the rest of the way down the stairs, Bakugou grumbled. Couldn't I say the same thing for you? I haven't seen you crying or anything. Uraraka was your best friend and you were close with Deku. I know better than to cry in front of you, Tsuyu said. You'd just call it a waste of time. Well, she was right about that. It was a waste of time. The closest he'd come to doing it in a while had been when Uraraka and Todoroki had been taken. He'd settled for screaming it out, but tears had burned his eyes. Some of them might have fallen to the ground and down his cheeks, but it hadn't been full-on crying. He wouldn't lie and say that he'd never cried before, but he was an angry crier. And as furious as he had been, sorrow and fear had been more prevalent once the warp gate closed. Whatever, let's just get to UA. Bakugou pressed the button to unlock his car and then pulled the door open. Time to speed like hell out of here. Back to pedal to the metal mode. Hopefully they've come up with something. At this point, anything would be an improvement. He had to do something. It had been too long. He needed to find them more than anything. When they got to UA, Bakugou straight up ignored Tsuyu as he stormed into the building. He knew that it was rude and he didn't care. She'd done exactly what he hadn't wanted her to do, and now he was pissed. He didn't like the fact that he'd aired any of his shit. It made him feel open to attack, vulnerable in a way he rarely let himself be, but mostly it just made him feel unsettled that he was so easily read. How could she have known so much? For the most part, whenever he and Uraraka had hung out, it had been just them. He'd liked it that way, preferring smaller groups anyways. Sometimes they'd gone out with their groups of friends and happened to be there, but it had never been together like a friend's birthday party at a bar or something like that. They'd had their separate group of friends, although she'd gotten closer to Ishido and Kaminari later on in school. Uraraka had always been like that though, friendly in a way that drew people in. It had worked on him after all, hadn't it? Even if they hadn't grown close until after Deku's death. He didn't even know how it had come about. They had been sort of friends before, caught in a weird stage that all of Bakugou's friendship started. But it was like they'd been snapped together afterwards. He could remember Ishido talking about how down Uraraka was and how nothing seemed to bring her out of that dark cloud that had surrounded her, and the next thing he knew he'd gone to her apartment and dragged her out into the sunlight. I failed Deku. I'm not going to fail you. Maybe it had been selfish of him. By the time he'd realized how much he liked being around her, how she had pulled him into the sun as well, it had been too late. Those clouds were back though, and this time the storm was more like a natural disaster waiting to happen. The conference room was mostly filled by the time Bakugou and Tsuyu reached it. She broke away from him to explain why All Might had not come back with them while he headed directly for Aizawa, who was talking with a woman that he vaguely recognized. When he reached them, she turned around and Bakugou was met with a face that he hadn't seen in person in years. Her face smacked him with some unpleasant reminders even if she hadn't been the cause of them herself. Bakugou! Mandalay exclaimed, a sympathetic expression on her face. I'm devastated that we have to meet again under such circumstances. He knew that he should at least try to be pleasant. But the trip to see Deku's mom had bled him dry of the ability, and he felt so worn through that he couldn't be bothered. What are you doing here? Considering Midoriya's state and that Shinso believes Midoriya is being brainwashed, we thought one strategy might be to bring in anyone with a quirk related to the mind, Aizawa explained in his usual matter-of-fact tone. Neither one of them looked put out by Bakugou's blunt nature and in fact appeared as if they'd expected it. Good. He wasn't planning on wasting any time or energy trying to be nice. As for Aizawa's explanation, it might not have been a solid plan, but it was the best one they had so far. Mandalay's telepathy quirk could only go one way, but if she could get into Deku's mind, there was a chance that she might be able to unlock something. It would be a delicate procedure most likely done under extreme duress. There was no saying how Deku might react to another voice clanging around in his head. Bakugou glanced around, taking note of other heroes in the room, along with Shinso, who was clearly not excited at being roped into this battle, but accepted it nonetheless. Everyone must have had mind-related quirks as well. Most of them he didn't recognize, but it looked like they had come from other countries. Aizawa must have been considering that Deku was brainwashed for a while now to have assembled them so quickly. Bakugou had right from the start. No way was Deku a villain just because they hadn't found him first. He wasn't that petty, or he would have tried to end Bakugou long ago. Any updates on the jackass that took the video of the fight? Bakugou asked. Aizawa shook his head. He's still unconscious and in critical condition. He glanced back at Midnight, who was talking to two heroes that Bakugou didn't know. Midnight questioned him thoroughly alongside the police, and she's not one to miss something in interrogations. Whatever this villain's quirk is, it must be capable of erasing memories along with manipulating them. We checked the quirk registry, but there wasn't anyone that stood out. It's possible that he's from another country that isn't so strict about it. Bakugou grunted and folded his arms across his chest. How overpowered is this person? We don't even know who they are. Without warning, the door that Bakugou had come through was kicked open. All the heroes went on high alert, including Bakugou, but the only person in the doorway was a young boy. Bakugou found himself flabbergasted. It was undeniably Koda, Mandalay's nephew, but Bakugou hadn't seen him since the UA camping trip where he'd been kidnapped. Koda was older now, taller, with a sharper edge about him, and Bakugou somehow knew instinctively that he'd developed his quirk more. He didn't know how he knew, he could just feel it. The most jarring aspect about him was that he wasn't wearing a hat for once. Bakugou had never seen him without his trademark hat, but that had been years ago. Instead now, his dark hair stood up on end and he was tightly ringing a green, white, and red hat in his hands in front of himself. His eyes were wide with shock, but filled with tears that signified grief, and Bakugou's stomach dropped. He couldn't handle this kind of disappointment again. Is it true? Koda asked in a quivering voice, all the heroes hesitating in the room. Is Deku really? Mandalay was the first one to break free of the trance that had taken hold of everyone else, running towards him and grabbing him by the shoulders like she was afraid he wasn't real. Of course she would, though. This was her nephew. Heroes were taught how to deal with emotional distress and how to handle victims, but this was something else entirely. Deku had single-handedly saved Koda from being ended by a villain at the UA training camp. Before that, Koda had despised heroes and the students wanting to become them after the death of his parents, unable to understand what it meant to be willing to give up a life to protect someone else's. And now that hero was on the television acting like a villain, Koda's whole world was probably flipping on its end. I told you to stay in your room. I got bored, Koda replied, sounding mechanical. He tilted his head up towards her. Give it a few more years and he would be as tall as her. He was still in middle school, but it wouldn't be long before he could decide what high school he wanted to apply to, whether or not he wanted to be a hero. The tears that had built up in his eyes began to spill down his cheeks. And so I started walking around, and it's summer break, so most of the students are gone. But then I saw two of them staying at the dorms watching something on their phones, and I got curious and Oh, Koda, I was going to tell you, Mandalay said in a soft, pained voice. Don't lie to me. I'm not a little kid anymore. Koda twisted the hat in his hands. Deku can't be a villain, can he? He's my hero, were the unsaid words. Bakugou wanted to turn away, but he couldn't. It's him, Mandalay told him, and Koda let out a whimper that would embarrass him later. But it's not. He's under the control of a villain. She gave him a smile, the kind adults gave when they knew everything was wrong but they had to smile anyways. Bakugou had recognized it as a child and he saw it now. Judging from the way Koda looked at her, he knew it too, but he didn't fight it either. We're going to save him. The poor kid looked so crestfallen. His eyes dropped to that hat. I tried calling Uraraka, but she didn't answer. The UA students said that he took her. Mandalay took a sharp breath. He hadn't watched the entire video. Most likely he had seen enough of it to form a view and had come running to his aunt, who he would believe had the most information on the situation. After all, she had come here on such a short notice and brought him as well. The kid wasn't stupid. He could do simple addition and he knew that something was wrong. We're going to get her back too, Mandalay said with more conviction than Bakugou expected. She fondly ran a hand through Koda's messy hair and then took the hat from his hands. Bakugou found himself shaken when it hit him what exactly that hat was. It was a pro-hero Deku hat. Koda had been wearing a hat of a hero that the news now considered a villain. The kid must have felt shaken to his core. That's what heroes do. I want to help, Koda insisted. I can help, as if knowing that he would. Say this, Mandalay sighed. The best thing you can do is stay here. But, no buts, Mandalay said sharply. You're still in middle school. This is a pro-hero's job. Koda swallowed. Of course, But there was a look in his eyes that Bakugou recognized as very FNG dangerous, and he went on high alert. All the warning bells went off in his head. He knew that look. It was the kind of one he made before he jumped headfirst into a fight, explosions blowing from his palms, the kind of look he made before he did something incredibly reckless. He narrowed his eyes at this kid. What was going on in his head? He couldn't be older than 11 now, and yet he was already conspiring. Don't do anything stupid, kid. Mandalay guided Kota further into the room, knowing that he wouldn't just go back to his own. She sent him over to Shinso, who he somehow knew, and then she returned to Aizawa and Bakugou, looking more exhausted than she had been seconds ago. You brought him with you? Bakugou questioned hotly. I couldn't leave him alone, Mandalay shot back. She looked down at her hands, which were now being held in front of her. Besides, his safety was a concern. Bakugou stepped closer to her, forcing her to look up at him. What does that mean? Kota was in close contact with Midoriya before his not death. Mandalay's gaze turned to her young nephew, who was currently listening to whatever Shinso had to say to him. They emailed each other all the time. Midoriya didn't have to do it, but he was genuinely excited about Kota's progress with his quirk, and he truly cared about Kota's well-being and how he was accepting his parents' death. Aizawa put a hand on Mandalay's shoulder. She was clearly shaken up. We're concerned about anyone that had a close relationship with Midoriya. I know he's under a villain's quirk control, but if he were to somehow contact Kota or get a hold of him, it didn't need to be said. Mandalay tied her fingers together to make one fist and held it in front of her face. She was clearly more of a nervous wreck than she had let on, if only for her nephew. Kota would have followed him to the ends of the earth. He was devastated by Midoriya's death, but he managed to persevere because it was what Deku would do. In his own words, I tried to hide the video from him, thinking it might protect him, but now I don't know. It was never a smart idea to keep someone in the dark. But then, Kota was still a child. He might have been taller and stronger than he had been the last time Bakugou had seen him, but he wasn't even in high school yet where he could learn to protect himself better with his quirk should he want to. Back when Bakugou had seen him, Kota had hated heroes and what they stood for after the loss of his parents. If anyone understood the sacrifices heroes had to make, the sacrifice that Deku had made, it was him. Mandalay should have told Kota up front about the situation, in Bakugou's opinion, mostly because Kota clearly idolized Deku so much. But that Deku wasn't the Deku that was here now. I trust Kota, Mandalay said, but I've still been monitoring him. I keep worrying that Midoriya will contact him, and I'll be too late in finding it. Deku hasn't mentioned him, so there's that, Bakugou put in. That was about as close to comfort as he could give right now. Mandalay seemed to get it though as she nodded her head and allowed her hands to fall back down to rest against her stomach. But then we still don't know his or the League of Villains plan. He turned to Aizawa, who was watching Kota and Shinso with something akin to suspicion. Most likely he had noticed Kota's off-reaction as well. He would seeing as how Bakugou's class had been chock full of those. We can't go to them if we don't know where they are, so we'll have to bring them to us. I'm not waiting for him to kidnap someone again. This time we need to take control. Aizawa glanced back at him. How do you propose that? Bait him? Bakugou nodded his head. How? I've got an idea. Bakugou looked out the window to where various people, vans, and their equipment were camped outside the school, feeling a burning, uncomfortable sensation in his gut. This was one of the last things he wanted to do. They couldn't communicate with the League or Deku without them opening a line first, at least not directly. Leaking the video to the news had given Bakugou an idea though. The video hadn't been just to stir the pot. It had also been a smack in the face to every pro-hero and UA, which had helped produce Deku, so it was high time the heroes smacked them right back. To be honest, Bakugou wasn't a huge fan of the whole getting a microphone shoved in his face thing, but it came with the package of being a pro-hero. As soon as a fight was over, reporters would come rushing onto the scene almost as quick as first responders. They were so damn needy and overwhelming with their desire to report on the news immediately. Seriously, there was almost nothing more ruthless than a reporter trying to get a story. Some of them were manic. There had been plenty of times when Bakugou had stepped out of a fight and right into what felt like another, except it was questions being lobbed at him instead of punches. It still took him off guard, especially when his first instinct was to always snarl and shove people out of his way. He wasn't that great on camera. He knew that it was something he had to improve, but he found it difficult to give a shit. Kirishima got onto him about his bad attitude with reporters, probably because he was so beloved by them. He actually sent some of them small gift baskets, and in turn they were always kind to him, giving him the space he might need after a fight or rescue. One of the last times Bakugou and Uraraka had hung out before this whole mess. They'd just finished eating dinner at his place when the news showed a clip of a reporter trying to interview Bakugou after he'd taken down a villain. Uraraka's wild burst of laughter had almost made Bakugou drop the plate he was cleaning. She always got such a kick out of seeing his sour, snarling face on the screen. Willingly facing the reporters now sounded about as fantastic as getting socked in the face, but it was one of the few options that they had. They knew that the League was watching the news, seeing as how they had managed to leak the video of Deku's fight to the media. It was a classic fearmongering technique, and it backed the pro-heroes, UA, and the police into a corner. Not only did they have to admit that Deku was alive, but they couldn't deny that he was a villain now as well. People had already connected the prison break to Deku's reappearance, and many had started to turn against well-respected hero agencies and the school. After all, UA was supposed to produce heroes, not villains. They'd helped create a monster. It grated on Bakugou's nerves to the point where he was probably grinding his teeth an unhealthy amount. All this blathering and questioning. Deku wasn't a monster. Sure, he was capable of monstrous things now. Bakugou flexed his left wrist and then fingers, but that wasn't who he truly was. Bakugou was going to drag the hero right out of him into the open for everyone to see again. He didn't know how and he didn't know when, but it would happen. With his back to the blocked-off entrance of UA, Aizawa at his side, and a mob of reporters just a foot away from him, Bakugou felt like he was in line to get shot by a firing squad. The questions and demands being thrown at him almost felt like bullets. He did his best to remain as impassive as Aizawa, who took it on another level compared to Todoroki, but knew that he couldn't hide the heat from his eyes no matter how hard he tried. Camera flashes nearly blinded him, and he found himself glaring into each lens accusingly. When Aizawa held up a hand, all of the questions finally stopped, and he pointed at a female reporter at their 10 o'clock. She practically jumped to ask, "Is the video true? Is that the formerly thought to be dead pro-hero Deku, or is it the work of a villain?" Both, if they were being honest, but they couldn't just air everything right now, so Aizawa said, "It's him," and then pointed to another reporter directly in front of them. "How can this be? He was pronounced dead almost a year ago. Is he a villain now, or was he always one before?" "Izuku Midoriya was a hero from the very beginning," Aizawa answered in a flat voice. "It's true that we have very little to go on about how or why he is consorting with a new league of villains, but we have reason to believe that he's not entirely a lost cause." There was only so much they could say without showing their cards entirely, but they couldn't lie and they couldn't hold out too much. The public needed some sort of reassurance, even if it was a bland version of it. "Rest assured, we will get to the bottom of this." A woman shoved her way forward, nearly knocking a cameraman over. "Does Deku's reappearance as a villain have any connection with the prison break?" It was a question they had hoped to avoid, but knew that they would have to answer if it came about. Still, Aizawa did not look pleased when he said, "Yes." It sent a shock through the mob of news people. This opened up a whole new line of questions and fears. Were any of the other villain prisons a target? Had there been a specific person they had wanted to break out? Then why not break out All Might's nemesis, or could they be building up to that? What about the string of villain murders? The same reporter demanded before Aizawa could pick someone else. That created a ripple of confusion, and many of the reporters began to mumble with their cameramen and at each other. Even Bakugou was slightly caught off guard. With Deku looking so much like a villain in that video, he hadn't thought that anyone would piece together the ends he'd done to impress Uraraka. They were in Uravity's section, after all, and the ones done this past week after the prison break were all her collars. Someone had done her homework, apparently. Bakugou didn't like it. He hated it when people thought they knew something when they didn't know the half of it. "It does appear as if he has a connection with those deaths," Aizawa admitted. "If he's a villain, then why is he ending villains?" Another reporter managed to edge in. No way were they going to tell these news idiots that Deku had ended people to impress his girlfriend. It was bad enough when people began to idolize villains and twist their behavior into something to romanticize about. There was nothing romantic about ending people, even if they were bad. He knew that the conclusions would eventually be drawn online by people that had way too much time to think about such things, but he wasn't going to give Deku the satisfaction of saying it out loud. "We're unsure of his exact motives at this point," Aizawa merely said, which wasn't exactly a lie. They knew part of the reason why he had ended those villains, to impress Uraraka, but he had implied that there was another reason as well that had made it simpler to carry out. They didn't know what that was. Aizawa was really good at this sort of thing. He was good at shutting people down. Next question. How do you intend to protect the city when so many pro-heroes, including the #1 hero, Endeavor, could not stop him? That is something we cannot discuss just yet. Do you even have a plan? Aizawa gave the reporter such an unimpressed glower that the man actually backed down. Heroes are not in the business to air out their plans for everyone, including villains, to hear. Bakugou folded his arms across his chest. A few of the reporters glanced at him nervously. In most of his hero costume, he knew how threatening he came across. It was purposeful. This wasn't just some interview for TV. This was a declaration of war. Has there been any updates on the two pro-heroes kidnapped? A reporter shouted from the crowd. Bakugou tensed up at the question. They'd lost two of their own and had no clue where they were or what was going on. But they couldn't admit that out loud. What little faith the people had in them was tenuous right now as it was. Are we even sure that both of them were kidnapped? A guy at Bakugou's right asked. When Bakugou zeroed in on him with a furious gaze, the man hesitated, but didn't back down entirely. The video made it look like Uraraka went with the villains willingly. Her relationship with Deku was well known. Could she be in on this? Fire flashed in Bakugou's eyes, and he ripped the microphone away from the guy so violently that he actually stumbled backwards in shock. Listen up, because I'm only going to say this once, Bakugou snarled, staring right into one of the large cameras aimed at him. Uraraka is a damn hero. She saved our lives that night, as she has done countless of times before. She saved my life. He hated admitting that he needed to be saved, but she had done it. He would not take her sacrifice away from her even at the expense of his pride. I'm not going to tolerate any of you a-holes speculating about her integrity. You don't know a damn thing about what she's gone through. She is stronger than any of you know, and she has and will do everything in her power to save everyone. No one moved for a few seconds. Maybe they didn't even breathe. The intensity with which Bakugou had growled into that microphone had everyone reeling. The second that a-hole had accused Uraraka of being complicit, he had lost his cool and gone straight for the attack. It was unexpected, but helped set the trap in a way. He didn't think Deku would like anyone questioning Uraraka as a hero either. Not when he'd helped her in his own messed up way, and still seemed enamored of her quest to save people. As for the first question, no, there have been no updates, Aizawa said, setting the stage. Yeah, because they're scared, Bakugou snapped, shoving the microphone back at the guy. We defeated them before and will defeat them again. How can you say that so confidently when you were beat just days ago? Bakugou snapped his eyes in the direction of that reporter, who visibly shrunk back. We didn't know what we were dealing with then, but we know now. It's clear that the League is relying on Deku's strength. So what does that tell us? Besides him, they're weak. They're nothing but a bunch of cowards who barely have the ability to keep Deku completely on their side. Take him out and they'll crumble. He pointed directly into the camera, a fiery look filled with determination and promise. And I'm going to take him out. Mark my words. Your time is coming to an end, and I will get Uraraka and Todoroki back. He sneered. Unless they're too afraid to come out of hiding. With that, the gates opened and Bakugou turned on his heels and left them. Aizawa stayed back to answer a few more questions, but as far as Bakugou was concerned, his part was done. Sure, shoving a stick in a hornet's nest was one of the most dangerous things they could do, but he was made of all fire right now. Any hesitation in him was gone. There was nothing holding him back now. Uraraka was gone. Todoroki was gone. Deku was gone. And all Bakugou felt was dangerous. Uraraka had never been through a warp gate before, so she wasn't prepared for what it felt like. For some reason, she had thought it would be cold. It wasn't like that at all. The only way she could describe it was that it felt like walking through a waterfall, but not wet. Only the sensation was there. The world was black for a second, and she closed her eyes instinctively. Deku's arm wrapped around her, the only thing tethering her to Earth. And then they snapped open once she realized that they were on the other side. Her entire world felt changed, like it had been flipped upside down, and she couldn't recognize anything. Thanks for the gate, Deku said in an absurdly cheerful voice. There was even a big smile on his face, one that looked genuine and bright. You did it at just the right moment. I should be complimenting you, Kurogiri responded in such a pleasant tone. Honestly, it was making her mind spin. In a way, it reminded her of how All Might would talk to Deku. But she knew that Kurogiri wasn't the leader here. Deku clearly wasn't either, although he seemed somewhat in charge considering how the other villains deferred to him at times. Maybe it was just because of his quirk. You did an excellent job. I'm proud. Kurogiri had filtered back into the form of a man, wearing a suit like a normal person. Caught her off guard. She'd never seen him wear clothes before, only the metal case that contained his physical form, and it was jarring to see him look like this. Even stranger was that the suit reminded her of what Deku had been wearing the first time he appeared in her apartment. The smile dropped from Deku's face, replaced by a tiny thoughtful frown. I don't think I ended anyone though. That was one of the objectives. You made an impression, Kurogiri told him, and that was what is important. The world will never be the same after tonight. You will be a reckoning for the future. Deku actually blushed a little, but waved a dismissive hand like he couldn't handle hearing anymore. Kurogiri's yellow eyes swung to Uraraka, and she could feel his cold amusement washing over her with that gaze. Besides, you got what you wanted, didn't you? Deku rubbed the back of his neck with his free hand and chuckled even as he tightened his grip on Uraraka. I guess I did. It was impossible to see Kurogiri smile, and yet Uraraka could have sworn he was doing it now. I'm glad you could finally join us, Uravity. He was having a field day with this. She bet anyone involved in the old crew was having a good laugh over what Deku had become. Even he seemed entertained at times. Izuku is such an important part of our family. It was hard seeing him so despondent over the past few months, though he put up a good front. He missed you terribly. I confess that I've never seen him so happy before now that you're here. Uraraka's mouth felt dry and her throat was constricted. She could remember the first time she'd seen Kurogiri, how he had threatened to end all of them at USJ as a message to All Might. She had only been 15 and had never faced a villain before, but when Kurogiri had gone after Ida, she had ran right up to him and thrown him into the air using her quirk. She could tell by the way the Warp Gate villain was gazing at her now that he remembered, how she itched to grab him and launch him again, but she kept her hands to herself. Kurogiri chuckled to himself and reached out as if to ruffle Deku's wild, dust-filled hair. But then Deku shoved his arm away with a laugh. When Kurogiri's gaze swept back to Uraraka though, she could see the knowing in them, as if he sensed how unsettled this whole exchange made her feel. It was so playful, so light, truly like family. It was like Deku belonged. This wasn't some cold, dark dungeon or scary alleyway that people always associated with villains, but something else entirely. Something stronger with more foundation. This was a show for her, but then it wasn't at the same time. For Deku, this had been his reality for months. The villains that had once tried to end him were now kind. Before she could even begin to look around and try to figure out where they were or if they were even in the same world after going through the gate, movement to her right caught her attention. She looked over to see Todoroki's eyes starting to flutter open, though just barely. He mumbled something so faint under his breath that she couldn't understand him. Dabi, still holding on to him, glanced down at Todoroki and let out a hum. Looks like he's coming to. There wasn't a single inflection in his voice. Uraraka stared at Todoroki, terrified about what would happen when he woke up more, but no one else seemed concerned. Well, we can't have that, Kurogiri pointed out. A man in plain clothes came from a room behind them, but what startled Uraraka was when he jabbed a needle in Todoroki's neck and injected him with something. His eyes flared open in surprise for a second, connecting with Uraraka's, and he gasped something that sounded like her name, but then his eyes slowly closed and he went just as limp as before and his breathing evened out. With Todoroki unconscious once more, Dabi hoisted him up again and began to carry him away. Where are you taking him? Uraraka demanded, her voice coming back to her with no warning. She took a few steps forward, pulling out from underneath Deku's arm, and reached out for Todoroki. Deku grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her back to face him. What did you do? The needle in her neck caught her by surprise, even though she should have expected it, and she whipped her hand up to jerk it out, but Deku caught her by the wrist and stopped her. I'm sorry, Uraraka. I really am. There was such a genuinely sympathetic expression on his face, but it was difficult for her to concentrate on. His green eyes shined with concern and love. Whatever they injected her with felt like ice flooding her veins. When the needle was pulled out, she let out a tiny gasp and stumbled forward right into Deku's chest. Deku. Uraraka felt so weak and a wave of sleepiness washed over her. Her knees buckled underneath her and she grasped onto the front of Deku's uniform to keep from falling. Luckily, Deku wrapped a strong arm around her and put a hand to her cheek as she gazed up at him. What was? I'm sorry, Deku repeated. She started to have trouble breathing as her vision began to swim and panic tried to take over her mind and keep her from going under. It's okay. Just breathe. You'll be fine. Her face fell against him. If it wasn't for Deku holding on to her, she would have been on the ground. We just have to take extra precautions, you know? We have to be careful. She felt his lips press against the crown of her head as his voice faded in and out. Her mind screamed at her to stay awake, but she couldn't win. Don't fight it. I'll be here when you wake up. Uraraka didn't feel herself fall completely, But she knew that despite her fear of being surrounded by villains and totally vulnerable, Deku would catch her. When Uraraka came to, it was slow and fuzzy. Whatever they'd injected her with had hit her hard, and she felt like she was just barely managing to crawl out of whatever haze it put her in. She clawed weakly at the bed she was lying on, fingers digging into the blankets, and for a brief moment she thought she was back, in the safety of her own bedroom. It had all been just a dream, a terrible and horrible dream concocted by the alcohol she drank the day before, and Bakugou would be there in the other room, waiting to pull her out of it. But when she opened her eyes, Uraraka found herself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling, and the weight of everything dropped down onto her chest. Deku must have carried her to this bedroom as Bakugou had done over a week ago. It left her breathless as grief and fear fought dominance over each other inside of her. In the end, she only managed to feel numb. As she tried to push herself up, she heard, "You're awake," and then Deku was rushing over to her side, one hand on her back as he gently helped her sit up. A part of her almost jerked away from him, but she stopped herself at the last second. She was afraid of how he would react if she acted afraid of him, even if she was. Deku's touch was nothing but careful though. "Take it easy. If you try to move too fast, you might get sick." "I did the first time." "What?" Uraraka took a deep breath. "What was that?" Deku gave her a sheepish look. "A necessary precaution. You're still a hero after all." As Uraraka turned to look at him, she caught the smile slowly lighting up Deku's face. Took her breath away for a moment. She knew that look. It was the kind he'd give her when he accidentally woke her up after getting out of bed for his ridiculously early morning run. Her first instinct was to touch his face and activate her quirk on him so that he'd float to the ceiling. A silly prank she pulled whenever he'd go to kiss her goodbye in bed. But it didn't come to her. She was touching his face with all 5 pads of her fingers and nothing was happening. Panic rose inside of her again and she pushed him away, struggling to breathe again. "What's wrong with me?" She could feel herself getting sick, but even as Deku tried to calm her down, reminding her that if she pushed herself too much that she'd throw up, she couldn't stop herself. Tears sprung to her eyes. "Where's my quirk? I can't feel it. I can't. Just breathe." "Ochako, nothing is wrong with you or your quirk," Deku told her soothingly, rubbing her arms as if trying to warm her up. She shivered despite his touch, perhaps because of it. "It's still there. You simply can't activate it." He sighed and sat down on the bed next to her as she tried to process his words. So whatever they had injected with had stopped her quirk, kind of like Aizawa. It was a terrifying thought, but at least it made sense. "I was scared too at first. I thought I was quirkless again. Terrified me. I'd forgotten, you know? How helpless I felt when I was quirkless. How much of a victim I was most of the time. A source of pity and shame." Bile rose in the back of Uraraka's throat, much like it did when she used her quirk too much, which was ironic since she couldn't use her quirk at all right now. She held her hands out in front of her, palms up, and gazed down, opening and closing them. Nothing. She felt nothing. Swallowing the lump in her throat, she returned her focus back to Deku. He was gazing down at his hands in his lap, one normal and one scarred from breaking it repeatedly. This was how he had felt for the first 15 years of his life. She didn't know if she could handle a whole day of this. It was more than just a quirk. It was a part of her, like her soul. "It'll have to be like this for now, until you're ready. Your quirk is more problematic than most people realize. It's not as flashy as Shoto's, but I know how clever you are." If anyone knew her quirk, it was Deku. They had done so much together, using their quirks both to fight crime and at home. He'd loved everything about her quirk. It had fascinated him from the start, back when he'd been a kid that spent hours analyzing quirks and heroes, but it had evolved into adoration and then giddiness. There was nothing quite like dancing in the air or kissing upside down and giggling as his face turned red. "I patched and cleaned you up as best as I could," Deku said shyly. "Oh, just like old times." He would help her with that whenever she came home scraped and bruised. "That's why your hair is a bit wet. You had a nasty bump on your head that It had been from his last attack. He hadn't meant to hurt her, but had anyways. He looked so ashamed of himself. Taking a deep breath, he continued, I brought some clothes for you." He held out a folded outfit with shoes. "I didn't think you'd want to stay in your hero costume. It's a bit, torn." Uraraka glanced down at herself. She was indeed still wearing most her costume. Her boots and gear had been taken off to make her more comfortable lying down. It was ripped and burned. Well, it had clearly seen better days. She took the clothes from him, but paused while unfolding them and looked back up at him. "These are mine." Yeah, we got them from your apartment, Deku explained, his face a little pink. I thought it might make you more comfortable to be in your own clothes. The fact that some villain had been rooting around in her closet and dresser made her more uncomfortable if anything. But she knew what he was trying to do, so she mumbled her appreciation. He gave her a nervous smile and then bounded out of the room, giving her privacy to change even though he'd definitely seen her in various states of undress in the year that they'd lived together. So he'd break into her place, end people, break villains out of prison, and threaten her friends with torture. But he wouldn't watch her change. Uraraka sighed. She had expected things to be awful, but not so mind-boggling. Once she was finished changing, she called out, "I'm done," and then sat back down on the bed. She felt better in clean clothes, even though the shirt and skirt didn't match the situation at all. But she couldn't shake the feeling that she was missing something without being unable to activate her quirk. It was scary. He peered inside as if to check if she was really done and then stepped back in. He took her folded costume, looking at it like he wasn't sure what it meant, and then set it on a chair before returning to sit down next to her. Deku took a deep breath and smiled up at her, reaching out tug on the strand of hair framing her face, something he had done fondly before. "I'm really happy that you're here. Really, I am." His face was so soft and there was a light in his eyes that she had missed that first day. They still seemed off though. He was looking at her and yet looking at him was like looking through dirty glass. I felt like, I don't know, like there was something wrong and I couldn't figure out what it was. Did you? Uraraka knew that she had to be delicate about this. One wrong word and there was a chance that she wouldn't be able to recover. Did you ever think that you being here was what felt wrong? Of course I did. It's hard not to think that. I'm different from the others. I know that. There was a very thoughtful expression on Deku, another one that she was familiar with. It was his serious thinking face. But I belong here. I know that too. I'm needed, wanted, protected, cared for. I'm respected and feared. I have a place here. He rolled his eyes playfully. Sure, some of them are ridiculous and over the top, but they don't look down on me. They know their place as well. He made it sound so wonderful. It really did sound like a great place with good people. He sounded so loved. It was like the villains knew what he'd been starved of his entire childhood outside of his mother. His father abandoning them, his friends turning on him, everyone either pitying or degrading him. If she hadn't known that he was talking about villains that regularly murdered people and committed other terrible crimes, even she would have wanted to be a part of it. But it was fake. It had to be fake. He had to know that too. Something was wrong in his head though. He had begun to experience those things after being accepted into UA. Their classmates had grown to respect him and even admire him outside of his astounding quirk. He had been her hero right from the beginning. Had it not been enough? Had she not loved him enough? They had needed and wanted him, so had the world. Did you not have those things before? Uraraka asked in a quiet, hurt voice. Sure, Deku told her, but I had to really fight for them while it's handed to others that don't deserve it. I guess it makes them worth more, but still. He pulled away from her slightly, arching an eyebrow. Do you think Bakugou deserved all the praise he was given while he broke down everyone in his way? She wanted to tell him that Bakugou wasn't like that anymore, that he had come to respect the strength in others. But then she knew it wouldn't sit well with Deku if she defended Bakugou, so she stayed silent. Do you think Endeavor does? I can guarantee you that Shoto doesn't think so. He shook his head. And yet society continues to reward the strong, even when they so clearly abuse their power. Uraraka's fingers curled on her legs. I don't know what you want. I want to tear it all down, Deku said, and begin anew. It was so simple, but she couldn't possibly understand what that entailed. His words were all wrong. They were coming out of his mouth, but they sounded like someone else's, like someone had taken some of his darker thoughts and rearranged them to fit their narrative and desires. Was Deku truly wanted, or was it something that someone wanted him to want? And I can do it now. I can burn it all to the ground and change the world. Deku took her hands in his. Because you're here and everything feels right. It was you. It was always you. Something was wrong. Something was missing. But the moment I saw you again, I knew what it was. How can I be Deku without Uravity? Izuku without Ochako? It was like a part of my soul wasn't here. But I can finally breathe again. Honestly, Uraraka felt like she couldn't even do that. His words were so sweet, but dipped in horror, and it was hard for her to fathom that they could possibly come from the same person who had threatened to cut Bakugou's hand off. He stood up and she let him pull her to her feet, like she was weightless, and into the center of the room. In the corner was an old radio, and he left her for a moment to turn it on before returning to her. Like it was nothing. He pulled her into his arms again, and he pressed his forehead against hers, taking another breath. It really was like he hadn't breathed properly in so long. Uraraka closed her eyes and gripped onto his shirt. When the music began to play, emotion strangled her heart in a vice-like grip. She knew this song, she'd loved this song, but she hadn't listened to it in a long time. The two of them slowly began to sway together. The whole thing felt wrong and right at the same time. They had done this very same thing before, the familiarity of it feeling like home, and yet she had no idea where they were and what had happened to her Deku. Because this was him, but she knew that the other half of him wasn't. It was like he was trying to recreate a moment in their life together to make things truly real. You remember it, don't you? Deku asked her, his voice barely louder than a mumble. Of course, Uraraka replied over the lump in her throat. This was the song playing the very first time we danced together. It's our song. The last time she had heard it, Deku had been alive. Then that wasn't quite right. He had never died. He had always been alive. If only for a moment, with her eyes closed, it felt no different dancing with him now, even though everything had changed. I was so scared to ask you to dance with me, Deku said with a light laugh. I didn't think you'd say no, but I wasn't too sure how to dance and I didn't want to embarrass you. They had been at some boring function for UA. To be honest, she couldn't even recall what it was for exactly. But there had been food, music, and a very occupied dance floor that had looked daunting to Uraraka. She could remember Deku though, stammering his way through asking if she wanted to dance. He'd butchered it so badly that he had somehow made it sound like he wanted to dance with Todoroki. She had been so confused and even a little hurt until he'd taken a deep breath and explained himself better. Neither one of them had been able to dance well, but she had loved that moment nonetheless. Which was why she hated this moment so much now. The longer they stayed like this, the more she knew that none of this was real. She couldn't give Deku what he wanted, and she was terrified of what he would do once he realized that. She didn't feel safe. In truth, she hadn't felt safe in a while, not since that night with Bakugou when she had thought she could finally come up for air. She'd been under a shadow for so long that she hadn't known what it would feel like to breathe. She didn't know now. I was going to propose, before I... Uraraka pulled her head away from his so that she could look him in the face, but he wasn't looking at her. I didn't know. Shoto didn't tell you? Deku peered at her and she shook her head. I went looking at rings with him. I thought he could help. Turned out he had terrible taste. He gave her a sad smile. No, I suppose he wouldn't. It would have only served to hurt you more, so he kept it to himself. Very noble. It broke Uraraka's heart even further to think that Todoroki had kept it to himself. It would have hurt her to know that Deku had been close to proposing to her. Instead, Todoroki had told no one, carrying the burden of a future that would never be by himself. He was so good at that, bearing the weight of shame, guilt, and grief on his shoulders like he alone needed to suffer if it meant sparing the rest. He was so quiet sometimes that it was easy to miss how much he was wounded. She wished she could have pulled more out of him as Bakugou had done with her. She would have gladly shared the pain with him. I'm glad you're here, Deku repeated again as the song came to an end. He cupped her face in his hands and she knew it was coming, but her heart stammered in her chest anyways. She both wanted it and didn't at the same time. She wanted to pull away and lean into him. Instead, she just stood there and let him kiss her again. It wasn't as bruising as before, this one more gentle and plaintive. His fingers slid from her face and into her hair, urging her closer to him, and he deepened the kiss unexpectedly, turning it into something desperate and fierce and making her whimper, causing a rumble of wanting to come from his chest. It left her breathless, but in a terrible way, and she found herself drowning again. His mouth on hers was claiming, as if to mark her as no one else's. When he moved to back her against the wall and one of his hands slid down to her neck, she panicked and pulled away from him and out of his grip, her eyes wide and lips burning. Uraraka had reacted without thinking and was left staring at him and gasping for breath. I'm sorry. I didn't. No, you're fine. Deku turned away from her, running his fingers through his hair, as if unable to face her. He too was breathless and she noticed that he was trembling again. Was he holding himself back? She didn't know what she would do if he didn't. Or was it something else? Something fighting to take control? She didn't know if it was good or bad though. I'm the one that should be. I apologize, Ochako. I shouldn't have presumed. He took a deep shuddering breath and clenched his fists at his side. I've really missed you. The words struck a chord in Uraraka, but the pang felt hollow. They were the words they said to one another when it had been a long time since they'd been able to be alone or intimate with one another. Hero work took a lot of time out of their schedules, especially Deku's, seeing as how he couldn't just be a hero in one place. He had had to fight to take All Might's place after all. Whenever they said those words, it meant that they missed every part of them. It didn't matter where they were. They could have been out with a group of friends and Deku would say that and they'd steal away from everyone for a moment alone. But Uraraka couldn't give that to him. I still shouldn't have put that on you, Deku said, his back still to her. I don't want you to think that He was clearly struggling with something. Under normal circumstances, she would have come up behind him to put a hand on his shoulder or wrap her arms around his chest, as she had done so many times before, but she stayed frozen in place, keeping distance between them. You need time. I know that. It just hurts when you're right here and things feel like they've finally fallen into place, and you're still not with me. I'm here, Uraraka said in a tiny voice. I'm with you. Deku pressed against his temple with the heel of his palm to the point where it looked painful, as if he could push something out of his head. I want you, Ochako, I do, gods. You can't possibly know how hard it was to stay away from you for so long. But I promised myself that I'd be patient. For you. This is what you deserve. I'm not Kakin. I don't just take when I want something because I think I deserve it. Uraraka bit her lip, willed all the emotional strength she had in her body, and stepped towards him. The second her hand touched his back, he jumped and his entire body tensed up. For a second, she was terrified that he would turn on her and do something, but then he slowly relaxed under her. She couldn't possibly understand how Deku could be this shattered in half. How he could care about her so much that he respected her privacy and need for time when it came to intimacy. And yet he'd nearly tortured Bakugou and Kaminari and had condemned Todoroki to a terrible fate. He'd destroyed an entire street and ended villains with his bare hands and apologized for moving too fast and was gentle with her and allowed her to be drugged and let her sleep on his bed. She knew that the differences would only get worse. The split in his psyche was far deeper than any of them had imagined. Thank you, Uraraka told him softly, and he actually flinched from her words. It was a strange position that she found herself in, comforting and placating Deku after essentially being kidnapped by him. In a way, she thought that he knew how absurd it was from the way his shoulders dropped. She had to do it though because there were still things that she needed from him and she couldn't get them if he was distraught. It's hard when I feel alone here. You might belong, he didn't, she swore he didn't, but I don't. Not yet at least. Not ever, but she wasn't going to say that. It would help if I wasn't by myself. Deku turned to look back at her, blinking in a curious manner, but the light was gone from his eyes. She didn't know where it had fled to, but it made her anxious. She couldn't read him when he was like this. It was like another person had jumped into his body for a test drive and didn't know all the controls. I'm here, aren't I? Deku said, sounding hurt that he wasn't enough. Yes, I know, but Uraraka bit her lip. If she kept doing that, she was going to draw blood. Where's Todoroki? Is he at least? He's alive. Uraraka couldn't even be relieved, knowing that some things were worse than death. Can I see him? A frown crossed Deku's face and he shook his head. Not yet. He's still being prepped. Her heart dropped into her stomach and it must have shown on her face. I'll take you to see him soon, I promise, but, fair warning, it won't be pretty. Shoto will no doubt fight against it and it will be rough on him. Not everyone survives. But he's strong. The smile that appeared on Deku this time was all sorts of wrong and had Uraraka pulling her hand away, although he didn't seem to notice. I can't wait though. I missed him too. With you two back at my side, everything will be perfect. We'll all be together again. Doesn't that sound nice? Yes, it did. No, it didn't. Uraraka was too leery to say anything, so she merely nodded her head. It was good enough for Deku, who was in a cheerful mood again, like a switch had been flipped. She had a bad feeling that whatever happened to Todoroki, it would be brutal, and she had to do everything she could to save him. The only issue was that she had no clue how or what she could do. Quite frankly, Uraraka was at the mercy of Deku and every villain here. It was not going to be fun or nice. It was only a matter of time before she left the false security of the bedroom and was fully emerged into this house of horrors. Uraraka both wanted and dreaded it. Every second she spent in here, safely kept away from the other villains, was a second Todoroki was on the outside with them. She couldn't stop thinking about it. What was happening to him? Nothing good. The mental image of Todoroki striding through the door with a faint, eerie smile on his face left her shaking. Deku had left her alone again. She tried the door shortly after he left, but it was locked from the outside. Her quirk was still cut off from her. She wasted too much time trying to call it back out of habit. She couldn't remember her life before her quirk. Her mother could cancel out the gravity of lightweight objects. So when a 4-year-old Uraraka floated half the living room and then promptly puked, her parents had been a little surprised. Not being able to do a damn thing scared her more than she wanted to admit. Searching the room proved both fruitless and sad. A shoebox under his bed held pictures of her and their friends in the past few months. If Bakugou happened to be in one, his face was scratched out, even if he was nowhere near her in the picture. Todoroki's face was circled in a few while there were question marks near Tsu's and Ida's, as if he didn't know what to think of them. There was even a picture of her and Deku from 2 years ago. She wasn't sure how he had it, but didn't want to think about how many times he broke into her apartment over the past 11 months. She found a rolled-up poster of All Might back in his glory days with multiple slits in it. She peered at the door and noticed matching grooves in the wood. It looked as if he had hung up the poster and thrown knives at it. She didn't know what that meant exactly, but it didn't feel good. What were Deku's feelings toward his mentor and the man that gave him one for all? He had been closed-lipped about All Might so far. Was he a target or was he considered useless because was no longer physically capable of fighting? In the closet were a handful of clothes, a few suits and casual t-shirts and pants, along with his villain costume. So used to the term, she nearly thought of it as a hero costume. But no, that wasn't right. The one he wore now was all wrong. It was dark and cast him in shadows, except for the red gloves that reminded her of blood. Hidden by the clothes was a mirror, hidden in the dark. It was cracked in the center like he'd punched and broken it. A small bathroom proved to be unremarkable. Besides a towel, a few toiletries, and a half-empty first aid kit, it was empty, only there as a necessary function. The fact that there were 2 toothbrushes stood out. It was so normal that it felt abnormal, and she shut the bathroom door feeling off-kilter. The room was bland in a way she couldn't associate with Deku. He was atrocious at decorating. His dorm at UA had been a hero fanboy's dream. As he got older, he tried to be more mature, but he tended to go for things that didn't match the color scheme or style. He always hung pictures in all sorts of different frames, but there was nothing hung up in this room. The only personal touch was the music player. There was an assortment of playlists, including a few that were simply people talking. And then she found a recording of own voice from her home phone. She stumbled away, gaping in shock. The villains tapped her phone line and she hadn't even known. Had she ever been safe or alone? She pictured Deku lying alone in bed here, staring up at the ceiling, listening to her talk through everyday conversations and imagining he was in the room with her. She knew he'd done it because she had pictured the same thing. She would be on the phone with Tsu and would close her eyes, picturing Deku napping on the couch behind her. But when she opened her eyes, he wasn't there. The discovery unsettled her, and she staggered backward until the back of her legs hit the bed and fell back on it. Soon after, Uraraka heard the door click unlocked and warily watched it open. Deku stumbled into the room, the circles under his eyes darker than before, but she didn't relax. He rubbed at his face as he shut the door. When he turned to face her, his green eyes were dim, as if the light had been drawn out of them, but he offered her a tired smile. "Are you all right?" Uraraka found herself asking. Deku waved a hand, but was either not capable of responding or didn't want to waste the energy. There was something jerky and sluggish about his movements as he shuffled around the room until he made his way to her. Even as her heart thumped fearfully in her chest, she opened her arms to him. He fell on the bed beside her and wrapped his arms around her, burying his face in the crook of her neck. "I'm tired," Deku mumbled, his breath hot as his lips brushed against her skin unintentionally. Uraraka breathed deeply, willing her heart to calm down. "Okay." Carefully, she leaned back on the bed, pulling Deku down with her. It took some maneuvering, but by the time they were situated, they were fit together in such a familiar way that a deep ache tightly clutched her heart. With his arms around her middle and his head resting on her stomach, he laid half on top of her with one of his legs over hers. She rested a hand on his arm and threaded another through his hair. It was still so fluffy and wild. The urge to cry welled up inside of her so painfully that she had to actually blink back tears. She couldn't say how long they stayed there. She certainly couldn't sleep. Whatever they gave her to inhibit her quirk had knocked her out for hours, and she was too on edge to fall back under if she tried, afraid she'd wake up and find everything burning down around her. The nightmare from the safe house came back to her, Bakugou's and Tsu's blood on her hands, and the thought that everything would end in disaster if she rested for even a second crept into her mind. Eventually, the adrenaline would wear off and she'd pass out. But for now, she was on high alert, even as Deku's breath evened out and she saw the telltale sign of dreaming as his eyes fluttered underneath his eyelids. What did he dream about these days? Were they good dreams? Nightmares? So much had been done to twist his mind. She could only imagine the toll it had taken on his subconscious that controlled his dreams. When Deku came to some time later, Uraraka was still staring at the ceiling, thoughts of the others on her mind. Had anyone died? Deku would have told her, right? She couldn't help but worry about Kaminari, who they had gone to save, or Tsu, who she hadn't seen before Deku's last attack, and Bakugou. Her heart seized at the thought of him. She could only imagine the fury and shame that was no doubt swirling inside him now. Was he sleeping? Had he been healed? It wasn't his fault, but he took everything so personally. She couldn't let him get hurt. She couldn't let something so horrendous happen to him. She cared too much. She wouldn't fail him as she had failed Deku. He's alive, she kept telling herself. At least he's alive. Some things were worse than death. Deku shifted his head so his chin was propped up on her stomach and his eyes locked onto hers. So much rested between them that either she couldn't say or he couldn't get out of his mind. Like there were words locked in his head, and she struggled to find the key. I wish we could just stay like this, Deku murmured. She tried not to tense underneath him, but it was hard when alarms began to whistle in her head. In here, safe, together, where they could both hide under the illusion that everything was normal and they could be happy. On the other side of that door was a world she couldn't possibly understand and didn't want to know, but had to get immersed in if she was ever going to bring Deku back into the light. And it terrified her. It could end her, no matter how much Deku proclaimed he wanted to protect her. The other villains would not be so kind. Sighing, Deku pulled away from her and sat up, rubbing at his eyes. When his hand fell down, he blinked a few times, but the light from earlier was gone from them. There's someone you need to meet. As he stood up and stretched, she swallowed thickly and then let Deku pull her onto her feet in front of him. He smoothed her hair down, cupping her face, and gave her a big smile. It'll be fine. You're incredible. What about Todoroki? Uraraka asked, the words coming out of her mouth before she could stop them. She had to know he was okay, or at least in one piece. I'll take you to see him too, Deku reassured her, although it didn't comfort her. I know you must be worried about him. He examined her curiously. You two grew close. Uraraka fiddled with her fingers. I guess so. Maybe more understanding of each other. She bit her lip. He tried to be so strong for me, you know, and it was hard for him to admit he was broken up. It was one thing to know they couldn't save everyone. It was another to reckon with the fact they hadn't been able to save one of their own. Looking back on that time after Deku's death was hard. It was even harder to think about how everyone else struggled with grief while she was swallowed by her own. That first week, she pushed everyone away, not wanting their pity, and accepted calls from only Deku's mother, Tsu, and Todoroki. Bakugou hadn't come around until the second week. There had been a few nights where she and Todoroki would just sit on her fire escape and gaze into the street, cups of cold tea sitting between them. It was all either of them could do for one another. But she knew he appreciated it as much as she had. Would that she could do something for him now. It would have to be more than sitting in silence. Uraraka would have to fight. Don't worry so much, okay? Deku told her. Incredulous laughter almost slipped out of Uraraka's mouth, but she caught herself. Don't worry? She was with the League of Villains, who knew her as a hero that had put villains away. The only reason she wouldn't be confronted by any she'd captured was because Deku had done away with them already. She was universally hated here. Back here, they're more bark than bite. She had a hard time believing that. Besides, they won't mess with you with me around. They know better. That she could believe. She had to get out of this room. What she really needed to do was see the layout of their hideout. She couldn't tell a damn thing from this room. There were no windows, no obvious smells or sounds. Like it was soundproofed. Honestly, she wouldn't be surprised if it was. She hadn't heard much of anything when she pressed her ear to the door and listened periodically. Allowing him to take her hand, Deku opened the door and guided her outside. The hallway looked much like the room they were in. Same walls and floor, no windows or decor. It was dimmer out here and the doors were all shut. Were there other bedrooms? Was this a house? An underground bunker? The first known hideout for the original League of Villains had been a bar. It was hard to determine what this was. She flexed the fingers of her free hand, wishing she could feel her quirk, but nothing happened. How long would she be under the drug's effects before they had to dose her again? And how were they deactivating quirks? The more she thought about it, the more likely she figured someone had a quirk similar to Aizawa's. That was how they'd been able to subdue Deku before forcing him onto their side. If not, he would have been able to break out of their hold. One door ahead of them was open, light from the room flooding into the hallway. Deku walked past it without even acknowledging it, but Uraraka glanced inside despite fear settling in her gut. The normalcy of the room shocked her. It looked like a small kitchen area. The only thing that stood out was a handful of people, all villains, including Dabi, who raised an eyebrow in half-assed interest. A moment later, they were out of her sight, but the villains weren't done with them. A man's excited voice called out behind them, "Oi, Midoriya, is that your girl you've been hiding?" Deku halted so abruptly that she almost bumped into his back. When he turned around, she backed into him, but he was already pulling her closer. In front of them were 4 people, 3 of whom were villains she didn't recognize. Dabi was leaning against the threshold of the door, his arms folded across his ruined chest, and wore a faint knowing grin that made her want to squirm. There was an older man, peering at her too intently, and a young brunette woman with sharp facial features. Another man hung behind them in their shadows, but unlike the others, he glowered sullenly. A bright look popped onto Deku's face, his smile sheepish and shy, but she could also feel the way he held himself tightly. "I guess I have been. I can see why," the woman cooed. "She's cute. Don't let that distract you," Dabi drawled, not looking away from her. She stared right back with a challenging gaze, even as her stomach twisted. "I've seen her drop half a building on someone before. Strong and cute." The woman nudged the villain that had spoken first. "No wonder Midoriya is so enamored with her." She stepped forward to inspect Uraraka closer. Uraraka didn't flinch, but Deku tightened his grip on her ever so slightly. "Look at those cheeks." She took a long deep sniff, which finally made Uraraka pull back, considering how weird it was. "Oh, she smells good too. Like strawberries, sweat." And her smile turned as sharp as a knife. "Nitroglycerin." Uraraka swat the woman's hand away when she reached out to tug on her hair. The woman giggled and stepped back in line with the others. Uraraka was almost positive she'd said that on purpose. She didn't smell like that at all. The word was obviously a trigger for Deku, whose gaze went from shiny and nervous to blank and cold in a second. When the woman glanced back at Dabi, he shook his head, warning her not to push her luck. There were some buttons that should be ignored for their own good. "On the way to see the boss man?" the first villain questioned. Deku simply nodded, but it took everything in Uraraka not to react. This was the first time someone specifically mentioned whoever was in charge. This had to be the person he wanted her to meet, maybe even the villain who had screwed with his mind. "Ask him when we can go out," the woman sighed. "I'm getting bored. It reeks in here." "We're all restless," Deku responded, though there was little warmth in his voice, "but we have to be patient. We'll strike next when the time is right." That didn't settle well in Uraraka's mind at all. Maybe she could pry information about their next attack out of Deku. He still rambled like he used to apparently. If she could get him talking, she might be able to find out something. Not that it would help her since she was stuck in here. "Tell Shoto I said hi," Dabi quipped. Deku nodded again, but he was already turning around and pulling Uraraka with him. Yes. Uraraka was too taken aback by the whole exchange to say anything. Dabi's familiarity with Todoroki made her deeply uncomfortable, but she couldn't tell if he was doing it on purpose because of that or if it was real. His eyes and those deep purple bags of skin under them gave nothing away. Before she completely turned back around, she caught eyes with the one silent and he glared at her so intensely it made her blink in shock. That kind of glare always gave a promise of violence. No, she couldn't rely on Deku to completely protect her. Some of the work she would have to do herself. After all, he wouldn't always be around to step in. He trusted her to take care of herself when he wasn't around to give a helping hand. He had faith in her abilities. She had to do the same. They entered a room near the end of the hallway. So far, she hadn't seen a single window. More than likely, she wouldn't see one anytime soon. It was hard to tell, but she had a feeling that they had traveled deeper into the hideout. The room they were in now gave off a cozy air with plush furniture and even a fireplace. However, the soft ambience attempting to placate only made Uraraka more anxious. It was like she was in a movie but the only other person that knew besides the director. "Ah, Midoriya, I see you were able to get some rest. You look much better." Uraraka whipped her head around. An unfamiliar man stepped into the room through a side door. The man was older, perhaps in his late 30s. He was tall with a medium build. His soft white hair parted to the side and hanging in his dark brown eyes, with what she would have considered a moderately attractive face. He wore a nice black coat that reached his knees with black slacks and a black button-up shirt with a white vest underneath. What really threw her off was the warm expression on his face. If she saw him on the street, she would have never guessed he was a villain. However, the aura he gave off was unmistakable. Even with that warm face, the second his eyes latched onto hers, she could feel darkness radiating from him, just as it did Deku nowadays. It was the same kind, she realized, and her heart skipped a beat. This was him. This was who twisted her Deku into this broken copy. His lips curled into a smile as if he knew the conclusion she'd reached. But then he turned back to look at Deku. I'm sorry it took so much out of you. It should be easier next time, don't you think? Deku nodded. I think so. He'd returned to the room looking thoroughly worn down. What could this horrendous man have done to take so much of the life out of him? Was his quirk somehow draining? I thought it was time Ochako meet you. He pulled her forward, even though her feet begged to stay glued behind him. And she wants to see Shoto. You do as well, don't you? The man teased lightly. Deku smiled sheepishly. I want to see how he's doing. We're in the beginning stages, the man told him. You know how ugly it can get. It might be upsetting. It's necessary, Deku said firmly. It must have been the right thing to say because the man looked thoroughly pleased, like a parent when their child did something good. But tea didn't sound good to her. They were going to hurt Todoroki or had hurt him already. Her mind screamed to do something, but there was next to nothing she could do at this moment. She had to bid her time and wait for an opening. Would you mind if I speak to her alone first? The man asked. She highly doubted he had to ask, but the gesture itself meant something. Deku hesitated for a second, but then said, of course not. There's something I need to do besides. Uraraka tightened her grip on Deku's hand, opening her mouth to stop him from leaving, but he cut her off. Don't worry. He won't hurt you. He lifted her hand to his lips and kissed it before pulling his hand out of hers and slipping out of the room like a shadow, leaving her alone in the room with a man whose energy was electric with danger and power. He didn't look like much physically. She could take him, but there was something about him that made her want to keep as much distance between them as possible. You must have so many questions, Ochako Uraraka. The man began as he sat down in one of the chairs. If he expected her to sit across from him, he had another thing coming. She didn't want to be anywhere near him. She tried to stay calm, but the blood rushing in her ears made her heartbeat sound as loud as gyros when she plugged her ear jacks into her speakers. Uraraka clenched her hands at her side and wished for the 1000th time she could activate her quirk. She felt so open to attack without it. Who are you? I go by Kyomu these days, but that's not really what you want to ask. Now is it? He fixed her with a knowing look, leaning back comfortably in his seat while she stood tersely by the door. What did you do to him? Uraraka demanded. Her hands were trembled from clenching them so tightly. All she could think about was punching him in his stupid face, but that sounded more like something Bakugou would do than her. Maybe she should have done it, consequences be damned. What did you do to Deku? Kyomu held his hands out, palms up. I merely freed his mind. Anger flared hotly in Uraraka's chest. You call that free? You're controlling him. You're turning him into a shadow of who he was. Tears sprung to her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. No way was she going to cry in front of this monster. You're using him to fulfill whatever evil plans you have in mind. On the contrary, Midoriya does everything of his own accord and mostly what he feels like half the time. Kyomu countered, threading his fingers together in his lap. Do you think I would have let him keep you if I was completely controlling him? Amusement glimmered in his eyes, not the coldness that she would have expected from a villain. I would have had him end you, driven him into a corner with jealous rage. You being dead would have made things much easier for me. It was horrifying to consider, but instead of making her more afraid, she burned with disgust. Then why let me live? Because although it forces me to use my quirk more often, it makes Midoriya more cooperative. Kyomu explained in a cut and dry tone that reminded her of Aizawa. If he was being this upfront with her, he had no intentions of letting her out of their grasp, at least not alive. She had a feeling he'd make sure Deku wouldn't let her. And it's so touching to see him this happy. We did what we could for him, but it wasn't enough. I was wary to bring you into the fold, fearing you might break him. But I do believe your presence has given him some peace. Uraraka glowered silently. It sounded like her presence was helping Deku stay a villain, instead of bringing him back into the light. No, she wouldn't let that happen. She couldn't allow him to grow complacent now that she was here. If he fully accepted what he had become, Who knew what he would be capable of? It was awful enough as it was now. The periods in which I have to use my quirk on him are growing longer with time, Kyomu told her, looking quite pleased with himself. It's still him in there, the boy you loved. Let's just say he lives in a world with a few key differences from what he actually experienced. You altered his memories? Among other things, Kyomu confirmed. It's a trying, painful, exhausting process. I'm afraid I had to use it on him earlier to reinforce a few things. Dealing with his past tends to muddle things for him. He smiled and straightened, eyeing her carefully. That young man is your Deku. These are his choices. He even came back to me willingly for, readjustment. No, Uraraka shook her head, pressing herself back against the door to get as far away from him as possible. No, I don't believe it. Some of it might be him now, but not all of it. Kyomu shrugged good-naturedly. He wasn't even frustrated over being called out, most likely because he expected her disbelief. In fact, this appeared to be good fun for him, like it was a game. He was toying with her, dangling just enough of Deku in front of her to upset her. You got me there. I'll admit I had to use extra force when it came to certain people. Hitsuke. He really did not want to end Shudo Todoroki. He was resistant about Ingenium and Froppy as well, so I put them on the back burner in his mind, so to speak, so there were more targets. The other two hadn't risen quite as fast as Todoroki and Bakugou in the hero ranks, although Ida had done an excellent job taking on his older brother's name. Your taking out people might break your control over him, Uraraka realized. You being the exception, Kyomu confirmed, so I'd feel special if I were you. She didn't feel special at all. She felt was sick to her stomach. A few pieces fell into place, like Deku almost completely ignoring Ida and Tsu when they were so close before. His eyes practically slid over them, as if they were little more than a nuisance, while he hyperfixated on Todoroki and Bakugou. I did try in the beginning to force him to end you, of course, but the thought was so against his desires it actually snapped him out of the control of my quirk. Kyomu continued, thoughtfully tapping his chin. Convincing him that ending Todoroki was a priority was difficult enough. Even then, I don't think it fully set in, judging by how easily swayed he was by Dabi. No matter though, it worked out in the end. Uraraka swallowed. So you what? Morphed his refusal to end me into something that would work for you? When Kyomu smiled, it actually looked genuine, the light of the fireplace shining in his brown eyes. He did tell me you were clever at understanding how people think. This villain had turned Deku's love for her against him. He'd not only used Deku as a weapon in his schemes, but he'd used her as well. Disgust rolled over her in waves. It was one thing to twist Deku's mind and quite another to twist one of the best things in their lives. She didn't know how he accomplished it, but she doubted he would go into more detail about his quirk after giving so much away. It broke her heart. To think something so good could be transformed into something so awful devastated her. It would have been better had he forgotten her. You're only alive because of our dear Deku, Kyomu finished. He doesn't want you touched, but it's only a matter of time before he's completely on our side and, well, then you can be too. Unless the process ends you. Not everyone can take it. He snapped his fingers loudly. The door shifted behind her, so she was forced to step closer to him. Deku obediently slipped back inside and shut the door before turning to put a comforting hand on the small of her back. She didn't lean into his touch no matter how much she wanted to, standing ramrod straight. Shall we see how Todoroki handles it? He pressed a button on an intercom on a table. Bring him in. Uraraka steeled herself, terrified to see the state Todoroki might be in. Had they physically hurt him any? Had Kyomu already used his quirk on him? From what she gathered, he needed to use it multiple times for it to work thoroughly. Harder to control a person, but stronger and more effective than Shinsu's brainwashing quirk. The door Kyomu came through earlier opened and the man that first dosed them with the quirk inhibitor drug wheeled Todoroki in. Even though she had expected the worst, Uraraka's hands flew to her mouth to stifle any unbidden noise when she saw Todoroki. Metal braces strapped his wrists and ankles to the chair. He was slumped forward, his head hanging and his hair hiding his face, unable to hold himself up on his own. Sweat dripped from his nose and hair onto his knees. Unlike her, he still wore his hero costume, torn and damaged as it was, the temperature regulator around his neck broken. He was panting heavily, but she thought he was conscious this time at least. Todoroki? Without thinking, Uraraka took a tentative step forward, but then Deku moved a foot in front of her, stopping her cold. Slowly, Todoroki raised his head, bobbing a little as he did, until his mismatched eyes found Uraraka's brown ones. his gaze foggy at first, but different from Deku's, more like he was coming to after being unconscious. That didn't mean Kyomu hadn't used his quirk once already on him, just not today. Whatever day it was. This place had a way of making time bleed together for anyone that wasn't let outside. Awareness crept into Todoroki's eyes. He gasped sharply as he jerked upright, his back slamming into the chair. Uraraka. He struggled to breathe, just as she had when she came to after being drugged. It looked more recent for him. Had been forced to give him more because of his strength, or did it affect quirks or people differently? They got you too. Oh no. Deku interjected brightly. Wrapping an arm around her waist, she came on her own. Confusion swarmed Todoroki's face. She'd never seen him so open before, lacking the energy to hide his emotions. What? She asked me to take her. Deku chuckled. See, I told you she would. I had to. Uraraka cut in. Todoroki's eyes swung back to her. She hesitated answering him despite his hurt and questioning expression. If it sounded like she had come to save Bakugou and not for Deku, she was afraid of his reaction. Maybe he wouldn't let her see Todoroki again as punishment. For now, she had to hope Todoroki could figure it out himself. It was the only thing I could think to do. There wasn't another choice. Todoroki stared at her for what felt like a century until realization bloomed in his eyes, only for it to fade as he attempted to slip on a mask. It was harder with drug coursing through his veins and whatever had already been done to him by Kyomu. He looked whittled to the bone, but he wasn't out of the water yet. This was just the beginning. Not everyone can take it. She wasn't sure Todoroki would want to if given the option, but he had no choice in the matter. Kyomu stood, pulling their focus to him. She was again struck by the dangerous aura that hung around him, but also the way her eyes had trouble resting on him for long. It was like something was tugging at her to look away, like he wasn't there even though she knew she should pay attention to him. He moved around the room like a graceful shadow until he stood behind Todoroki, who was breathing heavily through his nose in anticipation. Oh, he'd gone through this before. Let's take another look inside. Kyomu dug his fingers into Todoroki's hair, as if he was trying to shove them directly into his skull. Todoroki lunged forward in pain, gritting his teeth and squeezing his eyes shut, but Kyomu kept a tight hold on him. He closed his eyes as well, but she could see them moving underneath his eyelids, like he was scrolling through a book. When Todoroki started to shake from the effort of trying to fight off Kyomu, Uraraka jerked, but Deku snatched her by the wrist to hold her back. Stop it, she shrieked. Stop it. You're hurting him. It's only hurting because he's fighting it, Deku murmured, half to himself, as he watched the scene. Uraraka peered at him, half in horror and half in anger, but he was focused entirely on Todoroki. He was tapping his fingers against his thighs again. It must have been an unconscious act. Oh, Kyomu's eyes snapped open. There's something good. And then Todoroki let out a long blood-curdling scream, his body seizing painfully and his fingers gripping the arms of the chair so tightly she feared they might break. Stop! Uraraka threw a hand out to reach him, lunging as hard as she could. She dug the balls of her feet into the ground for more traction. But then Deku wrapped his arms around her middle and lifted her off the ground, pulling her back. Tears streamed down her face as they did Todoroki's, his sweat and tears falling in drops onto the ground. He was still screaming as he slammed his head into the back of the chair repeatedly, but Kyomu never once let go. Let go of me, Deku. Let go. She kicked and punched, flailing in his arms, and smacked his forearm with her hand. But her quirk wouldn't come to her no matter how much she pleaded. You're ending him. He's ending him. Stop it. It lasted far longer than what seemed necessary. It lasted a lifetime. By the time Kyomu lifted his hands, Todoroki's screams were raw and hoarse, as if he'd burned his throat. Todoroki slumped back in the chair, the side of his face resting against his right shoulder. His entire body was limp, even his hair, the only movement coming from his chest as he breathed shallowly. Only then did Deku set her down and loosen his grip on her enough so she could tear away from him and stumble toward Todoroki. She almost fell on her knees when she reached him, her hands grabbing his arms to steady herself. I'm here, Todoroki. I'm here, she breathed, sliding a hand under his cheek and raising his head into a straight position. He couldn't hold it up himself, leaving it to rest in her hand. Her lips trembled as she looked over his pale face. Shudo, please. His eyelids dragged themselves open, but only halfway, and he gazed at her with such a distant look she wasn't even sure he recognized her or not. But then he hoarsely whispered, You Uraraka? and her heart skipped a beat. She smiled through the tears and sniffed. "It's me. I've got you." Todoroki closed his eyes again and let out a weak humming sound. "You gotta," he took a shaky breath. "I can't." He couldn't finish whatever he wanted to tell her, but she could guess well enough. She had to get out of here. However, that last part her worried. He couldn't what? He couldn't fight this? No, she didn't believe it. Todoroki could fight anything, but he was unconscious before she could tell him. "Shudo?" She shook him. "Shudo?" Someone pulled her away, and then the other man grabbed hold of the chair and wheeled Todoroki out of the room. Uraraka yelled wordlessly and fought back, stomping down on a foot and throwing back an elbow. But the person stopped her attack and then spun her around. She came face to face with Deku, a guarded expression on his pale face. "Why would you do this?" Uraraka demanded. "Why would you let them hurt him like they did you?" "It's for the best," Deku said like an automated machine, but she thought she saw a hint of doubt in his eyes. He tried to blink it away, but it didn't go away. "He can take it, he's strong, and he'll feel so much better afterward." He cupped her face and gave her a shaky smile. "I know it hurts seeing him like that, but it's good for him. All you can do to help is be strong for him too." Uraraka ripped herself out of his grip, too distraught to be touched by him right now. She couldn't take that gentle hold on her. It made her want to throw up. She was close to hyperventilating and knew she had to calm down. But she couldn't. She was so damn pissed. She wanted so many things. She wanted to scream, cry, destroy every piece of furniture in this room. She wanted to shake some damn sense into Deku and punch Kyomu right in his smug face. She wanted to chase after Todoroki and take him away from this place. She wanted Bakugou to hold her in that way that made her feel like she could be stronger. Unfortunately, she could have none of those things. She attempted to swallow down all the overwhelming feelings. The tears wouldn't leave her eyes. They would spill any second no matter what she did. But she turned to face Kyomu with a shiny film of tears over her eyes anyway. Kyomu stood with his head tilted back and hands over his eyes. His mouth held agape and his hair falling back in a mess. He looked like he was a very enthusiastic orchestra conductor. "I knew it would be bad, but that was even better than I expected." He breathed deeply, but she couldn't tell if it was from the stress of using his quirk or excitement from what he'd seen. Midoriya had plenty to work with, but Todoroki is a plethora of dark caverns just waiting to explore. "You're a monster," Uraraka seethed. In the corner of her eyes, she saw Deku stiffen, but she ignored him. After dropping one hand to his side, Kyomu raked his fingers through his hair with the other, and then dropped his head down so his focus could fall on her. There was something off about his eyes. It was like he wasn't in the room. He was still in Todoroki's mind, digging around. "Am I though? I don't think you've really seen a monster. Not like your dear Todoroki has apparently." He took another deep breath. "I'm honestly impressed. With a father like that, I'm shocked he didn't become a villain." He chuckled, something amusing occurring to him. Luckily, it's never too late to change one's mind. Uraraka took one step, but stopped herself and pulled her arm away before Deku could grab it again. He got the picture, retracting his hand and looking like she'd slapped him. "Todoroki is a hero. So was Midoriya," Kyomu pointed out. "Do you want to be one now?" Deku shook his head. "My place is here." Kyomu fixed his hair and straightened out his jacket. "Do you see it now, Uraraka? It doesn't take much. A push here, a change there, a bit of goading, a careful touch, and you can be someone completely different." His eyes roved up and down her in a way that made her want to fold her arms across her chest. "I could show you if you like. It's very enlightening." Deku placed an arm in front of her, effectively separating the two of them. "You're not touching her. You promised." It sounded like something a child would say, if that child was capable of radiating a threat that would send people running in the opposite direction. Considering he was the one who created Deku, Kyomu's reaction was interesting. He didn't rear back in anger or indignation at being spoken to so brusquely. Instead, he nodded and calmly replied, of course. He was placating Deku, the same way she had back in his room. Was he concerned Deku wasn't stable enough to not hurt him should he threaten her? Maybe it was a side effect of Kyomu's quirk being used on Deku too much. "I was only offering in case she wanted to share yours and Todoroki's release. I would never use my quirk on her without your permission, just so we're clear." Perhaps sensing how much she didn't want him to touch her, Deku stepped back and opened the door. Uraraka took one last look at Kyomu, glaring at him with the heated promise that she would find a way to break his hold, and then stormed out of the room, brushing past Deku. Kyomu had only gazed back at her coolly, although he was still out of breath after using his quirk. Deku followed after her silently, probably to protect her from the other villains should they want to cause issues. But Uraraka felt like she was at Bakugou-level rage. She knew how to fight without her quirk. Part of her wished one of them would appear so she could throw them across a room. She couldn't remember feeling so angry and upset in her life. After she burst into his room, Deku shut the door. "Ochako, wait dash, don't talk to me, Deku." Uraraka rounded on him so viciously that he actually recoiled from her. Deku, the guy who took out an entire street a day or two ago and knocked out multiple heroes with one punch to the ground, flinched because of her. "Don't touch me. Don't do anything." Deku reached out. "Ochako, please dash." Uraraka smacked his hand away. "No." A small voice warned her to be calmer. She couldn't let her emotions get the best of her in case it caused Deku to do the same. But there was nothing she could do. She felt herself spiraling into everything she'd bottled up in a faulty attempt to remain strong and put together. Seeing Todoroki tortured frightened and angered her so much she couldn't stop shaking. The tears welling in her eyes made it difficult for her to see, forcing her to wipe them away with her arm. Even though the tears had started to fall down her face, Uraraka aggressively rubbed the streaks from her cheeks, and then took a few deep breaths. She needed to calm the rattled feeling in her chest. Deku had said she wasn't to be touched. But then what if he eventually changed his mind? What would happen to Todoroki? How many more sessions of those could he handle before he was like Deku? What did he feel right now? He was alone, locked up in a cage somewhere, unable to call up his quirk for comfort. Uraraka wanted to scream. Instead, she stood up straight and let out a shaky breath. "I know seeing him like that was hard and I knew it would hurt you," Deku said in a quiet but fervent voice. "But it's for the best, I swear." "How can you say that after seeing him suffer so much?" Uraraka asked him. "So soon after you suffered?" "It doesn't hurt much now," Deku murmured, as if that made it any better. She could only stare back at him in horror and disbelief. His words were like a slap in the face. How could he say such things? Todoroki was his best friend and his mind was being picked apart and pieced back together differently. "I don't understand," she managed. "You have to know this is wrong." "It's not wrong, Ochako," Deku snapped, for the first time sounding angry with her. She almost flinched, but held her ground. She was not going to show him any fear, no matter how much her heart had jumped into her throat. He caught himself, wiping the frustrated look off his face and replacing it with a much softer, pleading one. "You have to understand. Shudo will feel so much better after. There's so much holding him back. He's been through a lot. This will be good for him. There won't be any chains tying him down to society's or anyone's expectations of him." Did he not see he was in a different set of chains now? Did he not recognize them wrapped around his wrists, ankles, and neck? Did he not feel them? Were they not choking him? Uraraka swallowed and turned away from him. I can't be around you right now." She knew it would hurt both of them. Maybe it would anger him, but she couldn't do it. She couldn't handle seeing him after he let that happen and then defended it. "I don't care what you do with me. Throw me in the cells with Shudo. Lock me up anywhere. I just want to be alone." Silence settled in the room between them. She could feel him wanting to come up behind her and wrap his arms around her, bleed comfort into her, give her strength. He could do none of that. If he tried, she would shove him away and she couldn't do that either, not with how precarious things were. A part of her longed to be treated the same way as Todoroki so she wouldn't feel so ashamed or guilty. But then she was afraid of that too. "I'll give you some time," Deku told her in a strange voice. He sounded a little sad, but mostly hollow. She heard him walk away, the door open and shut, and the clicking of the lock. This room might have a bed, closet, bathroom, and dim lighting, but the comfort was false. None of it was real. This room was a cell for her and Deku. Crouching in the middle of the room, Uraraka huddled into a ball and hid her face in her hands. The tears slid down her cheeks unchecked, coating her palms, as quiet sobs racked her chest. She allowed herself only 2 minutes before she pulled herself back up, sniffed a few times and wiped her face again. She took in a shuddering breath. "I'm going to save you, Todoroki," Uraraka swore under her breath. "I'm going to save us both." It was either that or probably die trying at this point. Uraraka woke up falling, or at least to the sensation of falling. She jerked awake in her large bed, her legs and arms flailing as she was snatched out of the nightmare. For a brief moment, she was tangled in a sea of blankets.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.